Chapter 1651. The Magic Associations. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Strange, why do I find this place a little familiar? Mo-Fan looked down from the sky and felt that he had seen this terrain before. We'll reach the Tyrant Titan's territory soon. We won't be able to fly any further, Chris told them. The Tyrant Titan's territory. Mo-Fan fell into deep thought. They flew for a few more kilometers. More folded mountains with different shapes showed up, forming the canyons, cliffs, creeks, and basins. The terrain was rather complicated. The steel griffin descended to the ground. It was obvious that they might provoke the creatures ahead if they flew across their territory. Who knew if a tyrant titan would suddenly show up from behind a mountain and attack the steel griffin? It might even grab the steel griffin and the others on it down from the sky, like it was going for a rebounding basketball. Why are they so far away from the safe zone? Moon-Devouring was confused. Perhaps they are here for some kind of ritual. Isn't that what Asheruya told us? Mo-Fan said. They must have been preparing the ritual for a long time, Moon-Devouring said. Bartholomew's men had been collecting children's hearts since the World College tournament. They still had no idea how many Tyrant Titans' hearts they had collected. They traveled across the mountains, their altitude rising. The sky was no longer clear, like it was previously along the coastline. Thick clouds were constantly looming over them, and there was not much sunlight around. Due to the open view, they would occasionally catch a glimpse of an entire lightning strike piercing through the sky. Mo-Fan's feeling that the place looked familiar to him grew stronger the further he went. He finally recalled where it was when he saw some enormous mountain soaring into the clouds. A strong wind started blowing, and they were having trouble keeping their eyes open. Mo-Fan was about to tell Moon-Devouring where they were when he noticed an uninvited guest nearby. The person had remarkable cultivation. They did not see where he had appeared from. Come with me if you're interested in the ritual. Don't do anything drastic, it's not like you can cause any trouble in front of me. If you don't want to watch the ritual, you may leave now. Oh, your friends are waiting for you, a middle-aged man floating 10 meters above the ground informed them. The man was wearing a hat pulled down low, but Mo-Fan immediately recognized him. He was the guy that had saved Bartholomew in the woods. The guy was strong just as he thought. Mo-Fan and Moon-Devouring's heart sank. It seemed like they had noticed Brianka and the others tailing them. They could not just abandon the others. They did not have a choice. Let's check out the situation first, Moon-Devouring whispered. Is your ice crystal bow strong enough to take him out? Mo-Fan asked. Yes, Moon-Devouring said. The man did not seal off their minds. He simply escorted them along. They approached the huge mountains. The man summoned a wind and lifted them into the sky, as if he felt like they were moving too slowly. They rode the wind further up the mountain. The folded mountains were soon below their feet, shrinking gradually until they became tiny wrinkles on the ground. Isn't it dangerous to be flying in this area? Chris asked. Don't worry, the most dangerous existence here is powerless to even defend itself now, the man smiled. You guys are pretty stubborn to chase us all the way here. There are things that you can't settle by being hot-headed. I already asked the priest to stop you, but you didn't accept my act of kindness, the man said. Mo-Fan and Moon-Devouring did not speak. Brianka was a super mage, yet she had fallen into their hands. It clearly showed how formidable these people were. They soon reached the highest mountain. Its peak was rugged with jagged rocks, resembling the spine of a dragon. On the other side of the mountain was a slope leading to a cliff above the clouds, like a lofty path leading to heaven. Mo-Fan glanced at the slope and the cliff. Wasn't that the cliff where he saw the ancient dragon? He clearly remembered the fear and the sense of being so small the enormous creature had left him with. Mo-Fan had sworn he would never come back here again, yet now he was standing on top of the mountain. He was less than 2 kilometers from the cliff. Come. Time to meet your friends, the man said. They drew closer to the cliff. For some reason, Mo-Fan's legs were already trembling. Perhaps he had yet to get over the fear that the Black Dragon Emperor had left him with. There were many people gathered at the cliff. Mo Fan only realized that they were wearing the robes of the magic associations as he went closer. He could also tell from the runes embroidered on them that these people were relatively high-ranked in the magic associations. The magic associations! Mu-Ningxue was stunned. Who did you assume we were? The man smiled. Mo Fan and Mu-Ningxue were thunderstruck when they noticed the people did not even bother to hide their identities. They even saw some people they normally only saw on the news. Mo Fan had always thought the Guild of the Wicked was responsible for the ritual, and these people must be its members, too. He was not too worried before, since Mu-Ningxue's ice crystal bow could deliver a deadly blow to them. However, they were all mistaken. The ritual was not being conducted by the Guild of the Wicked, nor was it a collusion between some authority figure and the Guild of the Wicked. It was a gathering of the magic associations. They saw Brianka, Zhao Manyang, Heidi, and Mu Bai were there ahead of them, perfectly safe. They were not even restrained. The foursome quickly came up to them. We looked just like you when we arrived, Brianka admitted, scanning their faces. What exactly is going on here? Mo Fan surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Chapter 1652. Destroying the bridge after crossing the river. 1652 Destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In the past, Europeans refer to dragons as calamities, mainly because the dragons were just too powerful, so powerful that every effort a tribe or a country put in was destroyed within a night. Since then, humans were hoping to have power, a power that would allow them to take on the dragons. We now have access to magic, but after obtaining our own power, we realize just how strong the dragons are. Our magic is nothing but breezes and tiny waves to them. Even the super-level magic that many people admire is not enough to penetrate a dragon's scales. Hence, no matter how developed the magic civilizations in the past were, or even today, the ancient dragons remain inviolable. Luckily, nature is never biased toward a certain species. The ancient dragons have almost zero reproductive ability. The dragons that most people encounter nowadays are merely pseudo-dragons or crossbreeds, yet those people dare call themselves dragon slayers. The dragon under my feet is a real dragon. It has its name, its history, and the supreme power of a dragon. Not only will I, Su Lu, fulfill the ambition of humans from antiquity, I'll show the world that the dragons are inferior to us. Ancient gods, devils, or demons, they do not rule this world. We rule the world. Su Lu was standing on the cliff of Mount Tyrant. His speech was delivered with power, as if it would spread across the entire continent. Mo Fan could not sense his aura, yet it did not mean he was not strong. The area had become part of his aura, even the weather was under his control. Mo Fan had wondered if any human could possibly challenge the Black Dragon Emperor after he escaped from the cliff with Asheruya. He highly doubted it, but today, Su Lu was standing there to do the impossible. No matter how ambitious you are, it disgusts me that you're using children's hearts for it. Mu-Ningxue blurted out, interrupting Su Lu's ambitious speech. It dragged the man whom everyone regarded as a legend back to cruel reality. They were using children's hearts to carry out the ritual that would subdue the dragon, just to prove that humans were the ruler of the world, yet were they still worthy to be admired after what they did? Children's hearts? I only needed the tyrant titan's hearts. Su Lu exclaimed, staring at Mu-Ningxue. Ferren's expression shifted as soon as he heard the words. He blurted out, Master Su Lu, we've prepared the ingredients you need. Let's hurry up and subdue the dragon. At last, our efforts over the years have not been in vain. Ferren, what's going on here? Su Lu demanded. Humph, what else could it be? A part of the tyrant titan's hearts that you are using for the ritual are refined with children's hearts. How ambitious of you to prove that humans are the true rulers of the world, yet you've killed hundreds of children brutally and fed their bodies to the sea monsters. We tracked them all the way here. We thought the Guild of the Wicked was responsible for it, or perhaps the Black Vatican was planning something again, yet it turns out to be you guys. Mo Fan said. The magic associations? They always promoted how sacred the role of mags was, yet they turned out to be so corrupt. What rights did they have to put themselves above the Black Vatican and the Guild of the Wicked? I see. I was wondering how you all find this place when I didn't invite you here, Sulu realized. Don't you dare achieve some great milestone of mankind while doing such evil acts. If you didn't give your men permission to murder the children, I might actually be impressed by your deeds. However, you are more of a hypocrite than the Red Cardinals of the Black Vatican, who blatantly express their ambition to destroy everything. Mo Fan harangued him. How could I do such outrageous acts as the president of the Asia Continent Magic Association? You've come to demand justice, I'll serve you justice as you wish. Ferren, you have 1 minute to explain everything to me, and you better not lie to me. Sulu stared at Ferren. Well, President, basically, I asked my reliable subordinate to try his best to look for the tyrant titan's hearts, yet that useless guy failed to collect enough hearts. He ended up colluding with the Silver Ornament Master of the Guild of the Wicked, Bartholomew, to replace the hearts we were lacking with some inhumane methods. I don't really. Ferren sounded unsure of himself. Do you know about it? Sulu asked. I only learned about it when, Ferren replied haltingly. You turned a blind eye to it, am I right? Sulu demanded. No, I didn't. Ferren was nervous. If you didn't, why did you ask Priest Bu to intervene with our investigation? If I didn't arrange for them to follow you secretly, we would never have known that the people of the magic associations were animals disguised with human skin. Mo Fan grunted. Mo Fan, I believe you've misunderstood Master Sulu. We didn't know the tyrant titan's hearts were tied up with something so brutal. You can explain the details to us after today. We promise you that we'll find out the truth to serve the kids justice. The head of the Donghai Magic Association intervened. The head of the Donghai Magic Association clearly recognized Mo Fan and Moon-Devouring. Fanxue Mountain's influence was constantly growing in the Donghai region. The Asia Continent Magic Association, the call is yours. It doesn't matter if you admit it now, since minor characters like us don't stand a chance against you. You can easily silence us here, so there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, I've met people that are just as bad. Mo Fan persisted. Mo Fan, don't be so reckless. Many of us here are playing important roles in our respective organizations. There are always vermin and heartless people in the system. Even I would try my best to find out the culprit, let alone someone as fair and righteous as Master Sulu, the head of the Donghai Magic Association said. Throw Bartholomew off the cliff. Sulu ordered suddenly. Bartholomew was indeed among the crowd, standing close to the man with a hat. He shuddered when he heard the words. He had put in so much effort to gather the children's hearts for these authorities, yet they were demanding he be tossed off the cliff. They were destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Chapter 1653. Did the people that are supposed to be dead die yet? 1653. Did the people that are supposed to be dead die yet? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Elder Ferren, Bartholomew noticed that something was not right. Two powerful mags had restricted his movements. Ferren could not care less about Bartholomew now. He was just an evil minor character. It was time to get rid of him after he had done his job. Even if Sulu had not intervened, Ferren would have eventually found someone to take Bartholomew out secretly to preserve his reputation. President Sulu, I really had no idea about it in the first place. It's my fault for not controlling my men. I didn't think they would go to such extremes just to fulfill their duties. I will take care of Eisenberg, who colluded with Bartholomew, too. They shall pay for their crimes. Ferren declared. The man in the hat began to panic too. The man was still acting arrogantly when he was guiding Mo Fan and the others here, as if there was nothing Mo Fan and his crew could do to him, even if they knew what he had done. To his surprise, his superior Ferren betrayed him right away when Master Sulu was involved. His face turned extremely pale. Ferren had no idea what was going on. How could he not know what happened? If he hadn't made the arrangements, how were they able to trick the government and the magic associations to hide their crimes? Elder Ferren, you can't do this. There's only a limited number of Tyrant Titans left in the world. There's no way we could collect the number of Tyrant Titans' hearts you asked for. I never stopped searching for an alternative solution. I was merely taking orders from you. In the beginning, I only asked Bartholomew to look for the kids that had passed away in the hospitals, but he went on to kidnap children to speed up the progress. Wasn't everything just to make sure we have enough Tyrant Titans' hearts? Eisenberg protested. How amusing. It's true that you didn't specially ask me to do it, but you're telling me you have no clue where the hearts were from when I delivered them to you. Bartholomew laughed hollowly. Bartholomew had done many evil deeds on behalf of the corrupted governments of some countries. He also worked with a lot of proper organizations, too. Otherwise, how had he managed to stay alive until now? However, Bartholomew did not expect Sulu to treat Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue so seriously. The man did not hesitate to take him out. The reason why their Guild of the Wicked existed and was able to grow so quickly was that the governments of many countries needed people like them to do their inconvenient deeds, such as collecting the hearts of children. The world only had a limited number of Tyrant Titans. They could only collect 2/3 of their requirements even if they killed every Tyrant Titan in the world. The children's hearts were the only way to replace the missing hearts. The upright organizations or government would never do such things on their own, yet they desperately needed them. Therefore, at a tea party, these people would hint that they would not collect the children's hearts, they would never do such a deranged act. Only people like Bartholomew would do so. It was their usual style. The people who failed to read between the lines would assume the authorities were holding fast to their principles. Some others might get the message, but they did not have the guts or cruelty needed for the job. As for Bartholomew, not only did he get the message, he was cruel enough to carry out the deeds. It had helped him become a super mage and turned him into an evil mercenary working for governments. It was how he had remained at large despite the crimes he had committed. In terms of doing outrageous acts, Bartholomew could swear with his soul that the things he did were nothing compared to what Ferren had done. Otherwise, how had the man become an elder of the Magic Association? As for Sulu, who was even higher than Ferren, Bartholomew had never had a chance to come into contact with someone on the same level as Sulu. When he knew he was doing Sulu a favor, he was even more reckless, hoping that he could get into the good graces of Sulu. Not only would he remain unfettered, he might have a chance to be appointed as an authority of some proper organization. He was only doing such outrageous acts for the benefits and gains. No one else who wasn't mentally deranged would be willing to get their hands dirty. Bartholomew was hoping to whitewash himself and gain a similar role to Ferren, getting all the respect while others were handling the dirty acts behind the scenes. He would no longer have to be worried or scared. Bartholomew had believed only someone like Sulu could whitewash him. It was not like Bartholomew had never thought of the current outcome as a possibility. It was just how things might go when he was helping someone like Ferren. It was a gamble. He was betting on the possibility that Sulu was just like Ferren, who needed someone like Bartholomew to handle the evil deeds on his behalf. As a matter of fact, Bartholomew strongly believed Sulu was just like Ferren, with even greater power. Whenever anyone dared to pose a threat to him, if they were a crook like Bartholomew, he would get rid of them righteously to serve justice. If it was a righteous person, he would take care of them behind the scenes to guarantee himself a clear path. Bartholomew stared at Mo Fan and said furiously, "Kid, don't you feel too good about yourself? Even if you took me out, you still offended someone terrifying. You are going to die a worse death than me one day." If it wasn't for Mo Fan and his crew showing up out of nowhere, he would have easily become Sulu's subordinate and used the position to do many things else. Therefore, he insisted on blaming Mo Fan. This busybody who naively thought he could be the light of the world was the reason for his fall. Mo Fan ignored Bartholomew's kind reminder. He felt like he would humiliate himself if he bothered talking to the prick. "I'll punish them myself," Ferren proclaimed, suddenly making his move. He used poison magic, placing his left and right hands on Bartholomew and Eisenberg respectively. The poison lunged forward like a snake and plunged into their bodies. The poison spread crazily fast. Their veins turned an odd purple, followed by their skin, looking like it was soaked in some dye. Even their pupils had turned purple. Their veins were filled with poison and on the verge of exploding. Eisenberg could not accept his fate. He tried to break free, but his body was restrained by 2 other mags. He did not stand a chance against a powerful poison mage like Ferren. Their bodies began to corrode, leaving only their skin and hair behind. Both men soon turned into bubbling puddles, only their hair and scalps left behind on the surface. It looked utterly disgusting. Some people keep abusing the name of the magic associations to commit their outrageous crimes. They naively thought people weren't going to find out the truth, but I must say, there's no running away from justice. Those people will pay for their crimes eventually. Bartholomew and Eisenberg are the perfect examples. Yes, I should thank these young mags for exposing them. I thank you on behalf of the Asia Continent Magic Association. Ferren put on a righteous act after taking out his own men. Mo Fan found his words more disgusting than the puddle on the ground. Of course, I must bear the blame too. I will visit the families of the victims in person to comfort them. I will let them know that I've punished the people responsible for their children's deaths. President Su, are you satisfied with the outcome? If there's anything else you want me to do, I'm willing to bear the responsibility, Ferren inquired somberly. Ferren had taken the initiative to deal with his men. It was his typical way of abandoning his pawns to protect himself. Everyone was watching him coldly, yet they did not bother exposing him. Are you satisfied with the outcome? Sulu looked at Mo Fan and the others and asked. Mo Fan could not believe how ridiculous that sounded. Are you satisfied with the outcome? Was it any different from a rapist asking the victim if the position he was using was comfortable for her? Give us the children's hearts. Moon-Devouring knew it was meaningless to discuss the topic any further. Was getting rid of Bartholomew and Eisenberg going to make any difference? There were demands for animal hides, so the hunters went hunting the animals. The hunters were caught in the end, but what about the people asking for the hides? Why did the truth always have to be like this? It felt like punishing Bartholomew for his crimes of murdering the children brutally was not really that important after learning the truth. The hearts are already a part of the ritual. The dragons and the titans are the nemesis of one another. We can activate the poison in the titans' hearts with the primitive power of the ancient totem beasts. When the dragon breathes in the poison, its lungs will be contaminated, preventing it from spitting out its breath. Their breath is a dragon's deadliest weapon, Ferren explained on behalf of Sulu. So that was the reason behind everything? They were trying to nullify the dragon's breath so it was possible for them to defeat the dragon. Moon-Devaring's heart was as cold as ice when she heard the words. She recalled the families grieving for their lost children and the child they had buried with their own hands. The grudge and anger inside her were replaced with fatigue and a heavy weariness for the world. Even the air she was breathing in felt disgusting to her. It seems like you are not satisfied yet, Sulu noticed. Master Sulu, we've been preparing for many years. Let's worry about them after we are done with the dragon. If they aren't satisfied then, an old mage of the Europe Continent Magic Association proposed. Yeah, we should focus on the dragon for now. It's about to show up. Sulu looked at Moon-Devouring and Mo Fan and waited for their response. You can go ahead with your ritual. Sorry for the inconvenience we have caused, Moon-Devouring said, turning around. She had enough of this. Moon-Devouring naturally had an icy bearing, yet her aura was even icier and lifeless as she turned around. Mo Fan felt the same way after seeing Moon-Devouring's reaction. Their hatred was surging like waves, yet it was stuck in their throats like a fishbone. Their wrath was enough to set the sky aflame, but they were disheartened after seeing these people's attitudes. Why was this happening? Perhaps those that were supposed to die were still laughing at them. Chapter 1654. Cry of the Black Dragon. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people of the magic associations did not stop them from leaving. Sulu watched them go as well. He did not have any expression, yet his eyes were intrigued. Mo Fan swore to eat his own heart if Sulu was a good guy. The look in his eyes clearly indicated his attitude. If he was in the mood to be a righteous authority of the Asia continent, he would do it. It only took him a single sentence to get rid of an evil crook like Bartholomew. If he wanted to be a political today, he could simply have asked Mo Fan and his crew to piss off. They could not do anything to him. He would still be fine, even if Bartholomew pointed at Sulu and accused him as the person that gave him the orders to collect the children's hearts. He could also watch Mo Fan and his crew leave empty-handed. The people that were supposed to die were still alive. Only the insignificant had died. Bartholomew was one example. Similarly, he was not treating Mo Fan, Moon-Devouring, Brianka, and the others seriously, so he did not bother to do anything. If I was a forbidden mage, I'd destroy these sons of B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The demon in Mo Fan's body was close to awakening, but rationally speaking, he knew he would not stand a chance against these people, even with the demon element. They were the authorities of the Asian Continental Magic Association. Some among them were most likely half a step away from becoming a forbidden mage, especially Su Lu. If he dared to challenge the Black Dragon Emperor, it meant he was extremely confident in his strength. The Forbidden Curse level. Mo Fan had not thought too much about it before. He only knew it was extremely powerful and would allow him to defeat every powerful demon creature. But now, he was desiring it a little more. He could only face these people once he became a forbidden mage. Those that were supposed to die would never laugh at him again. He would not leave with the sense of suffocation he had today after being asked if they were satisfied with the outcome, as if they had been shown a lot of tolerance and mercy. Were you satisfied? Of course not. He would prefer to watch them all die. That way, Mo Fan would be laughing until justice was restored. A deep cry suddenly came from the mountains. It did not sound like anything special, but when the cry reached them, it felt like a terrifying explosion was occurring nearby. Mo Fan and his crew struggled to stand properly. They almost fell to the ground. It was an absolutely terrifying roar. They almost lost consciousness before it. It was torturing both their hearing and their minds. It was Mo Fan's first time hearing a real dragon's cry, very different from the pseudo-dragon he had stumbled into. The roar alone was able to destroy everything. The same thought crossed everyone's minds when they finally came to their senses. It was time to get the hell out of this place. They were no longer above the clouds. They looked up the mountain and witnessed something shocking. Half of the giant tail from a black dragon was exposed below the clouds. Mo Fan could not help but gasp after seeing its size. The last time, Mo Fan had only seen its claw, which was big enough to smash a mountain to pieces by itself. This time, he saw the Black Dragon Emperor's tail. He felt like the shocking creature actually belonged to a different world. He could not help but imagine the Black Dragon Emperor's true appearance. Mount Tyrant was certainly not big enough to contain it. Even the spacious sky was too small for it. That's the dragon. Zhao Manyang was already stammering. He only saw the creature's tail through the clouds, yet the shock was greater than his first encounter with Baxia. A creature that was more terrifying than Baxia. For some reason, Zhao Manyang was a little relieved. The Black Dragon Emperor was so powerful. The world would surely be a better place if it managed to kill everyone on the mountain. That's the dragon, Blue Star Knight, Chris mumbled to himself. The mountain began to tremble. Pieces of rocks were rolling down from above the cloud level. They were only pebbles in the eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor, but Mo Fan and the others realized that the rocks were bigger than some houses as they came closer. Some of them were basically hills falling down from a greater height, stirring up huge clouds of dust into the air. "Quick, we have to go now," Brianka said. If she was not mistaken, a forbidden mage would soon show up at the cliff. Brianka was well aware of the destruction that a forbidden spell could bring. They had to leave as soon as possible. "Everyone, come onto my steel griffin." Chris summoned his mount. They all jumped onto the steel griffin. It extended its wings and flew directly away from Mount Tyrant. Normally, flying was forbidden in a place like this, but due to the dragon's cry and the mountain shaking so hard, every creature was fleeing for their life. No one cared if they were humans or demon creatures. More rocks fell from the sky, like the ashes of an erupting volcano, but the damage was a lot worse than a volcanic eruption. Many creatures in caves could not escape in time. A whole bunch of demon creatures were wiped out instantly when the rocks fell on their lairs. Many demon creatures were beating their wings in the air. 2 young vultures even appeared less than 100 meters away. They mistook the steel griffin as a related creature in a panic. They followed the steel griffin to seek cover under its wings, yet they seemed timid and wary too. "Come here, don't be afraid," Apis said to the 2 young vultures gently. The 2 griffins could not withstand the charm of the beautiful snake woman. They soon lowered their guard and flew closer. They stayed under the steel griffin's wings to hide from the rocks. The steel griffin was kind, and did not mind protecting the young vultures. "Dinner is settled," Mo Fan muttered aloud. Moon-Devouring rolled her eyes at him. Mo Fan laughed awkwardly and said, I was thinking we could have some roast turkey as dinner tonight. I've seen these wind flame lightning vultures before. They are pretty tough. Maybe we should ask Apis to tame them and make them Fanxue Mountain's guardian beasts." Chapter 1655. Dragon Breath, Dragon Flame. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The 2 young wind flame lightning vultures escaped to safety under the protection of the steel griffin's wings. Their intelligence had not fully developed yet. They were not hostile toward humans, and with a little hint from Apis, they soon had an enjoyable time with the others. Everyone took out the snacks they had brought along to feed the young cultures. The 2 little creatures had never eaten anything so delicious. They completely forgot they were 2 savage flying beasts, and kept running around everyone in circles. The sudden appearance of the 2 young vultures diluted the anger everyone felt after learning the truth somewhat. It was pointless to dwell on certain things, they still had to walk the path ahead. They were just disgusted after accidentally going to a landfill. The air was still fresh and refreshing after they left the filth behind. Everyone must be tired. "We'll rest at the peninsula ahead and return to Athens tomorrow," Blue Star Knight Chris suggested. The sky had darkened, and his steel griffin was a little tired from flying for the whole day. It needed a rest. "Sure, let's get some rest," Mo Fan agreed. They landed on the peninsula along the coast of the Mediterranean Sea after noticing many wooden huts scattered across some dense copses. The wooden huts were not jumbled up. There were small paths between the wooden huts for vehicles. The center of the village was a small marketplace surrounded by a dozen huts. They noticed quite a few tourists frequenting the stalls full of colorful clothes. Men and women were visiting them in pleasant moods. Chris had withdrawn the steel griffin back to his contracted space to avoid scaring the civilians. They slowly descended from the sky by riding Moon-Devouring's winds. "This is a pretty fine place." Zhao Manyang looked around and saw many women with alluring physiques walking by. Their waists were long and slim, their body ratios slenderer than Asian women. Their curves were dazzling. "We'll stay here for the night." "Let's walk around and eat some food," Mo Fan suggested. It was important to ease their minds. Otherwise, they might die from an excess of anger toward those bunch of authorities. The others agreed. They found a resort with a spacious beachfront and booked all the rooms. They did not want to be disturbed by some strangers. The resort had a huge beach in front of it with an aged tree at its center. The 2 young vultures soon perched in it and fell asleep. "They won't hurt anybody, right?" the owner of the resort said worriedly. "They won't," Apis said confidently. Mount Tyrant, the cliff at the top of the mountain. The cliff was heavily damaged now, the shocking mark of a claw left on it. A huge part of the cliff had been destroyed. The sea of clouds initially shrouding the mountain below the cliff had countless holes along it, looking tattered and ragged. Over 1,000 black destructive rays were falling from higher up in the sky, a huge attack with wide coverage. The huge mountain had several peaks on it, but every black ray that fell from the sky would shatter a peak and flatten the jagged edges of Mount Tyrant. The black destructive rays came from a great height. The air was unusually cold. Even a powerful mage would be frozen in no time at that altitude. The sunlight faded away as night arrived. An enormous black dragon extended its shocking wings. The wings loomed over the mags on the mountain like they were a part of night's curtains. Its dominating bearing as a ruler of the heavens and earth was more than enough to make the tiny humans tremble. Its wings shrouded the stars and the moon, its body occupied the sky. Even the divine beasts depicted in the legends were incomparable to the massive creature. It felt like the creature had come from a different universe. How could anyone possibly stand a chance against a creature like that? A loud cry was heard, like the howl of a meteorite as it fell through the atmosphere, shaking the ground as the wind began to blow fiercely. Dragon breath, it's about to unleash its dragon breath, an old mage on the collapsed cliff yelled out in a panic. The dragon breath was a true dragon's deadliest weapon. It left nothing alive as it surged across the land. Even a forbidden mage might die before it, and thus was why a true dragon was deemed an inviolable existence. The wind stirred up a lot of dust. The black dragon emperor hovered in the sky. It raised its head as its belly and the cavity in its mouth bloated. The air began to reverse, as if a huge whirlpool had appeared in the air, sucking everything nearby into it. The remains of the mountain were initially falling naturally, but they were now rising into the sky instead. It felt like the gravitational force of the whole mountain had upended. The pieces or rocks, broken cliffs, and trees were rising into the sky. Ah! An old mage with wind wings did not realize that the dragon breath possessed such a strong absorbing force before it was unleashed. The old mage was too close to the dragon and was dragged into the wild turbulence. Help me, the wind mage yelled. Not many mags on the cliff were able to guarantee their own safety. They were up against an ancient dragon, the most savage black dragon of all species. No one dared to lend the wind mage a hand. It was the typical fate of someone who was trying to be a show-off. Humans were too weak before the wind. The others soon lost sight of the wind mage, who vanished together with the debris being lifted into the air. It was impossible to tell how spacious the dragon's cavity was. It had devoured over 10 mountaintops, yet it still seemed to have a lot of space left. This is our chance. Sulu smiled. He was the only person that was smiling. The others were already regretting their decision to challenge the black dragon. A dark green gas rose from under the cliff, like a swarm of insects. It was not affected by the strong wind. The black dragon emperor soon absorbed the wriggling streams of gas into its stomach. Its chest suddenly glowed an eerie green. The dragon was going to unleash its breath after the deep inhalation. As a matter of fact, no one there had ever seen the dragon breathe before, since no one had managed to survive to tell the tale. Even a group of elite mags would be wiped out by a single breath. From inhaling to exhaling, the black dragon emperor was like a black sun. It was approaching the land to vent its flames of annihilation. It's the dragon flame. A dragon had control over different magic, especially a black dragon. There were different kinds of dragon breaths, each bringing a different form of destruction. Among them, dragon flame was like a falling sun. It would turn the surface into pits of flames and lava that would take centuries to recover. Sulu pointed at the black dragon emperor and grunted, "From today forward, I shall take away the dragon breath that symbolizes the dignity of a dragon." As the dragon was exhaling, the dark green gas in its chest liquefied and condensed, like countless tiny eggs of flies. The dragon breath surged from its insides. Its energy was accumulating in the cavity, but was the perfect nutrient for the eggs. They trembled in excitement along the walls of its lungs. One and another insect after another broke out of the eggs and attached themselves to the dragon's throat. Hordes of demon flies hatched from the eggs, growing as the dragon accumulated its energy. The demon flies were filling up the dragon's throat while taking in its energy. Flames sprouted out from the gaps between the black dragon emperor's fangs, but it had failed to let out its breath as intended. The destructive flames were somehow stuck in its throat. It let out a painful cry. "Hava hava!" Without the dragon breath, you only have thicker scales than a ruler-level creature, and I have plenty of time to peel off your scales one by one. Sulu burst out laughing. It was important to inflict serious damage on a true dragon to subdue it. Sulu did not come to slay the dragon, he was planning to enslave it. One of his contracts had been available for a long time. He was reserving it for the Black Dragon Emperor. Even though the Black Dragon Emperor would not be able to use its dragon breath again, it was still a supreme beast. It was strong enough to help him conquer the world, even without its dragon breath. The pain is going to last for a while. Ready the forbidden ritual. Sulu told Ferren. Got it. Ferren had an excited face. Everything was going according to plan. They had restrained the dragon's breath, greatly lowering the threat that the Black Dragon Emperor posed. They just needed enough time to complete the forbidden spell. It should be enough to defeat the matchless beast. A man in a dark coat stood on another peak on Mount Tyrant. He was staring at the flickers in the night sky with a determined face. Now is not the time, he mumbled to himself. He could only strike at the right time. There were too many experts of the magic associations on the mountain, and he was all by himself. If he did not strike at the right time, he was basically hitting a stone with an egg, not to mention that Asia Continental Senator Sulu's formidable strength, he was able to cast a forbidden spell. Norman clenched his fists after hearing the dragon's painful cry. Father, everyone has forgotten you and snorted disdainfully at your beliefs. They think they are better off chasing the demons, but they have already lost themselves. I shall remember and protect your beliefs. I will not let them get their way. Austin, I will keep fighting just like you. Chapter 1656. There's Someone in the Sky. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Life on the peninsula was relaxing and simple, the biggest reason it attracted many tourists. The Mediterranean Sea was currently the safest sea, and the best option for people that wanted to enjoy their vacation by the seashore. There's a place called the Blue Woods around here. Is anyone interested? Chris asked. Blue trees? Are they worth taking a look at? Zhao Manyang replied absently. His thoughts were filled with the slender waists of the women along the beach. He was not interested in trees at all. Is there anything special about them? Mo Fan asked. You'll know when we get there. Chris led the way. They went past some crowded areas before approaching a primitive forest that covered half the peninsula. There seemed to be some demon plants inside the forest, as the people of the village had forbidden the villagers and tourists from going inside. Chris and the others were mags, so they were not too worried about their safety. They went straight through the forest. Chris, you seem quite familiar with this place. Heidi asked him. Of course, I grew up here, Chris smiled. He seemed a little shy. I see, so the blue trees you mentioned, wow, those trees, how are they growing on the sea? Mo Fan brushed away the shrubs blocking his path and saw a bunch of blue plants along the coast. The blue plants were not growing on some sand or soil. They were growing out of the sea. The water near the peninsula was calm. The bright moon really set off the elegant view of the coast at night. The trees growing on the surface of the sea were reflecting a mystical light under the dim dances of the fireflies. Most importantly, they could see the water flowing through the trunks and the branches. It's so pretty! Heidi was dazzled by the spectacular view. She did not expect to find such a unique plant on the peninsula. In the past, no one dared to come here. They kept saying the demon trees would drag us away and eat us, but I always came here alone secretly. For some reason, it's easier for me to calm my thoughts when I cultivate here. I feel calm and peaceful. I bet everyone is in a bad mood after what happened today, so I decided to bring you all here to help forget the unpleasant experience, Chris told them. The place was like his secret little garden. The people on the peninsula never came here. The blue trees growing on the sea were as mystical as usual. He was filled with hope whenever he looked at them. Chris, what kind of trees are they? Is it only possible to grow them here? Mu Ningxue asked. Oh, I call them the blue ocean trees. I don't really know how they're growing on the water. I found some fruits when I was just a kid. I threw the seeds into the sea after eating them. To my surprise, the seeds sprouted as soon as they touched the water, and they grew into these trees in just a few years. I was amazed by how good they looked, so I collected more seeds and threw them into the sea, Chris said. Are there a lot of the fruits you mentioned? Moon-Devouring asked. Quite a lot of them. They normally grow on land, but no one bothers eating their fruit since they aren't very tasty. I think no one knows their seeds will grow into trees on the sea. Do you like them? I can help you collect them if you want. If you have a private beach, you can make it prettier by planting these trees. Chris said. I'm not just treating them as decoration. Our Fanxue mountain is facing the sea and close to a maritime battlefield. If these blue ocean trees can grow on the water, it means we can make the battlefield into more favorable terrain. It will help a lot when we fend off the sea monsters. It might lower the casualties, Moon-Devouring said. That's right, these blue ocean trees could be planted at the maritime battlefields. Why didn't I think about that before? Chris smacked himself on the head. He had only noticed how beautiful they were, yet Moon-Devouring immediately thought about how she could plant them along the Fanxue Mountains coast to give humans an advantage when fighting on the sea. If it did not take much effort to plant these trees, they could plant a whole bunch of them to form a natural barrier along the coast at Donghai. It would protect the coast from huge tides and slow down the invasion of sea monsters. Let me handle it, these trees are very interesting indeed. If we can plant them at a large scale, Mu-Bai said. Chris was glad to be of any help. He led Mu-Bai deeper into the forest to show him the fruits. Shue, you are starting to look like a mayor, Mo-Fan complimented. I need you to stay at Fanxue Mountain for some time when we go back. There are a lot of things we need to do, Moon-Devouring said. Sure, I promise to stay by your side at Fanxue Mountain. I'll do everything you say. Mo-Fan agreed promptly. Jiao Manyang immediately rolled his eyes. He should not have come in the first place. His eyes were hurting from the public display of affection between the two. It was just some trees floating on the water. How was it even impressive? He preferred to lie on the tender bellies of the ladies. The stars here are pretty too. Hey, is that a meteor? Heidi was lying on the beach. She suddenly pointed at the sky. Heidi, why are you acting like a little girl? Why don't you make a wish? It's a meteor after all. Holy crap, why is the meteor so huge? Jiao Manyang lifted his gaze and was shocked to see a meteorite sweeping across the sky. It seemed to be heading toward them. That thing is flying so fast, it's setting the sky on fire. The object falling from the sky left a burning trail behind. The thing was engulfed in flames too. It did not take long for it to fall from the sky. It did resemble a meteorite that had fallen into Earth from space. It looks like a person, Mo-Fan said with a frown when he saw the thing approaching. Wouldn't a human burn to death traveling at such a crazy speed? Is his flesh indestructible or what? I think I've seen it before. Chris' voice came from the woods behind. Chapter 1657. Exploding at the slightest touch. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The meteorite slammed into the seawater around 2 kilometers away from the peninsula. The wave it stirred up soon arrived with a strong heat surge. The strong wave was high enough to roll over the trees on the surface of the sea, but to Moon-Devouring's surprise, the beautiful trees were surprisingly firm. They did not bend after being struck by the strong wave. That thing looks like our Golden Sun combat officer, Norman's skill. I saw him using it when I was young. I have admired Combat Officer Norman since then, Chris exclaimed. Norman, why is he here? Is he pulling off a stunt? What is he doing, diving into the ocean like that? Is he going to soar into the sky next? That's pretty cool. Mo-Fan said. I don't know, Chris admitted. Mo-Fan's words convinced the rest of the group that Norman might be practicing some extreme ability. Not many people had the ability to sweep across the sky like a meteorite. His speed was just too crazy. It easily outmatched the distance covered by a blink spell. After all, blink needed a certain time to channel. By the way, why hasn't he come out of the water yet? It's been quite a while, Mo-Fan noted. Did something go wrong? Heidi wondered. I knew something did not seem right. Let's go check him out. They went further out to sea and discovered the place where the meteorite had landed. There were some reefs nearby broken into pieces, indicating that the man had dove deeper into the sea. Old Zhao, go take a look, Mo-Fan prodded his friend. Zhao Manyang was not too willing, but he had no choice but to dive into the water. The others waited for him on the boat. A while later, Zhao Manyang's head poked out from the surface of the sea. He said indifferently, I see nothing. He might have left. Why are we wasting our time here? Search carefully, in case something bad happened, Mo-Fan said. Why don't you do it? Zhao Manyang snapped. I'm not a good swimmer, Mo-Fan answered serenely. Zhao Manyang rolled his eyes and dove into the water again. Strange, why do I feel like I had the same conversation before? I'm not a good swimmer, Mo-Fan mumbled to himself. Zhao Manyang was gone for a longer time. They finally noticed some movements under the water 10 minutes later. A head with disheveled hair soon poked out from the water. Mo-Fan thought it was Zhao Manyang and leaned forward to ask if he had found anything, but was greeted by a strange pale face with cracks on it. He almost threw a fiery fist at it on impulse. It's so tiring. Zhao Manyang dragged the man onto the boat and panted heavily to take in the fresh air. Old Zhao, why did you bring a water ghost back? Are you having another new fetish? Mo-Fan inquired blankly. Water ghost my ass, this a human. A strange fish with jagged teeth was eating him when I was down there. If I hadn't saved him, he was most likely going to end up as the creature's supper. I'm seriously speechless, it's my first time seeing someone almost killing themselves after pulling an acrobatic stunt in the sky, Zhao Manyang said. Chris went closer and moved the person's hair aside. He took a closer look at the man's face and blurted out, it's Master Norman. Goodness gracious me, it really is Master Norman. How did you even recognize him? Mo-Fan looked at the face that was damaged beyond recognition. He was actually impressed by Chris' ability to recognize the guy. He's suffering from serious injuries. Most of them are inflicted by elemental spells. He must have fought an intense battle. Moon-Devouring said. An intense fight? This guy killed a Silver Moon Tyrant Titan in an instant. How many people in the world can even defeat him, let alone hurt him like this? Mo-Fan exclaimed. Mo-Fan had witnessed Norman's strength in person. This man could take him on even if he was using the demon element. He was easily one of the strongest super mags, with the ability to roam across demon hordes freely, so how did someone like him end up in such a state? Did the guy enjoy courting death, just like him? He's still breathing, Heidi said. How did this happen? Master Norman is easily ranked in the top 5 in the Parthenon Temple. This isn't possible, it's unbelievable. Chris was lost in his thoughts. He acted like he had suffered a humiliating defeat himself. Speaking of which, didn't he come from the direction of Mount Tyrant? Was he fighting the Black Dragon? Zhao Manyang said. Most of his injuries are from elemental spells. If he escaped from the mountain, he was most likely fighting the people there instead of the Black Dragon. Could it be Moon-Devouring's eyes glittered? Does that mean he really injured himself when he was pulling off a stunt? Chris was still considering Mo-Fan's speculation. Mo-Fan, Zhao Manyang, Heidi, and Moon-Devouring fixed their eyes on Chris. Chris immediately realized how stupid he sounded, and quickly shut his mouth. I bet Sulu and his men did this. Now that I think of it, they are the only ones that could injure him so badly. Mo-Fan had a stern face. He did not expect Norman to be related to the Black Dragon. However, he was struggling to understand why Norman was trying to stop Sulu and his men. Sulu's plan to capture the Black Dragon should be none of the Parthenon Temple's concern. Either way, let's bring him back to the Parthenon Temple to treat his wounds. His injuries are too serious, he might not live until morning if he doesn't get treated soon, Moon-Devouring said. The creature tore off quite a lot of his flesh. If Mo Fan hadn't convinced us that he was pulling off a stunt, he would be a lot better than he is now if we had found him earlier, Zhao Manyang muttered, but nobody paid attention to him. They rowed the boat back to the beach. Mu Bai happened to be walking out of the woods. He promptly teased Zhao Manyang when he saw him carrying a body with cracks and covered in seaweed. "Old Zhao, why did you catch a sea ghost? Is it male or female? Sea ghost my ass, hurry up and treat his wounds. This guy is a super mage. His life is precious." Zhao Manyang grunted in dissatisfaction. Mu Bai was just about to discuss the fruits with Moon-Devouring, but he quickly took out some medicine he had brought along for emergency purposes after seeing how badly injured the man was. His injuries are all from super spells, Mu Bai deduced with a frown. There were 2 burn marks on Norman's back that were obviously inflicted by the light spell Holy Extermination. The Holy Extermination was the deadliest single-target spell at the super level. Mu Bai could not imagine anyone was still alive after being hit by the Holy Extermination twice. Most importantly, apart from the wounds on the back, there were wounds inflicted by super spells all over his body. Mu Bai roughly estimated the person had been hit by more than 20 super spells, judging from his wounds. 20 super spells were enough to raise an average city to the ground. This person was most likely the Diamond Sacred Warrior of the Parthenon Temple if he was still alive now. I can only stop his wounds from worsening. He needs to go to the Parthenon Temple if he wants to live, and you'll need at least a muse to heal him, Mu Bai said. Leave it to me, I've always admired Master Norman. I'll bring him to the Parthenon Temple as soon as possible. Chris swore. While he was talking, a strong gust of wind swept across the night sky. The blue ocean tree swayed widely while huge waves rolled across the sea. A bird with blue scales was beating its wings and hovering under the clouds in the night sky. Its sharp eyes were scanning the pitch-black sea below as if searching for something. He should be around here. How fast was he? He might have escaped if we hadn't happened to be on standby nearby and saw the trail he left behind, Zhu Guangli said. By the way, are we even strong enough to handle that guy? He seems pretty strong, Zhao Liwan said worriedly. What are you being afraid of? He's seriously injured. He might be weaker than an advanced mage now. Damn it, there's nothing but sea here. There's no point of reference either. We have no clue where he is, Zhu Guangli said. Zhu Guangli glanced below him. He could see nothing but water. Even if he knew the target was in this area, it was still difficult to search the sea. Look, it looks like a peninsula over there. Let's take a look, Zhao Liwan said. The group of 3 rowed the blue-scaled hawk over to the peninsula. They went past the blue ocean trees and noticed several figures on the beach. Zhu Guangli glanced down at the people aloofly and called out, "Hey, you guys, did any of you see a man engulfed in flames around here?" Zhu Guangli was an expert, and did not treat the villagers and tourists of a remote place like this seriously. Strange, why did that jiggler-like voice sound so familiar? Someone spoke up. Are you asking for your death? Zhu Guangli was enraged. He ordered the blue-scaled hawk to dive at the beach. The strong wind stirred up the sand as the creature landed, broadcasting an overwhelming presence. I'm currently in a bad mood. Bring it on if you're looking for a fight. I've come here to enjoy a peaceful evening with my wife, so why did I have to stumble into an eyesore like you? The person on the beach was hot-tempered, looking ready to fight Zhu Guangli right away. Zhu Guangli was startled too. Where did such a hot-tempered guy come from? He was both surprised and disgusted when he took a closer look at the man. It's you. Zhu Guangli finally recognized Mo Fan and found himself brimming with anger. Chapter 1658. Don't just argue if using violence is an option. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The 4th-tier Silent Deadly Bolt possessed remarkable strength on its own, not to mention Mo Fan's lightning magic was further enhanced by the Lightning Tyrant and the blessing of the God Seal. Its damage was not much weaker than a super spell. Zhao Liwan was still smirking when the wild lightning broke through his defense with surprising ease. Zhao Liwan immediately summoned his magic armor in a panic. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the lightning magic could penetrate magic armor quite easily. His armor was of superb quality, yet it still broke into pieces when the electro cannon hit him. The lightning landed right on his flesh. It did not feel good at all. Zhao Liwan cried out in pain as he was sent flying, surrounded by arcs of lightning, and fell into the sea. Zhu Guangli was stunned. Zhao Liwan was supposed to be a super mage. How could he fail to withstand even a single blow from Mo Fan? Zhu Guangli was channeling a light spell, a majestic star palace consisting of star constellations. Demon Judgment Sword, Holy Extermination. To Mo Fan's surprise, Zhu Guangli was also a light super mage, but it was obvious that he had only achieved the super level quite recently. It took him a long time just to channel the super spell. On top of that, the Demon Judgment Sword's presence was significantly weaker than the one Bartholomew had cast. Skyfrost. Moon-Devouring unleashed her aura, establishing her ice domain across the sky. Frost began to form in the air like clouds of ice. The Demon Judgment Sword fell from the sky, but the icy clouds were impeding it. Its speed and damage dropped dramatically. By the time the Demon Judgment Sword reached Mo Fan, it was already a tiny lightsaber. Even though Mo Fan could not dodge it, the light spell was nowhere enough to hurt him. Demon Judgment Sword. Humph, it's the spell I hate the most. Mo Fan looked up and stared at Zhu Guangli. Zhu Guangli was stunned. Not only was Mo Fan's lightning magic as strong as a super mage's, how did Mu Ningxue's ice magic weaken his spell to such a great extent? These two were just advanced mags, so why was a super mage like him feeling uneasy after witnessing their strength? Ice painting. Mu Ningxue's ice domain formed a little slower, but once the frost was scattered across the area, it was definitely scarier than Mo Fan's spells. Her frost had the power to put everything, including time, into stasis. It did not just freeze the sky. The sand was freezing rapidly, the sea had come to a still. The blue ocean tree swaying on the sea had turned into a white painting. Zhao Liwan was about to make a comeback by rising from the water, yet was greeted by the deadly cold. The bone-chilling frost penetrated his soul before he had recovered from the shocks from the lightning. It was like nothing he had felt before. You still dare to show yourself still? Tyrant call. Mo Fan saw Zhao Liwan poking his head out of the frozen sea, trying to break free from the frost. He activated the Lightning Tyrant scars right away. The electro cannon had left many Lightning Tyrant scars on Zhao Liwan. Mo Fan decided to give Zhao Liwan another huge blow before the scars disappeared. The attack was not too overbearing. After all, Mo Fan's target was a newly leveled up super mage. The lightning strikes only left him in great pain, but Mo Fan could not have cared less whether the lightning was going to injure him badly. Zhao Liwan was indeed suffering great pain from the lightning and the frost. He was being too careless. He thought he could easily crush an advanced mage by abusing his cultivation, without needing to waste too much of his energy. To his surprise, these two advanced mags were monstrously strong. He could not afford to underestimate anyone that stood out during the World College tournament, but he had forgotten that. You two imbeciles, no one can protect you if you dare mess up our plan. Zhao Liwan finally broke free from the lightning and the cold. His face was twitching madly. Mo Fan looked at Zhao Liwan with wide eyes. He was surprised that the guy still dared to say something so arrogant after the lightning left him in such a miserable state. Since Mo Fan was daring enough to stir up troubles in foreign countries, he had nothing to be afraid of when he was fighting people from his homeland. Zhao Liwan was obviously going to cast a super spell. He had finally learned his lesson. He hid between the frozen blue ocean trees and asked his other ally on the blue-scaled hawk to cast a defensive spell on him, starting to construct the Star Palace after his safety was guaranteed. Mo-Fan glanced at the third person hiding on the blue-scaled hawk. He realized that the person was a defensive mage. No wonder he was staying a certain distance away, just like Zhao Manyang. Apers, take him out, Mo-Fan said to Apers, who had been watching the fight for some time. Apers was extremely unwilling. She would barely agree if she was asked to deal with some strong super mags. Why did she have to deal with a bunch of scrubs, too? She was also feeling a little sleepy. They had gone through quite a lot today. She yawned and walked toward the man who was maintaining his distance from the shore. She seemed to be taking a stroll. Her steps were smaller than a normal teenage girl's stride, but her tiny steps were actually covering a great distance. She quickly arrived close to the blue-scaled hawk. The blue-scaled hawk began to panic when it saw Apers approaching. It beat its wings wildly, trying to escape into the sky. "What are you doing?" Li Jingyu snapped when he saw his summoned beast misbehaving. The blue-scaled hawk just panicked even more. It almost shook Li Jingyu off its back. Li Jingyu had no choice but to jump down from the blue-scaled hawk's back. He was confused and angry when he saw the creature soaring into the sky, fleeing for its life. In a normal food chain, hawks and eagles were usually the predators of snakes. However, Apers was no ordinary snake. She was the noble descendant of Queen Medusa. Even the golden-feathered eagle emperor in the pyramid was afraid of her. The blue-scaled hawk had a keen sense for danger. It was utterly terrified when it saw Apers approaching. However, humans lacked the ability to sense danger like that. They could not detect the presence of death as it approached. On many occasions, humans were still too arrogant to back away, even when they sensed the extraordinary presence of their enemy. Li Jingyu was totally unaware of Apers' overwhelming presence, and was utterly confused when he saw Apers strolling toward him. What did this young girl with the face of an angel and the body of a temptress want? What should he do with the little girl? Would it be illegal to use magic on an underage girl? Li Jingyu, what are you doing? Zhao Liwan suddenly yelled. Li Jingyu immediately came to his senses. He looked at Zhao Liwan and saw him being blasted constantly by a man engulfed in flames. Zhao Liwan had been forced to use his defensive spells. He had even summoned most of his defensive equipment, yet he was still at a disadvantage. Li Jingyu knew Zhao Liwan was only average when it came to defense. His destructive spells were very impressive, but his opponent had attacked preemptively to secure the upper hand. I can't use violence on a little girl. Li Jingyu was hesitant. Are you out of your mind? Who asked you to waste your time on that little b****ch? Use your defensive spells on me, you idiot. Zhao Liwan yelled. Li Jingyu was startled. Yeah, why did he even care about the little girl? He was a defensive mage. He should focus on protecting his teammates. What was wrong with him today? He was clearly not himself. Perhaps his mind was a little foggy after being ordered around by Zhao Liwan and Zhu Guangli like a dog for the past few days. Yeah, that must be the reason. I'm too tired. Strange, shouldn't I be casting defensive spells on Zhao Liwan to protect him? Why are my thoughts drifting away again? Li Jingyu was shocked by his wandering thoughts. Li Jingyu shook his head to clear his mind. He quickly cast a water curtain between Mo-Fan and Zhao Liwan. The water curtain had 2 layers, the effect of Li Jingyu's innate talent. Every water spell he cast had 2 layers, making him stand out among water mags. Li Jingyu, are you insane? Zhao Liwan suddenly yelled angrily. Li Jingyu's head was buzzing. He was puzzled. Didn't he already cast a defensive spell? Why was Zhao Liwan still scolding him? Did he get into the habit of scolding him? Zhao Liwan was about to lose his mind. Not only did that idiot Li Jingyu fail to protect him, the guy even set up a water curtain between him and Mo-Fan to block his flames when he finally had a chance to counterattack Mo-Fan with a super fire spell. His teammate had perfectly ruined his only chance to turn the tables. Mo-Fan was unharmed under the protection of the water curtain. He glanced at Apers and saw she had an extremely bored look in her eyes. It felt like she could not wait to get herself a nice nap. Li Jinyu had only behaved so weirdly under Ape's influence. His mental strength was just average. Zhao Liwan had lost his only chance to counterattack. Mo Fan would not give him another chance to use his super spell. On the other side, Zhu Guangli's super light spell did not have any advantages over Mu Ningxue's ice domain. Zhu Guangli even noticed his body was going numb after a few rounds. Chapter 1659. Are you out of your mind? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Who is he? Zhao Liwan asked, confused. He's Mo Fan, the jerk with ill luck. Zhu Guangli snapped. He's Mo Fan. Zhao Liwan was surprised too. The three of them had not gone to the peak of Mount Tyrant, they were stationed further away to stand guard. After all, only the people of the magic associations with a certain status were allowed on the peak. They were not worthy enough to show their faces in front of Su Lu. I wanted to teach him a lesson last time, but I never had the chance. Zhu Guangli rubbed his hands in expectation. Not now, we have something important to do first, Zhao Liwan advised against it. I have only seen your ugly faces around here. Piss off if you don't want to fight, so you don't corrupt the scenery and the fresh air here, Mo Fan retorted promptly. Who are you asking to piss off? Who do you think you are? How dare a little imp like you yell at us? Mo Fan's arrogant behavior was driving Zhu Guangli mad. Not now, Zhu Guangli. We can't afford to waste our time arguing with him, Zhao Liwan blurted out. The man that had escaped was very important to Su Lu. They could hear Su Lu's furious roar from the peak even when they were so far away from the mountain. The man must have taken something important from Su Lu. Apart from Su Lu, the rest of the elders were frustrated, too. They had no idea what exactly had happened, but if they could bring the heavily injured man back to Su Lu, they might be rewarded handsomely for it. It was a rare opportunity for them to earn Su Lu's favor, thus their priority was to find the man who had provoked their superiors. As for this idiot named Mo Fan, they had plenty of time to deal with him later. After all, they were all from the same country, weren't they? Zhu Guangli kept taking deep breaths. He was aware of how important the task at hand was. Normally, he would simply charge forward and trample on the prick's face. Not many people dared to talk to him like that in his homeland. Did you really not see anything? It looked like a ball of flames. Oh, it was similar to a meteorite. It landed not far from here. If you were here just now, you must have seen where it landed. Brother Mo Fan, if there was some misunderstanding between you and Zhu Guangli, I apologize to you on his behalf. I shall treat you to a feast at my place some other day. Feel free to let me know if you need any help, but please do me a favor today. We are friends anyway. Zhao Liwan delivered a marvelous speech. Who's your friend here? Do you think you're worthy to be my friend? Don't make me repeat myself for the third time. Piss off, stop disturbing me from flirting with my wife. Mo Fan did not show them any respect. Zhao Liwan's smiling face darkened immediately. There was a saying, an angry fist does not hit a smiling face. Zhao Liwan was no ordinary person in his homeland. Apart from the elders of international organizations, most of the so-called geniuses, talented students of institutes, and talented disciples of renowned clans fawned on him. He was humbling himself to talk to Mo Fan in a friendly manner, yet it was like the person was feeding him poop in response. Do you think you were worthy to be my friend? He had never seen anyone more arrogant. He could not stand it any longer. Zhu Guangli, you really shouldn't waste your time with an idiot like him. If you don't teach him a lesson, he's going to think he's the heavenly sovereign. He seriously thinks no one in China can touch him. Zhu Guangli was on the verge of exploding. Calm down, we are currently working for Su Lu. We must remain calm. They must have seen something, we have to stay calm. Zhao Liwan was better than Zhu Guangli at controlling his anger. Zhao Liwan retained his friendly smile after convincing Zhu Guangli. Unfortunately, Mo Fan struck again with his scornful words before Zhao Liwan could speak. Are you a dog? Why are you licking the face of the person that is scolding you? Can't you hear me? I won't just say it with my mouth if I have to repeat it for the third time. Mo Fan pointed at Zhao Liwan and grunted. Zhao Liwan was about to lose his temper. He finally understood why Zhu Guangli was enraged as soon as he recognized Mo Fan. It was impossible to talk with him properly. He could not stand it any longer. If he continued to withhold his anger, he was going to vomit blood. You asked for it. It looks like I'll have to teach you some manners. Zhao Liwan's eyes flickered viciously as his face darkened. However, he saw Mo Fan's right hand unleashing wild lightning before he could finish his sentence. Screw you, my fist has been tolerating you for too long. Mo Fan took the initiative to strike first. Zhao Liwan was about to go mad. Did he just say he had been tolerating me for too long? I was the one that felt like exploding for tolerating you, yet you dared to attack first. Mo Fan tossed the lightning out. The lightning sphere exploded close to the blue-scaled hawk. More lightning arcs lashed out fiercely, resulting in a series of sparkles. Zhu Guangli jumped down from the blue-scaled hawk. He was an earth mage, and controlled the sand to wrap around himself swiftly. The wild lightning soon dissipated after hitting the sturdy sand wall. Zhu Guangli withdrew the sand and said arrogantly, "Strongest of the World College Tournament, my ass. Is that all you have? Who are you trying to hurt with your stupid lightning? Electro cannon." Mo Fan was too lazy to talk with the guy. He immediately used his strongest lightning spell once he gathered enough lightning magic to his surroundings. The electro cannon was the upgraded version of the silent deadly bolt. It began to accumulate several layers of lightning magic as Mo Fan drew the lightning star constellation with the lightning tyrant domain. You shouldn't embarrass yourself with just an advanced spell. Zhao Liwan was angry too. He realized how stupid he was trying to convince Mo Fan after realizing that he was only an advanced mage. It would not take them too long to get rid of the idiot first. If he was to endure the grudge, he might feel uncomfortable for several years. Chapter 1660. Not a Worthy Opponent. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn it, Zhu Guangli, let's go. There's no point wasting our time on these lunatics. The number of burns on Zhao Liwan was increasing. They were both fire mags, yet Zhao Liwan was having difficulty facing off against Mo Fan, even though Mo Fan was not a super fire mage. Zhao Liwan had never felt so humiliated. To make things worse, he had a useless teammate. I agree, we have better things to do. Zhu Guangli agreed quickly. Zhu Guangli had already realized that if the battle continued on, Moon-Devouring's Nirvana Ice Domain was going to double in strength. When that happened, she could easily cover him in thick frost by just pointing her finger at him. The spreading frost was growing too quickly for him, even if he tried to get rid of the frost with his magic. Zhu Guangli did not dare stay any longer, nor was he willing to admit he was being beaten by an advanced ice mage. Therefore, running away was clearly the best option. Zhao Liwan and Zhu Guangli were shameless, and decisively fled for their lives when they realized they had no chance of winning the fight. This time, Li Jingyu was not absent-minded. The blue-scaled hawk finally came down from above and picked them up. The blue-scaled hawk quickly retreated into the sky. Zhu Guangli and Zhao Liwan purposely turned around to look at Mo Fan and Moon-Devouring. They were relieved when they did not see the two chasing after them. They were extremely shocked even now. Those two were absolute monsters. The trio quickly left the peninsula. Zhao Liwan clenched his teeth, feeling a strong grievance. He snapped suddenly, "What was wrong with you?" I don't know. Li Jingyu began to panic too. He did not understand why he was behaving so strangely today. Zhao Liwan thought of something when he saw Li Jingyu's weird reaction. He harumphed coldly and said, "Li Jingyu, I'm telling you, enough with your petty little tricks. I admit that I slept with your woman last month, but she flirted with me first. Just spill it if you're not pleased with me. I won't stop you from leaving, but you should know that we are currently working for Su Lu. You can have any kind of woman you want. Why would you bother falling out with me over a withered willow?" Li Jingyu was reflecting on his behavior and was prepared to be scolded by Zhao Liwan. He was thunderstruck when he heard Zhao Liwan's words. Even Zhu Guangli was stunned. He finally blurted out, "Zhao Liwan, you slept with his woman." "Yes," Zhao Liwan said firmly. In Zhao Liwan's eyes, the woman was nothing but a whore. There was nothing special about her, apart from her looks. Only someone like Li Jingyu would fall for her. Li Jingyu stared at Zhao Liwan. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. "I'm going to kill you." Li Jingyu suddenly lunged at Zhao Liwan like a beast. "Are you king out of your mind?" Zhao Liwan yelled angrily. He was already injured. His wounds were still bleeding when Li Jingyu attacked him so recklessly. The two began tearing at one another in the sky. Li Jingyu, who had been gifted a green hat, could not have cared less. Zhao Liwan was constantly picking on him. Despite calling him a brother on the surface, Zhao Liwan had always treated him like his pet dog. Li Jingyu had no choice but to withhold his grudges every time he was bullied. After all, Li Jingyu was not hopeless. He still had a beautiful wife waiting for him back at home. Little did he know, Zhao Liwan had taken his woman, too. That had basically crushed Li Jingyu's remaining dignity as a man. How could Li Jingyu not fight Zhao Liwan with his life? Zhu Guangli did not dare to intervene after seeing the two trying to brawl one another to death. Zhao Liwan had clearly crossed the line. Zhu Guangli admitted he was a pervert, but he had to understand that it was unacceptable to be hooking up with a friend's wife. To his surprise, Zhao Liwan, who had always taught him to behave himself, had done something so absurd instead. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" A man with winged wings suddenly descended from the black clouds. His imperious voice froze Zhao Liwan and Li Jingyu in place. Zhu Xiangtian looked up and saw his brother, Zhu Xiangtian. As expected of their leader, they did not dare to misbehave in front of him, knowing his arrogance and outstanding strength. "Xiangtian, you came just in time. This Li Jingyu has done something unforgivable." Zhao Liwan pointed at Li Jingyu and grunted. You dare say that?" Li Jingyu was enraged. He had the urge to fight Zhao Liwan again right in front of Zhu Xiangtian. "Shut up, both of you. Zhu Guangli, what's going on here? Weren't you looking for Norman?" Zhu Xiangtian demanded. "Brother, this is what happened." Zhu Guangli immediately reported the series of incidents that had befallen them. Zhu Xiangtian frowned after hearing their explanation. "You idiots, you're tearing at one another like wild dogs over a woman, yet you dare say you want to serve Sulu. Even the reckless Bartholomew was a lot more useful than you two." Zhu Xiangtian scolded them. "Brother, something felt strange to me," Zhu Guangli admitted after calming down. "Why were Mo Fan and Moon-Devouring there?" Zhu Xiangtian asked. "It must be a coincidence, but I think they must have seen Norman escape. They intentionally argued with us to cover his escape, in order to delay our search." Zhu Guangli guessed. "Is that so? Are you saying that they know where Norman went?" Zhu Xiangtian said. We've been following his trail. Norman should have landed close to the peninsula," Zhu Guangli said. "How dare they oppose us? I would like to see how long these clowns can amuse us for." Zhu Xiangtian's eyes flickered with disdain. "Should we tell Master Ferren?" Zhu Guangli asked. "That won't be necessary. It's harder to control the Black Dragon after Norman's intervention. They need a certain number of people to keep an eye on it. If we can't deal with a trivial matter like this ourselves, how would Mr. Sulu see us?" Mr. Sulu only acknowledges people reporting back to him after completing their jobs, instead of idiots that beg for his forgiveness after failing their tasks, Zhu Xiangtian stated. "Mo Fan and Moon-Devouring are a lot stronger than we imagined," Zhu Guangli said worriedly. "They were the best duo of the World College Tournament for a reason. Their innate talent, soul-grade seeds, control, and strength clearly exceed ordinary mags. How could you two that achieved the super level because of resources provided by the clans possibly stand a chance against them?" Zhu Xiangtian scoffed. "Brother, we have been working hard too. It's just that we don't have an insane innate talent like you. However, those two are no longer a problem now that you are here. Zhu Guangli said respectfully. Zhu Xiangtian grinned. He never thought of treating them as his worthy opponents. Chapter 1661. You are no match for him. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhu Xiangtian headed to the village alone. His wind wings only had 2 wings, but they were spinning rapidly, like the propellers of a helicopter. They produced strong winds as he swept towards the village. The village mostly consisted of wooden huts with straw roofs. Even the stalls with delicate gifts in the middle of the village were buffeted by the strong winds. Damn it, why is there a typhoon in this season? A vendor selling sandals cursed. That's no typhoon. Didn't you see a mage flying in the sky? Stop putting up a show. We are doing business here. Go away, a tanned woman selling beach dresses pointed at Zhu Xiangtian and scolded him. The tourists cursed out after they realized a mage was responsible for the strong gusts. Many of them were throwing stuff into the air. Imbeciles, Zhu Xiangtian harumphed coldly. He simply ignored the crowd. He looked around, searching for Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were not hiding. They were at the beach in front of the resort. The strong winds completely ruined the atmosphere, stirring up the sand into the air. Mu Bai was treating Norman's wounds in their room. He initially planned to bring Norman to the Parthenon temple overnight, but he was afraid that the man might die from the slightest bump along the journey. Chris had already notified the Parthenon temple. A muse would be here before daylight to treat his injuries. Mo Fan and the others had no choice but to look after him for the time being. They were now convinced that Norman must have caused Sulu some trouble and ruined his plan to capture the dragon. It was definitely good news for Mo Fan and the others. The heavens would eventually serve justice upon those contemptible people. Norman did what Mo Fan had wanted to do. Unfortunately, they would not stand a chance against Sulu and the powerful Mags on the mountain. However, they would not have any trouble preventing Norman from falling into the hands of Sulu's men. Humph, you're too naive if you think I don't know what you're up to. Where are you hiding, Norman? You won't know how you died in the end if you dare oppose us. Zhu Xiangtian had found Mo Fan at the beach and looked down at him arrogantly. I've just beaten a bunch of lackeys. Did their master finally show up? Mo Fan faced Zhu Xiangtian fearlessly. Mo Fan would let Chairman Xiaozheng deal with someone like Sulu. He might not be bold enough to provoke Sulu, knowing he was simply asking for death, but who did this Zhu Xiangtian think he was? Besides, the Zhu clan was in charge of the Luba clan. Mo Fan did not believe the Zhu clan had nothing to do with the kidnapping of the children. Jiang Yu had run into some trouble tracking down the culprit while he was investigating the incident in their country. He believed the Zhu clan must have been making the arrangements for the Guild of the Wicked, and was why the officials in Faniao City had never revealed the truth to the public. Mo Fan, do you know what the renowned clan see you as? You are like a wild dog with rabies, biting every person you stumble into. You are unruly, but we tolerated you many times. After all, you have made quite a name for yourself, but it doesn't mean we can't get rid of you. You have offended many renowned families and clans in our country, and even the Mu clan sees you as a thorn in their side. The Lu clan is going to make you pay for the 2 lives they lost. Do you really think the Lu clan doesn't dare to fight back as you trample them? As for our Zhu clan, we simply treat it as if we were bitten by a wild dog. If any of us were serious about taking you out, do you think you would still be alive now? Zhu Xiangtian was quite familiar with Mo Fan's situation. I thought your speech would be special enough to send chills down my spine, but it's the same meaningless words over and over again, Mo Fan answered blandly, while digging in his ear with his little finger. He was really curious, were these disciples of renowned clans all cast from the same mold? Why did they have to act so self-righteous and despise him whenever they stumbled into him? Their speeches normally focused on the fact that he was just common-born, and how dare he oppose the nobles. Why were they not embarrassed by the fact he had beaten almost every person they had sent after him instead? If everyone in the renowned clans was the same, well, he would seriously find fighting the Black Vatican to be more interesting. The Black Vatican's beliefs still sounded a little reasonable and logical at times, but the beliefs of these renowned clans were all about lowering the average intelligence level of ordinary people. I'm just telling the truth, yet someone is still being so full of himself. I was a batch earlier than you, so I didn't really want to fight you, or people would say that I'm bullying you. But since you still don't know your place, I think it's necessary to show you what a real expert is. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to show you that your title as the strongest participant in the World College Tournament, the strongest young mage in our country, and your double innate elements are nothing but a joke to me. Zhu Xiangtian exclaimed. A person's strength would decide everything. Zhu Xiangtian knew Mo Fan was a wild dog who had no desire for power and influence. Playing up his influence at the international level to Mo Fan was like discussing magic to those imbeciles in the village, utterly pointless. Therefore, Zhu Xiangtian was planning to communicate with Mo Fan in the language he understood. Didn't Mo Fan think he was the strongest mage in the younger generations? He was only the strongest in his own environment. It was like a high schooler claiming to be the strongest because he could not find any worthy opponent in his school. However, his title as the strongest high schooler was shattered as soon as he enrolled in a higher magic institution. Zhu Xiangtian did not trouble Mo Fan in the past because he only saw Mo Fan as a student. Meanwhile, he was already on the international stage, a bigger environment. If he challenged a student, it was not worth mentioning, even if he won the duel. However, since they were on the same level now, he was no longer considered to be bullying Mo Fan. Very well, the best kind of problem is the one that can be settled with fists, Mo Fan nodded. He finally noticed Zhu Xiangtian was different from the idiots he had stumbled into before. Ask Mu Ningxue to come out, too. Aren't you both considered the strongest duo in our country? I don't think it's necessary to waste my time on two different fights. Zhu Xiangtian looked around, searching for Mu Ningxue. Many people wanted to challenge Mu Ningxue, especially after she had established Fanxue Mountain. A lot of people who struggled to find Mo Fan had decided to challenge Mu Ningxue instead. Mu Ningxue normally spent her time at Fanxue Mountain. Unlike Mo Fan, she rarely left the country, so the challenges from proud young mags easily stacked up into a pile. Mu Ningxue would accept a few challenges from the strongest people among the challengers once in a while. It was a type of training for her, too. Mu Ningxue's winning streak had lasted for close to a year. A media company had even volunteered to handle the challenges on behalf of Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan had been missing a lot over the years, allowing Mu Ningxue to secure the limelight. Every young mage in their country had heard of her. Zhu Xiangtian was aware of Mu Ningxue's achievements. Therefore, things would be a lot simpler with Mu Ningxue here. He could take on both of them alone. No one would say that he was bullying them. I can handle you myself. Mo Fan did not want Mu Ningxue to be involved. You are overestimating yourself. You are just an advanced mage now. Ask Mu Ningxue to show herself. We'll fight somewhere more spacious. It's going to be troublesome if I end up killing some of the imbeciles in the village if we fight here. Zhu Xiangtian scoffed. I told you, I can handle you by myself. Mo Fan refuted instantly. Big brother, what are you doing? Apis suddenly showed up. Mo Fan always thought Apis used her innocent face as a disguise. However, he had eventually realized that she was not pretending to be harmless on purpose. It was just how she looked naturally. What are you doing here? Mo Fan frowned. He did not understand why Apis would show up now. Zhu Xiangtian's eyes glittered, and he quickly glanced at Apis, who was wearing thin nightwear. She must have come out of the hut after hearing the noise. Her appearance strongly tempted him. His grudge against Mo Fan did not only consist of the conflict between them, but the fact that Mo Fan had a little lamb he was particularly attracted to by his side. You are no match for him, don't bother fighting him, Apis communicated with Mo Fan mentally. Are you sure? Mo Fan said. The gap between the super level and the advanced level is too huge. You won't have trouble against a ruler inferior creature or a super mage with only a single element in the super level, but this guy is stronger than Bartholomew. Even Moon-Devouring and you together won't be able to defeat him, and my mind control isn't going to be effective against him either, Apis declared confidently. Apis had a sharp sense of danger. This Zhu Xiangqian was a great threat to them. Even though Apis hated Mo Fan's guts, they were currently on the same boat. If Mo Fan capsized, it would severely damage her soul. Zhu Xiangqian might actually have a chance to turn her into his plaything then. What should we do, then? Mo Fan asked quickly. Mo Fan initially thought this Zhu Xiangqian was only slightly stronger than Zhu Guangli and Zhao Liwan. He should be able to face the man himself, yet he began to doubt it when Apis told him the man was stronger than Bartholomew. He was not dumb, nor was he naive enough to think that he could defeat every super mage. He still had the scars left by Bartholomew's demon judgment sword. Chapter 1662. Challenge to a Duel. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Big brother, stop fighting them. Didn't they want to know where the meteorite went? Can't you just tell it was on the mountain in the west? I don't want to see you injured again, Apis said, pretending to be worried about Mo Fan while communicating with him telepathically. Zhu Xiangqian was already having a reaction after seeing Apis' tear-stained face. Why? Why must such a gorgeous little girl stay with that wild dog? Apis, why did you say that? These people are the bad guys. Mo Fan answered righteously. I don't think so, he seems more like a nice guy than the others from before. He didn't attack you right away, even though he seems very strong, Apis blinked, glancing casually at Zhu Xiangqian. The gloomy look on Zhu Xiangqian's face dissipated instantly. A little beauty with good taste. Splendid, he might be able to have a lot of fun if he could get his hands on her. Perhaps she might be willing to stay with him, even. Little girl, are you sure you saw a meteorite landing on the mountain in the west? Is it that way? Zhu Xiangqian asked seriously, pointing at the mountains to the west. He did not forget the reason he was here. He had plenty of time to trample Mo Fan, but he had to track down Norman before reporting back to Su Lu. So it turned out that Mo Fan had no idea the meteorite was actually Norman. Why did he even waste his time on the idiot? We were playing on the beach when we saw a meteorite falling in that direction. There were 3 guys that came to us and asked about it too, but brother started fighting them because he was too angry, Apis nodded. The innocent look in her eyes convinced the man that she was not lying to him. Zhu Xiangqian looked at Mo Fan and harumphed coldly. It turned out that Mo Fan was just messing around with them. He almost messed up by wasting his time here. However, Zhu Xiangqian was not feeling comfortable if he did not trample Mo Fan into the sand. He bet it would not take long for him to defeat Mo Fan and Moon-Devouring. Norman was seriously injured. He would not get too far. Have you made your decision? I don't mind if you insist on fighting here, Zhu Xiangqian said. There are too many people nearby, and the place isn't spacious enough. Most importantly, there aren't any spectators. No one would know if I beat the crap out of you. How about this? We'll organize an official duel back in our country. You will represent your clan, while I represent Fanxue Mountain. I'll step on your face in front of everyone. It's better than fighting here. You would only eat some dirt at most, even if you lost, and the next day, you'd just pretend like it never happened. Mo Fan said. Zhu Xiangqian smiled. He thought Mo Fan wasn't afraid of anything, but it turned out that he was too scared to fight. However, he did find the suggestion appealing. Zhu Xiangqian was not trying to kill Mo Fan. He wanted to crush his dignity several times over and turn the little girl by his side into his plaything. He would feel better by torturing Mo Fan. Besides, the Zhu clan might get in trouble if he killed Mo Fan. Beating Mo Fan into a half-dead dog in front of the reputable mags and the authorities in his homeland, proving that the Zhu clan status was untouchable, was obviously more appealing than teaching him a lesson in this crappy place. He could crush the dreams of the imbeciles who claimed Mo Fan was the strongest young mage in their country at the same time, too. Zhu Xiangqian had long gotten past the age of defeating other talented young mags. It was meaningless to him, but it was definitely worth his time to trample Mo Fan underfoot. Mo Fan had been making quite a name for himself. It was time to put a stop to it. I don't mind if you're trying to buy yourself some time. I do like the idea. I'll give you half a year's time. Half a year from now, I, Zhu Xiangqian, will trample Fanxue Mountain under my feet. If you two fail to reach the super level by then, there's no point in facing you in the duel. You can send out your strongest representative. I will admit my defeat if I lose to any of you. Zhu Xiangqian promised. It was meaningless to only challenge Mo Fan. He was going to trample all of Fanxue Mountain. Zhu Xiangqian took a final glance at Apers. He was planning to get his hands on this little beauty soon, but it seemed like he would have to wait for some time. There was no need to rush it. He finally had a chance to work for Su Lu. It was necessary to consolidate his position. He would need around half a year for that. Everything would be his after he was done with Mo Fan. Patience was important to achieve great things. Even if he gave Mo Fan 10 years, Mo Fan would never catch up to him, let alone in half a year. Zhu Xiangqian soared into the sky. The blue-scaled hawk was roaming nearby. Zhu Guangli spoke out when he saw Zhu Xiangqian returning so quickly. As expected of brother, you've dealt with them so quickly. I haven't done anything. You idiots, couldn't you tell that Mo Fan was just messing with you? Zhu Xiangqian cursed. Zhu Guangli was startled. He recalled their encounter carefully and realized it was indeed the case. That Mo Fan suddenly started a fight out of nowhere by provoking him and Zhao Liwan. They might not necessarily have seen the meteorite from the peninsula. After all, the sky was so huge, so it was possible that clouds had blocked the flames. Mo Fan acted like he was never going to tell them what he saw, yet there was a chance that he never saw anything. He was just messing around with them. So, where did Norman go? Zhu Guangli said. Did you check the mountains to the west? You only saw the trail he left behind. Perhaps he fell into the mountains instead of the sea, Zhu Xiangqian said. At the west, we didn't check there. Damn it, that Mo Fan is seriously bad luck. We almost messed up because of him. Zhu Guangli patted himself on the head. It was possible that Norman had fallen into the mountains, judging from the angle of the trail he had left behind. You were wasting your time arguing with that idiot instead of searching the mountains. How stupid can you be? Zhu Xiangqian sneered. Yes, it's just that Mo Fan has such a foul mouth. We have to teach him a lesson. Brother, did you teach him a lesson? Zhu Guangli asked eagerly. There's no point doing so here. It wouldn't make any difference. Zhu Xiangqian told them the duel he had organized with Fanxue Mountain. Brother has all things considered. It won't just be a little brawl. The whole country will be watching the duel. Nicely done. Zhu Guangli said. How many times have I told you to use your brain more and not just act on impulse? Brother is right. I can't want to see Mo Fan doubting his life after he loses. He has no clue how strong brother is. Cough cough. Let's find Norman first. That Mo Fan is going to pay when the time comes. Chapter 1663. Your breast is growing. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Did that Zhu Xiangqian seriously leave, just like that? Mo Fan stared into the distance with a surprised look. He didn't seem that stupid to me. I can't fully control his mind, but I can guide his thoughts. Apers sniffed. Guide his thoughts? Mo Fan was confused. Apers rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. She was not in the mood to explain the complicated topic of influencing a person's thoughts and emotions. Mo Fan was not bothered. Either way, they had managed to send Zhu Xiangqian away. Norman was safe for now. Someone finally arrived to heal Norman after midnight. He woke up in the middle of the process, surprised when he saw a bunch of strangers surrounding him. Blue Star Knight Chris immediately explained the situation to Norman. Norman had been watching from the other mountain, so he had seen Mo Fan and the others show up at the peak where the people of the magic associations had gathered. However, he did not expect them to save his life after such a coincidence. Did you ruin their plan? Mo Fan was more concerned about the ritual. Su Lu? Mo Fan was disgusted by the man from the bottom of his heart. He hoped the man failed in everything he was trying to achieve. Norman shook his head. He said feebly, Su Lu is stronger than I thought. It's only a matter of time until they can control Austin. Does that mean the Black Dragon Emperor will fall into Su Lu's hands? Mo Fan asked. Su Lu was incredibly strong if he could initiate the ritual of a forbidden spell. He would then control an ancient black dragon. Wouldn't that mean he would soon conquer the world? Su Lu was obviously not a good man. Many countries were going to suffer once he was given more power than he already had. In addition, Su Lu had always treated Xiaozheng as an eyesore. He had been intervening with Xiaozheng's proposal to focus on fending off the sea monsters along the shoreline. If Su Lu had control over the Black Dragon and became the highest authority in the Asian Continental Magic Association, it might affect Xiaozheng's status. A loud roar came from the distance while they were in the middle of the discussion. The roar sounded dull at first, but when it reached their ears, the voice exploded like a thunderclap. They subconsciously shivered in fear. It was the unique roar of the Black Dragon. He's being controlled, Apers said softly. Apers could understand a demon creature's emotions from their cries. Mo Fan's heart sank when he heard her words. Su Lu's plan had still worked in the end. Why did that **** not die to a lightning strike? What were the heavens doing? The cliff at the top of Mount Tyrant. Su Lu stood on the shattered cliff. His laughter echoed in the surroundings, but his face was sinisterly dark. The black dragon beat its enormous wings and hovered above the clouds. Its fierce, bloodshot eyes were fixed on Su Lu. It slowly raised its claw. You dare touch me? Su Lu glared at the black dragon and yelled. The Black Dragon Emperor cried out in agony, as if it was suffering from some mental blow. It did not swing its claw at Su Lu, but it needed a way to vent its rage. It went past Su Lu and swung its claws at the other members of the magic associations instead. The members of the magic associations wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they were attacked. 2 super mags died instantly to the dragon's claws. Why aren't you following my orders? Why aren't you listening to me? Su Lu yelled angrily. The Black Dragon Emperor seemed to have lost his mind. He was attacking every human he came upon. The Black Dragon Emperor was currently targeting Ferren. The man was using every spell he had to stay alive, but the Black Dragon was too quick for him. The dragon could easily travel across the entire sky just by beating its wings a few times. Mr. Su Lu, help! Ferren scowled miserably. The Black Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and bit at Ferren. He was planning to tear the peak in half too, leaving the tiny Ferren with no escape. Back off! Su Lu snapped. A formation of black light appeared above the Black Dragon Emperor. Countless stars connected rapidly. When the formation took shape, a half-transparent blood-red light curtain fell from the sky and encapsulated the Black Dragon Emperor. It was the callback of the contract, similar to the spell that summoners normally use to withdraw their summoned beasts back into their contract space. However, the Black Dragon Emperor was extremely savage. He resisted the spell fiercely, unleashing his dragon might in his scales. The destructive force almost shattered Su Lu's spell. Son of a B******ch. Su Lu was enraged. He flew above the formation and summoned bolts of lightning with the contract to punish the Black Dragon who was ignoring his orders. The Black Dragon cried out in agony as the lightning struck his soul. His unstoppable dragon might weakened after the torture. The light curtain fully encapsulated his body and forcibly dragged him into the contract space. The formation was on the verge of collapsing, but it still managed to subdue the Black Dragon in the end. The mountain had lost many of its peaks. The rest of the mags were hiding far away from the cliff, having yet to recover from the shock. Su Lu's face was extremely pale, too. Not only was he severely injured during his attempt to subdue the Black Dragon, he was extremely frustrated. The Black Dragon was unwilling to listen to him. The Black Dragon was not obeying any of his orders. He had spent so many years finding the way to subdue the black dragon, putting in so much effort to make the necessary preparations. He had also found the perfect solution to neutralize the dragon's breath. He had even placed a seal on the black dragon's soul to enslave it and turn it into his contracted beast. However, when Su Lu summoned the black dragon with a burst of laughter to show off his great achievement, the black dragon dared to attack its own master, as if it had gone mad. What was the point of capturing the black dragon if it was not going to follow his orders? Norman, I swear I'm going to hack you into pieces. Su L's face was frigid. Everything was supposed to be under his control, except Norman had suddenly intervened. Norman had damaged part of the ritual, so it had failed to completely subdue the dragon as intended. Even though Su Lu could still summon and withdraw the black dragon as he wished, the creature was savage and uncontrollable. It seemed to have lost its intelligence as a high-rank creature, too. It was nothing but a killing machine. Would he even dare to summon the mad black dragon for his purposes? Years of effort had ended up with such an undesirable outcome. Su Lu had an urge to slaughter the black dragon and take its scales, core, and blood instead. However, he felt it was such a waste, killing the chicken just to get the eggs. He could only lock the black dragon in the contract space and figure out another way to tame it. However, even he doubted there was actually a way to tame the dragon. Mo Fan and the others returned to Athens the next day. The people of the Parthenon Temple took Norman back. Whatever happened next was no longer Mo Fan's concern. Mo Fan said goodbye to Xinxia before returning to his homeland. He had been away for half a year. He had only been planning to visit the Alps Institute for the exchange while dropping by the Holy Judgment Court for the required procedures, but he somehow went through so many troubles. He was reluctant to even recall some of them. Mo Fan landed in Shanghai. He and Mu Ningxue stayed there for a few days. She had to make the necessary arrangements to get the defensive equipment for her patrols crafted. Is there an armor you recommend in the Magic City? Mu Ningxue asked him. You can visit Huotuo. The old man was the one who crafted my black snake armor. I have no doubt in his skills, but he's kind of a weird guy, Mo Fan told her. All right, are you coming with me? Mu Ningxue asked. I have to go to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency to visit Lingling. If I don't see her soon, she might throw away my hunter badge. Mo Fan said. I'll come find you after I reach a deal with Huotuo, Mu Ningxue nodded. Mo Fan headed to the old street where the Clear Sky Hunter Agency was located after parting ways with Mu Ningxue. He was still thinking about his conversation with her. For some reason, he was in a great mood. He did not flirt much with Mu Ningxue, so why was he humming so happily? Perhaps it was because her attitude toward him had changed a lot? So this is the country where you were born? It doesn't look that special, apart from having a lot of people, Apers commented. You will see its differences soon, Mo Fan said blithely. Mo Fan arrived at the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. He had to admit, the Clear Sky Hunter Agency looked a little run down, as if it was about to be closed down soon. Mo Fan seriously did not understand why old Bao was not willing to spend some money to renovate it. How were they supposed to do business like this? Lingling, I'm back. Lingling, my little Lingling, do you miss me? Lingling. Mo Fan yelled as soon as he went inside, treating it like home. Apers followed him inside. She looked around and saw a white cat under an old stool. As a lover of little animals, she picked up the cat and asked, Are you looking for her? Lingling happened to be coming down the stairs. She looked at Mo Fan, then at Apers. Don't touch my cat, Lingling said coldly. Lingling had not tied up her hair up in twin ponytails today, so it was disheveled. She had most likely been taking a nap. Her face was more mature now, instead of her usual adorable cuteness. Mo Fan exclaimed in his heart, Oh my, even Lingling has grown a lot. She's no longer the adorable little girl I know. I'm so not used to it. Mo Fan stepped forward and spread his arms wide. Lingling, did you miss me? Give me a hug. Hey, did your breast grow, too? Chapter 1664. Tit for Tat. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingling's face darkened. Mo Fan quickly explained himself when he saw Lingling was about to explode in anger. I was just kidding. Let me introduce, her name is Apers. Is she deaf? Lingling asked. She's not, why do you ask? Mo Fan looked at Apers. Put my cat down. Lingling repeated. Apers blinked and stared at the arrogant little girl. She likes me, didn't you notice she isn't willing to leave my arms? Apers did not put the cat down, fondling its head. She's trembling in terror. Lingling corrected her. Apers opened her mouth in surprise. She observed the little girl who seemed to be a few years younger than her carefully. Lingling was right that the kitten was not fond of her. It could pick up her scent of a Medusa. It was like a little lamb that did not dare to move in front of a starving wolf, too scared to even run away. How did the little girl notice something so subtle? Lingling took the little kitten from Apers and placed her in the backyard. The little kitten was indeed terrified. It could not even walk properly. Cough cough, this is Lingling, my hunter partner. Speaking of which, the two of you should be around the same age. Be nice to each other, Mo Fan said awkwardly. Apers was at most around 16 years old, but her European genes made her look a lot more mature than Asian girls. Even those at the age of 20 did not have curves like hers. Mo Fan was thinking about how Lingling did not have any friends around her age while he was on the plane, and decided to introduce Apers to her. He had bet they would soon become good friends, but it seemed like Apers did not leave Lingling with a good first impression. I don't mind as long as she doesn't get in my way, Lingling said. Apers was displeased with Lingling's attitude, too. Apers had a naturally attractive demeanor. Even the little kids liked to hang around her. No one had treated her so bluntly after they first met her. In the past, I wouldn't hesitate to give an impolite girl like her to my servants as snacks. Apers rolled her eyes. It was difficult to tell if she was talking to Mo Fan, or if she was warning Lingling instead. Lingling stared at Apers and seemed to notice something unusual about her. She turned to Mo Fan and asked, what kind of creature is she? Lingling's question took Mo Fan by surprise. As expected of the daughter of a respectable hunter, she was unusually sensitive to demon creatures. Apers' status was even less obvious than Liu Yu. No one would doubt her identity as a human as long as she did not reveal her unique golden snake eyes, yet Lingling had already deduced she was a demon creature after such a brief encounter. Mo Fan was utterly impressed by Lingling's ability to identify demon creatures. Ahum! She's a Medusa. She's currently my second contracted beast, Mo Fan informed her awkwardly. Little Flame Belle is cuter, Lingling calmly judged. Little Flame Belle, who was taking a nap, came out of the contract space on her own as if she had heard Lingling's compliment. Apers was quite close to Little Flame Belle. Since Little Flame Belle's intelligence was still developing, Apers had successfully bribed her with delicious snacks. That being said, Little Flame Belle was starting to lose her bottom line, too. She would befriend anyone that fed her delicious food. When Little Flame Belle came out of the contract space, Lingling, who had not seen Little Flame Belle for a long time, subconsciously reached her arms out to hug Little Flame Belle. Meanwhile, Apers, who had been playing with Little Flame Belle a lot lately since she had nothing else to do, was reaching her arms out too. Little Flame Belle was struck dumb. Both were her beloved sisters that treated her with love and tenderness. They both had their arms out to hug her. Whose arms should she go to? Luckily, Little Flame Belle was pretty smart, even though her intelligence was still developing. She jumped into Mo Fan's arms and acted like he was the dearest to her. Mo Fan was amused by Little Flame Belle's smart choice, and the tit-for-tat between Apers and Lingling. Let's go and eat something, Mo Fan announced, changing the topic. He had not eaten Shanghai seafood for a long time. He had struggled to enjoy the food in foreign countries, apart from the pizzas. Sure, you better keep me full at all times. Otherwise, I find annoying little girls to be the most delicious, Apers grinned. Since Mo Fan had already revealed her identity as a Medusa, she no longer had to put on an act in front of Lingling. I'm looking for a pair of snakeskin boots, too. Ling Ling returned the favor. Mo Fan was left speechless. Didn't they always say all the lolis in the world were as close as family? Why were these two being so aggressive toward one another? Mo Fan decisively chose a new crayfish restaurant after Mu Ningxue regrouped with them. Eating crayfish was like a special ritual for Mo Fan every time he was in Shanghai. It felt like he was finally able to enjoy a pleasant meal at home after all the suffering he went through outside of his homeland. I don't like these red scorpions. Apa's face darkened when she saw the huge plate of crayfish. These are crayfish, not scorpions. Mo Fan shelled a crayfish and shoved it into Apa's mouth without asking permission. Apa's ate the meat reluctantly. Her expression shifted slightly. The spicy taste was quite good, do it yourself, Mo Fan smiled. He knew Apa's had never tried this delicacy before. China's cuisine never failed to impress. Mo Fan, I've asked Tutor to craft you a new magic armor. Remember to pick it up when it's done, Mu Ningxue said. For me? What for? Mo Fan asked. Time to change your black snake armor. How can you not have some reliable defensive equipment? Mu Ningxue said. Oh, I understand. Mo Fan was overjoyed. His wife was concerned about his safety. He finally realized why the relationship between him and Mu Ningxue felt a little different lately. In the past, Mu Ningxue did not really care about him, everything he did was none of her concern. However, not only was she slowly accepting his feelings lately, she even took the initiative to do him some favors. Ha ha ha! The day in which he lay comfortably on the bed waiting for Mu Ningxue to seductively crawl onto him and sit on him like an empress was imminent. Chapter 1665. Could that be Yang Shi? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan initially thought Ling Ling had urged him to return to his country because she had something urgent to do, or she had found the secrets of a quest with an impressive reward. However, the little girl was reluctant to spill the beans now that he was back. She even put on an expression that was shunning him because he was still stuck in the advanced level. Mo Fan wanted to advance to the super level, but he was struggling to find the right way to trigger the breakthrough. The renowned clans were able to find compatible ways and resources to aid their talented disciples with their breakthroughs. So far, the only resource that might come in handy that Mo Fan knew of was the power of the totem beasts. The problem was, the totem beasts were either hibernating, living in seclusion, or had gone extinct. It was not easy to track them down. Forget it if you haven't reached the super level. Ling Ling decided to hold on to her little secret. Mo Fan had promised Su Xiangtian he would face him in a duel in half a year from now. He could not afford to lose the duel. He also felt the urgency to reach the super level as soon as possible. I found something called the Horn of the Deer God in Athens. Your sister told me that it might be related to the Enforcement Union's Tree of Vows. I'm thinking of visiting the Lingyan Enforcement Union. I'll also drop by the temple at the lake to see if I can find any totem seals that resemble it, Mo Fan told her. We'll go together, Mu Ningxue said. Mu Ningxue did not like to procrastinate. Mo Fan was initially planning to get some rest for the day and go on a date with Mu Ningxue in a romantic park. He might have the chance to make some bold moves today. Mo Fan had been drooling over Mu Ningxue's body for a decade. I've asked Nighthawk to give us a ride, Ling Ling said. Ling Ling texted Nighthawk. A few minutes later, Nighthawk arrived on his ferocious beast. Nighthawk was wearing a dark blue outfit and had a dark and cold bearing. His jawbone was extremely sharp, like it had been sharpened with a blade. He did not look like a good person at all. However, his bearing as an enforcer collapsed as soon as he was around Ling Ling. He put on an awkward smile when he saw her. Ling Ling, I'm not a taxi driver. You can't just ask me to give you a ride whenever you want. It's my bad for not telling you I was taking over your sister's role, but the Enforcement Union is responsible for maintaining order. We can't leave our positions for too long. Nighthawk chided her. Nighthawk only noticed Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were there after finishing the sentence. He seemed a little surprised. "Nighthawk, it's been a while." Mo Fan greeted him. Nighthawk had been an enforcer of the Magic City for some time. He was the chief commander of the operation that had wiped out the Blue Deacon Shu Jiaoting had exposed at the cost of his life. Nighthawk was reassigned to Bayou Mountain. He was going to be promoted to the head of the enforcement union there, but Lu Shantian had seized it with his connections instead. Nighthawk lost the chance to be promoted, but to his relief, the Lu clan was stupid enough to touch Mo Fan's inverse scale. Mo Fan ended up forcing his way up Bayou Mountain and killing Lu Shantian. Mo Fan fell out with the Lu clan over the incident. If Xiaojing had not been looking after him, the Lu clan would have sent a super mage after Mo Fan. Nighthawk did not stay at Bayou Mountain. The head of the enforcement union had asked him to replace Langqing instead, so now was currently the vice head of the Lingyan enforcement union and taking orders from Tang Vong. The Bayou enforcement union and the Lingyan enforcement union were in charge of the Magic City and Hangzhou, respectively. The Lingyan enforcement union was considered one of its main headquarters in the country, so Nighthawk had clearly managed to make a name for himself by getting appointed as the vice head of the Lingyan enforcement union. "Yeah, it's been a while. Did you reach the super level?" Nighthawk suddenly asked. "Not yet." "Strange, why is everyone more concerned about my cultivation than I am?" Mo Fan had to ask. "That's a relief." I was already an expert at the advanced level when you were still an intermediate mage at the Pearl Institute. If you were at the super level like I am now, wouldn't that mean I'm a good for nothing?" Nighthawk replied proudly. Nighthawk was a lot stronger than Mo Fan when he was taking out the Black Vatican in the Magic City. He would feel ashamed if Mo Fan had already caught up to his cultivation. "Sir, we are heading to Lingyan Mountain. Please drive safely, we have ladies on board," Mo Fan said firmly. Seriously, he had never seen a taxi driver so dramatic. It was time to leave a bad review. Nighthawk was struck speechless. It was a lot quicker to fly to Lingyan Mountain. It only took them around 20 minutes to reach Hangzhou's West Lake from Shanghai's Jing'an district. Huge bubbles surfaced on the lake as they flew past the West Lake. Aper subconsciously trembled in fear, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger arising from the lake below. "It's salty, I've brought you 5 kilos of them," Mo Fan yelled at the lake. He tossed a whole bucket of salted prawns down at the lake from his space bracelet. The prawns poured down into the lake like rain. To prevent the food from dirtying the lake, a huge head rose from the water and opened its mouth to receive the prawns. The prawns were like little shrimps compared to the mouth. The 5 kilos was only enough to be treated as a snack by the enormous creature. Mo Fan was not planning to seriously feed the big guy. Knowing his appetite, he could easily spend all his money on food in just minutes. "I'll come visit you later. I have to go to the Lingyan Temple first," Mo Fan yelled at the lake. There was no response from the lake. The creature was most likely enjoying the taste of the prawns. "Do you really have to force your tastes on everyone around you? Who would even feed him that stuff?" Ling Ling grunted. Mo Fan was a foodie, and a stubborn one too. He would stick to the food he liked, and even force the people around him to eat the same things. Ling Ling was utterly speechless, too. How did he even convert the black totem snake, who was used to eating the tasteless fish and prawns in the West Lake, into a fan of different flavors, like the 13 aromas, spicy, or salt and pepper? What the hell was that thing?" Apers asked coldly. She was still trembling. "Oh, he's a snake too, but I think he's a different kind from you. His tastes are the same as you though, he likes salty food," Mo Fan replied casually. The bamboo stand on Lingyan Mountain were its most beautiful features. The wind would play a naturally pleasant melody when it blew through the trees. In the summer, people would find a relaxing spot and place a mat down, bringing along a nice pot of tea. The environment was more relaxing than any coffee shops or bars. It felt like their hearts were being purified by nature. The soothing night breeze kept coming. Apers was from the dry desert in the west, so she had never experienced the natural scenery in the east. The fear she had felt previously had long dissipated. Her eyes were sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings. Leaving aside her terrifying identity, Apis was no different than an ordinary girl. She was curious about everything around her. "There's nothing to get so excited about," Lingling murmured under her breath. "Malnourished girl, what are the holes on these stones for?" Apis asked haughtily. "Malnourished?" Lingling subconsciously looked down at herself when she heard the term. Her face darkened immediately. Since Apis' appearance resembled Europeans, her body had matured earlier, just like most European girls. Some European girls around the age of 14 already had the physique of an Asian woman at the age of 20. Apis was slightly older than Lingling. Her age and her genes had given her a huge advantage in terms of height and feminine features. "Mo Fan, you finally came to visit me." Tang Vong was surprised to see Mo Fan at Lingyan Mountain, and received him with a warm smile. "I didn't come to visit you. I heard from Leng Qing that there's a deer god under the Tree of Vows. I happened to find the horn of the deer god when I was overseas. It might be related to a totem beast, so I came to ask you about it," Mo Fan explained. "I've only heard the legend from a senior. She has been in seclusion for a long time. I only have her address. You can try and ask her. She knows the tale better than I do," Tang Vong said. Tang Vong took out a pen and wrote down an address. Mo Fan grabbed the paper and looked at the address briefly. He instinctively shifted his gaze to Nighthawk. "Hey, stop treating me like a taxi driver. I'm a vice head of the enforcement union now, it's not like I have nothing better to do." Nighthawk grumbled. "Mo Fan, don't you think the address seems a little familiar?" Fanxue said. "Yang Tai?" Mo Fan took a closer look at the address. "Yeah, Yang Tai, the old senior retired a long time ago. It's such a pity, too. If she hadn't chosen to retire, she would most likely be a forbidden mage by now." Tang Zong sighed heavily. The impermanence of life, that tragedy was too much to bear for her. She lost her will, why would she care about becoming a forbidden mage or not? "Are you talking about Yang Shi?" Mo Fan asked. "Yang Shi? I have no idea who you're referring to. Her name is Lu Yi. She was once the head of the enforcement union. She was also the old councilman Jiang Shi's wife, but her influence greatly surpassed Jiang Shi's back in the days. Senior Lu Yi is the main reason why our country's enforcement union has its current status, including the reason why it is well known in other countries." Tang Vong told him. Lu Yi was long a reputable mage when Tang Vong was still a newbie. Tang Vong was temporarily assigned to her on a mission. He still remembered it clearly even today. It was his first time talking to his goddess. He was so nervous that he had stammered while talking to her. Lu Yi was considered the symbol of an era, but no one had expected the choice she made in the end. Chapter 1666. Old Councilman, Jiang Shi. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiang Shi? Isn't he Jiang Feng's father? Mo Fan asked curiously. Wasn't Jiang Feng Little Flame Bell's mother? Yang Shi was Jiang Feng's mother, Chen Yi's grandmother. When Chen Yi's grandmother was fighting the demon tree on Mount Kunyu, her strength was extremely close to that of a forbidden mage, and had almost toppled Mo Fan's understanding of how strong a mage could be. He still remembered the shock he felt when he saw her destructive spells falling down from the sky like meteors. However, the thing that touched Mo Fan the most was not her magic that was close to the level of a forbidden mage, but the remorse she had shown at the very end, the final word she had uttered with all her might while grabbing his hand. Tang Zong had no idea that Mo Fan had already met Lu Yi, who had changed her name to Yang Shi to conceal her identity. Mo Fan described his encounter at Mount Kunyu to Tang Vong. Tang Zong was quite convinced that the Yang Shi whom Mo Fan mentioned was actually Lu Yi, the woman that had brought the enforcement union to its utmost brilliance. She betrayed the hopes of the people around her when choosing to pursue the path of a forbidden mage. It's true that becoming a forbidden mage was meaningless for her in that case. For a long time, I couldn't understand why she chose to give up in the end, but I finally know the reason now, Tang Vong sighed. Don't let the people around you down. Those were the final words of a half-forbidden mage to Mo Fan. Sometimes, people only had themselves to blame for being left all alone in the world. What about the Tree of Vows? Mo Fan asked. It was Senior Lu Yi that brought the Tree of Vows back. It was to ensure that the members of the Enforcement Union would devote themselves to their duties. If Senior Lu Yi is no longer around, maybe you can talk to old Councilman Jiang Shi. They worked on many operations together, and the Tree of Vows was one of them, Tang Long said. Where is this Jiang Shi? Mo Fan asked. Here in Hangzhou. He rarely involves himself in worldly affairs. He's preparing for his retirement, but I wouldn't recommend you talk to him, Tang Long said. Why is that? Jiang Shi's second wife is from the Lu clan. He was the one pulling the strings behind the Beiyu Enforcement Union. I doubt he will go easy on you, considering what you did at Beiyu Mountain, Tang Long said. I will never apologize for what happened at Beiyu Mountain, Mo Fan said seriously. It's true that they did cross the line back then, but it's going to be difficult to resolve the conflict. Jiang Shi might be Chen Yi's grandfather, but from what I know, Jiang Shi had long parted ways with Lu Yi. The two never contacted one another after then. You'll have to work on it with a different approach. Jiang Shi definitely knows the origin of the Tree of Vows. If you can find its birthplace, you should be very close to finding the dear god, Tang Long said. It sounds like trouble, Mo Fan said. It's your call, there's nothing I can do to help you, Tang Long shook his sleeves clean. He had no intention to put aside his pride and ask the old councilman for help on behalf of Mo Fan. Mo Fan asked Chen Yi about her grandfather. She told him that she had only met Jiang Shi once in her life, during a clan meeting held by the Zhao clan. Jiang Shi was only there to go through the motions. Mo Fan actually knew more about Chen Yi's grandfather than she did. Mo Fan's head was hurting even more. According to Tang Long's description, Jiang Shi was a stubborn old man with a foul temper. If he knew Mo Fan was thinking of visiting him, he was already giving the national team and Xiaozheng face if he did not welcome him with mags lined up in formation. There was no way he would let Mo Fan in. Ever since Mo Fan had left the pyramid, he felt like he was ready to break through the barrier of the advanced level. He just needed a strong supply of energy to help him break through the sturdy walls of the star galaxy. If he could find a totem beast and let Little Loach acquire its power, Little Loach could provide him with the energy for the breakthrough. Mo Fan relied heavily on Little Loach to improve his cultivation. However, as his rank increased, only the power of the totem beasts could satisfy its appetite now. There were ancient sources of energy in the pyramid, but that energy was not suitable for him, doing Mu Bai a huge favor instead. Mo Fan had no choice but to keep searching for the totem beasts. His demon element was still in deep slumber. Mo Fan did not feel confident with his cultivation stagnant at the advanced level. He now realized how important it was to reach the super level. Otherwise, he would have to admit that he was inferior to a scum like Zhu Xiangtian. Yang Shi was right, he should not let anyone down, including idiots that deserved a beating. The Dongfang clan was the closest to Mo Fan in Hangzhou. Mo Fan went to visit Dongfang Lai. He happened to be in Hangzhou at the time. Dongfang Lai, how close is your clan to Jiang Shi? Mo Fan asked him. Jiang Shi? The old councilman who retired. Dongfang Lai repeated. Yeah, him, Mo Fan nodded. That old prick, he's been pissing us off lately. He's still governing from behind the curtain after he's retired. He will only be willing to let go of his power when he's finally lying inside a coffin. Dongfang Lai was enraged. What happened? Mo Fan had to ask. It actually has something to do with your Fanxue mountain, too. That Jiang Shi has been ignoring us ever since we began working closely with your Fanxue mountain. Our clan is well known for our blacksmiths and armorers. As long as magic equipment has our logo on it, most of them will be sold out within a day. Recently, one of our masters invented a magic shield made of steel rock. It will earn us a great fortune as long as we have the material. We had already reached a deal with Fanxue Mountain. You will be selling the equipment, while we will focus on making it, Dongfang Lai informed him. Moon-Devouring nodded. She did know about this cooperation with the Dongfang clan. Since Fanxue Mountain and the Dongfang clan were tied to the same boat, she had agreed to proceed with the cooperation without having to take a close look at the details. However, she was preoccupied with the incident of the children's hearts before she had time to ask what the deal was about. As for why she decided to look for armorers overseas to craft the magic equipment for her men on the Quartz Reef Island, it was because the Dongfang clan was running short on workers to process the raw materials, hence Moon-Devouring had no choice but to look for other options. The funny thing was, the people she planned to cooperate with in Athens turned out to be unreliable, and she only learned about Huatur after returning to the country. She had basically wasted a lot of effort. In simpler words, they were still lacking in connections. What is the problem? Mo Fan asked. The materials. There's only one steel rock mine. It's owned by the government, and Jiang Shi is in charge of it. Jiang Shi told us that we will have to pay a special tax for the steel rock. Seriously, I have never heard of a tax like that. Anyway, it greatly increases the cost to craft the magic equipment. The steel rock shield is appealing because of its price. It's only worth a shot if we target basic and intermediate mags, but now, it's no longer profitable because of Jiang Shi. Dongfang Lai spat. Chapter 1667. The Disaster of Salamander Demons. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was hoping to use his connections with the Dongfang clan to solve his problem, but it turned out that the Dongfang clan was holding a grudge against Jiang Shi too. I have a close friend in the government, I will ask him about the tax first. We should be able to get rid of it if it's not reasonable, Mo Fan said. Please do. I'll think of a way to solve your problem. Our clan still has some old people that Jiang Shi has to give some face to, Dongfang Lai said. Mo Fan's close friend in Hangzhou was obviously Councilman Zhu Meng. Even though Zhu Meng was from the ancient capital, he had established some connections in Hangzhou since the plague incident. He would know something about the tax implemented on the steel rock. Zhu Meng happened to be in Hangzhou, too. Mo Fan went straight to see him. There was no need to be courteous with him. Zhu Meng opened the door. He was still in his sleepwear. He was surprised there were women visiting him. He awkwardly led them to the living room before leaving to change his clothes. Why did you shave your beard? I feel like you look more imposing with your beard. You've shaved both your head and your beard. You look like an inmate that was just released from prison. Mo Fan teased Zhu Meng when he noticed the changes in the councilman's appearance. Piss off, everyone keeps saying how much younger I look now. You're the only one with a foul tongue. Spill it out, what kind of trouble did you cause this time? Zhu Meng harumphed. Are you close with an old man called Jiang Shi? Mo Fan cut straight to the topic. Jiang Shi? Sort of, we are both councilmen. I often see him at the meetings. He might have retired, but many people are still asking him for help. Did you step on Jiang Shi's tail this time? Why did you keep finding trouble with troublesome people like him? I'm telling you, Jiang Shi has been around for a long time. If he wants to deal with you, I won't be able to protect you, Zhu Meng said. I just want to ask him something, Mo Fan said, and explained the reason he was searching for the origin of the Tree of Vows. I see, it won't be difficult to meet him. I heard long ago that it was Senior Lu Yi and Jiang Shi that brought the Tree of Vows back when I was in the Enforcement Union. However, I'm familiar with Jiang Shi's character. He's like a businessman. He won't bother with things that don't bring him benefits. He will use everything he has to make a profit, Zhu Meng advised him. Ooh? Doesn't that mean I won't have a chance to talk to him? If there's no other choice, I can ask the Black Totem Snake to kidnap Jiang Shi and force him to tell me the truth. I really need to find a totem beast. If I'm stuck in the advanced level for too long, my enemies will soon come to kill me. Mo Fan exclaimed. The essence orb was not filled yet, so the demon element was not available. Mo Fan was feeling uneasy. He had been courting death too much lately. He was seriously worried that he would die suddenly in the middle of the street. Hang on, if you do that, he will clearly turn your Fanxue mountain upside down to get his revenge. There's nothing bad about his character. He's a businessman, and with the right benefits, he might even be willing to put aside his personal conflicts. He doesn't really have a conflict with you, he's just been influenced by the Lu clan to hold a grudge against you. If you can offer him something valuable, he will tell you everything about the Tree of Vows and the tax on the steel rock, Zhu Meng said. To suit his fancy, right? Dong Fanglai asked. More or less. He's willing to take any benefits, Zhu Meng confirmed. Is he fond of beautiful ladies? I have a little European beauty here. Mo Fan ventured. How old is she now? Stop messing around, Zhu Meng glanced at Apers. Even he felt awkward after hearing Mo Fan's suggestion. This nut really could come up with all kinds of nonsense. Money, but I don't have any, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was lacking money, as usual. He could easily spend all his money on his cultivation, no matter how rich he was. You've come at the right time. I happen to know what's troubling Jiang Shi lately. Dong Fanglai, didn't you say you were asked to pay a high tax to buy the steel rock? Zhu Meng said. Exactly. Dong Fanglai snapped. I do know a thing or two about the steel rock. The steel rock is a special kind of rock surrounding the lake islands of the Thousand Island Lake. They are from the residue of the lake that accumulates between the boundary of the lake and the islands. You can find them attached to the edges of the 100-some largest islands on the Thousand Island Lake. They can be collected and refined into raw materials to craft defensive equipment. Zhu Meng took a sip of his tea while explaining the source of the steel rock. Let's skip the science behind it. It's not really my concern, Mo Fan interrupted him. Fine. The Thousand Islands Lake is currently a half-safe zone under Councilman Jiang Shi's jurisdiction. Every year, it will provide the government with steel rock and another rare material we call ward rock. It is useful for building dams for rivers, lakes, and even the sea, Zhu Meng said. Ward rock. Moon-Devouring had obviously heard about the material before. I bet Fanxue Mountain is in need of the ward rock too. It's something that can't be bought for 1,000 gold. The steel rock is more or less the impure version of the ward rock. It doesn't matter if Jiang Shi sells them or not, Zhu Meng said. So why is ward rock so important? Mo Fan asked. Ward rock is just like an earth pistol and contains an abundant supply of energy. You saw how Pudong is now drowned in seawater? The government has built a long dam on the Huangpu River to stop the seawater from rising and spreading any further. It doesn't just take builders to construct a long dam, since normal stone is as fragile as bubbles to warrior-level and commander-level creatures. Ward rock is used to inject the dams with earth magic to strengthen their walls. It also makes the dams flexible. We can fix the dams quickly if they are destroyed, they are not just lifeless walls, Lingling explained. Most demon creatures had outstanding physical abilities. A warrior-level creature could jump a dozen meters into the air. Walls over 10 or 20 meters tall were barely like little fences to the demon creatures. Ward rock was magical, not only were they able to alter the shape of walls to stop demon creatures from crossing them, it was a lot sturdier than normal stone. Do you remember the tall dam in Tokyo's East Maritime Fortress? There was a short dam and a tall dam. The demon creatures struggled to cross the tall dam despite their overwhelming numbers. The main reason is because the tall dam is made of ward rock. It's like a powerful magic formation, and the main reason why Tokyo is unharmed while the battles along the coast never end. A complete piece of ward rock is as sturdy as a city. Moon-Devouring said. In simpler words, ward rock was a kind of earth pistol. An earth pistol was used to protect a piece of land with a barrier, also marking the demon creatures within its range. If a city inland had an earth pistol, its safety was more or less guaranteed. Ward rock was slightly weaker. It could only be used to build walls and stop enemies from crossing it, but that was extremely useful for many cities along the coastline. For some reason, a species we have never seen before appeared at the Thousand Islands Lake, called the Salamander demons. Steel rock and ward rock are the products of a complicated natural reaction. The soft ripples of the lake slowly accumulate substances around the edges of the islands. It takes time for the substances to accumulate, meaning their supply is limited. We need Earth Mags to collect the substances before dawn every day, but the Salamander demons are proving fond of these substances, too. They take away the accumulated substances from the islands. These Salamander demons were not hard to kill in the past, but for some reason their skin has suddenly turned sturdy as steel lately, making it difficult to kill them. Jiang said. These Salamander demons are using the substances and the energy they contain to strengthen their shells. Mo Fan asked. That's most likely the reason. Jiang Shi didn't think the Salamander demons were a serious threat before, but it's extremely difficult to deal with them now. You know that if a species doesn't have any natural foe in an ecosystem, it will destroy the resources and environment once they mass reproduce, like a plague of locusts. Jiang Shi has already smashed a lot of things because of this. If you can help him deal with the problem, he will bring you to the Tree of Vows and even find the dear god for you. Jiang said. No wonder he added that insane ecology disaster tax to the steel rocks. Dong Fanglai said. He can't produce the ward rock if he doesn't secure the islands. He probably has enough steel rock in storage to build a whole town. He's clearly going to increase the price. Otherwise, where would he get the money to deal with the demon creatures from? Jiang pointed out. Fine. I thought Jiang Shi was purposely messing with our clan, Dong Fanglai admitted. I already said that he's the kind that puts his benefits first. The Salamander demons aren't high-level creatures, yet even a super mage would struggle to take them out. Jiang Shi once used his super spell on them out of anger, but he went crazy when he realized that even if the Salamander demons stacked up into a mountain in front of him, he would kill less than a tenth of them, even if he used up all his energy. Jiang said. Chapter 1668. Danger Level. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingling was extremely efficient. She had already gathered the information about the Salamander demons while Jiang was still explaining. The Hunter Union has put up a quest with no limits. They are paying 200,000 for a Salamander demon's heart, Lingling said. No limits? Mo Fan said. It means they are willing to take as many Salamander demons' hearts as anyone has, Lingling said. Wouldn't that make them a huge loss? Mo Fan asked. Of course not, it's a request Jiang Shi made through the Hunter Union. A Salamander demon's heart contains rich levels of the particles of the steel rock and ward rock. The other mags are clearly going to sell them to the government, since they don't have the technique to refine them. The government is clearly profiting from it. Many hunters and mags have gone to the Thousand Islands Lake recently. The numbers of the Salamander demons are just too overwhelming. The Thousand Islands Lake is like a land of gold for them, but according to my men, it's not that easy to get a Salamander demon's heart, Jiang said. Mo Fan, they are similar to the sandstorm demon locusts, Lingling spoke up while browsing the information. The sandstorm demon locusts didn't have natural foes either, allowing them to mass reproduce endlessly and grow into a disaster. Both humans and demon creatures had no choice but to avoid them. These Salamander demons are actually a mutation of a species called the spiral-shelled monsters from the Pacific Ocean. They somehow found their way to the Thousand Islands Lake through an underground waterway. They crossbred with the lizard demons of the Thousand Islands Lake and gave birth to the Salamander demons. The rest of the group quickly shifted their attention to Lingling after hearing the important discoveries she had made. Lingling continued to explain, the spiral-shelled monsters have a very slow growth rate. They have to live in the shallow waters around the islands for 5 years before reaching the adult phase. Therefore, despite their outstanding reproductive abilities, they aren't necessarily a threat, and would only occupy a few islands at most. Interestingly, the lizard demons have bad reproductive abilities and a low survival rate, but have an insane growth rate. They are found in Dongting Lake and the Thousand Islands Lake. These two species surprisingly gave birth to a mutated species with outstanding reproductive abilities and an insane growth rate. A newly born salamander demon will mature in just a single season with a long lifespan. Just a season? Mo Fan gasped. Yeah, a species like the blue moths might have outstanding growth pace and reproductive abilities, but in return, they have an extremely short lifespan and are very vulnerable. But the salamander demons, not only are they able to reproduce and mature quickly, they can live almost as long as a tortoise. I believe if we don't get rid of them or find a way to limit their growth, the Thousand Lakes Island will be crawling with these creatures in just 5 years. They will wipe out every plant and creature that can provide them with energy. Ling stated firmly. Mo Fan and Ling had witnessed how deadly the sandstorm demon locusts were. The others would not treat the salamander demon seriously if they had not heard Ling's analysis. Is it really that serious? Zhu Meng frowned. Zhu Meng only knew about the existence of the new species, but was unsure of its origins. He believed he should treat it more seriously after hearing Ling's analysis. There had been many unpredictable threats lately. It's very serious, they are as dangerous as the sandstorm demon locusts. If they haven't gone extinct, it means they don't have a deadly weakness, nor are they going to disappear on their own. They might continue to reproduce too, so it's important to have the research union keep an eye on a new species like the salamander demons, in case it turns out to be a new disaster species. Ling said. Zhu Meng frowned. If the salamander demons were indeed a disaster species, things were going to be a lot more complicated. What was Jiang Shi even doing? He definitely knew more about the species, so why did he only put up a request and ask the hunters and ordinary mags for help? Why did he not report it to the Magic Association and let them assess the danger of the species? The information you found is very important, and your analysis is on point, too. I will head to the research union and ask them to assess the danger level of the salamander demons, Zhu Meng promised. Jiang Shi might be thinking of settling the problem himself. That way, the ward rock will still be his. If he reports this to his superiors, the government might end up splitting the profits or classify it as a territory of the demon creatures and not allow people to enter it freely, Mu-Ningxue conjectured. That's possible too. I will have to ask Jiang Shi in person. Zhu Meng was decisive as always. Zhu Meng brought Mo Fan and the others with him. Jiang Shi was already asleep when they arrived, and was woken up by Zhu Meng's sudden visit. Zhu Meng was not afraid of offending the old councilman after learning how serious the threat might be. He insisted on waking Jiang Shi up. Jiang Shi yawned as he brought the guests to his living room with a sullen face. He poured himself some tea and glanced at his unexpected guests coldly. Zhu Meng, you have come to my house at this time. I won't forgive you if it's not something important. Jiang Shi was an arrogant man. He treated Councilman Zhu Meng like he was his junior, and did not even bother greeting him conventionally. Councilman Jiang, have you assessed the danger level of the salamander demons? Zhu Meng promptly inquired. Jiang Shi frowned instantly, and fixed his eyes on him. Zhu Meng had asked a critical question. It's the research union's job, Jiang Shi replied flatly. I believe the salamander demons might be a new disaster species. You better let the others know and tell them to send an army to deal with it, Zhu Meng said. It's not like the army has nothing better to do. You are well aware of how grim the situation is along the coastline. There's no need to raise a fuss if the local government can deal with the problem. Or do you think I'm too old to handle a trivial matter like that myself? Besides, did the research union assess the danger? If not, what excuse do you have to send in the army? Who cares what you believe in? Even though you are in charge of the threat elimination strategy, you have no right to intervene with my business before the research union has finished assessing it. Jiang Shi shouted. But it will take the research union a long time to assess it. I'm worried that it will be too late to get rid of the salamander demons by then, Zhu Meng countered. See them out. Jiang Shi rose to his feet and ordered his men to send his guests out. Chapter 1669. Making Up the Numbers. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Thousand Islands Lake was more than 100 kilometers from Hangzhou, some distance away. The strange thing was, the sea was at least 100 kilometers away from the Thousand Islands Lake, too. How did the spiral-shelled monsters even find their way there? Nothing was indeed impossible when mating was involved, no matter what living creatures they were. Mo Fan asked Lingling to accept the quest that Jiang Shi had put up as representatives of the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. They were asking for the details of the Tree of Vows in return. Jiang Shi was reluctant to accept their help at first. He had believed he could handle it himself, but after Zhu Meng's sudden visit, he quickly asked some experts on demon creatures for their opinions. They told him that the salamander demons were quite tricky to deal with. It was impossible to tell how long it would take the local government to eliminate them all without the help of elite hunters. Jiang Shi found out that Lingling's group was responsible for taking down the Black Vatican on Chongming Island, solving the mystery of the drowning curse, and had even completed the quest of the Tear of Medusa. He eventually agreed to sign the Hunters' Agreement after acknowledging Mo Fan and Lingling's capabilities as hunters. Mo Fan was no longer worried that Jiang Shi would go back on his word only after signing the Hunters' Agreement. After all, knowing Jiang Shi was the kind of person to haggle over every detail, he might have been reluctant to fulfill his end of the bargain once he knew they were looking for the Tree of Vows without it. Mo Fan put on a disguise and used the name Fan Mo before heading to the Thousand Islands Lake. 2. There was a half-military outpost to the east of the Thousand Islands Lake, about the size of a small town. It did not have civilians. It mainly consisted of soldiers patrolling in the area to ensure the safety of Hangzhou and the other cities nearby. There were 4 squads of soldiers mainly focused on patrolling the area. They were not too impressive in combat. The rest of the people at the outpost were hunters. The Thousand Islands Lake was currently a source of treasure. There was a simple hunter's lodge providing the latest updates on the quest to the hunters. Information was often more important than strength to hunters. Minghu Outpost was developing steadily. Everything was in order, and defensive measures were being conducted properly. It had been bustling lately, especially after the government put up the quest asking for the Salamander demons' hearts, which had attracted many hunters. The outpost was even a little overcrowded already. Mo Fan noticed many people shouting at the entrance of the Hunter's Lodge when he walked past. It was common to see hunters recruiting members for their parties with the most primitive approach at places like the Hunter's Lodge. The parties that were recruiting new members would raise banners, leave their contact numbers, or simply yell and shout to attract people's attention. Water Mage, any intermediate water mage looking to join a party? You must be at least an intermediate hunter to join our Fern Hunter squad. We are led by an experienced advanced mage. We guarantee you a high efficiency when it comes to completing quests. Any water mage looking for a party here, a passionate young man yelled at the entrance of the Hunter's Lodge. The young man immediately grabbed Mo Fan when he walked past him. Friend, are you interested in joining our Fern Hunter squad? We will pay you 200,000. I'm not a water mage, Mo Fan said to the passionate young man, who somewhat resembled Zhong Xiaohu. It's fine if you're not a water mage. The Hunter Union has requested that every party have at least 7 members. Our party only has 6 members, so we are short 1 intermediate mage. We have already devised a plan for the quest. It would be best if we can find a water mage, but it's not a must. You can just make up the numbers and cheer for us later, the young man encouraged him. I see. Are you sure you just want me to make up the numbers? Mo Fan asked. Of course, we have strong mags in our party. You are in safe hands by joining us. Most importantly, we will pay you exactly what we promised, the young man said. Are you familiar with this place? Mo Fan asked. Of course we are. We aren't that popular, but we've been active in the Thousand Islands Lake for around 3 years. We know the location of the islands, the depth of the water, even the spots where we can find many demon creatures. Ha ha ha, what do you say? Are you interested in joining us? The young man said. But I'm not an intermediate mage, Mo Fan said. Who? Your extraordinary bearing caught my eyes. You must be a student of a famous institute. How are you not an intermediate mage? What is your primary element? Oh, I should ask, what is your element? The young man asked. My primary element is lightning, Mo Fan informed him. Lightning? Wait here, I'll go and ask my captain, the young man said, and ran into the hall. Mo Fan had come to inspect the area and familiarize himself with the place. The government had yet to resolve the problem after such a long time. It was unlikely that he could settle the problem in just a few days. The others were not going to be here any time soon. Mo Fan was planning to follow a party around and learn more about the Thousand Islands Lake. He wanted to take a look at the Salamander demons first. It was better than roaming about aimlessly like a headless fly. The young man was quite impatient, so it did not take him long to return. Brother, since our party is in a rush as we don't want the others to get a head start, we are willing to let you join us, even though you are only a basic lightning mage. However, you must be extremely careful. The Salamander demons are not as weak as you think. Besides, they normally stay in packs, the young man said. I'm an advanced mage, I'm not a basic mage, Mo Fan said. He was too lazy to conceal his strength like he usually did. Stop bluffing. If you're an advanced mage at such a young age, I'd be a super mage by now. Let's go, we must hurry. The other hunter groups have already moved out. We can't let them take all the profits. The young man dragged Mo Fan to group up with the rest of the party. I'm really an advanced mage, Mo Fan said with a wry smile. Sure, you're an advanced mage. We'll all cheer for you when you take on the demon creatures on your own. The young man did not treat Mo Fan's words seriously, clearly not believing him. It was not his fault. First, it was rare for someone in their 20s to be an advanced mage. Second, those people would usually stay in their own clans and enjoy the resources provided by their clans, or have their own hunting bands. Why would he be looking to join a random party at the Hunter's Lodge? Chapter 1670. Perfect Terrain. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan soon became an official member of the Fern Hunter squad after paying the deposit. Not every hunter had a fixed group. It was impossible for every member in a group to always be on good terms with one another, nor was it possible for a group to not suffer any deaths. Normally, the death of a member would eventually lead to the party's disbanding. Therefore, it was common for hunters to form a party at the last moment for a specific quest. Taking the difficulty of the quest and the safety of the hunters into consideration, the hunter union would set level requirements and the number of members of a party for different quests. The party had to meet the requirements before they were allowed to take on the quests. In the past, many hunters had taken on quests beyond their capabilities. Some of the quests were only available to a single party, meaning that other parties could not pursue those quests after they were taken. As a result, not only were many hunters killed because they were too weak, it also delayed the completion of the quests and wasted their employers' time and opportunities. The Fern Hunter squad had failed to meet the requirements because it was short of a member. The deposit that Mo Fan paid was just a simple constraint for members that had joined the party temporarily. It was necessary to prevent a new member from leaving the party for no reason or running away on their own when the party was in danger. The leader had the right to keep the deposit if either situation happened. The young man was called Zhong Li. He was the wind mage in the party. He was surprised to find the party leader was a woman. Her fair skin was smooth and tender. She was in her late 20s, mature and beautiful. Mo Fan had seen women leading hunter groups, but most of them were the tough and capable kind. It was rare to see a woman that kept flirting and teasing her members. Little boy, you better look after yourself. I won't be able to keep an eye on you all the time. It will be a pity if your handsome face is ruined and covered in blood, the leader, Ji Ying, told him with a smile. Mo Fan listened to Ji Ying's teasing with a serious face. He lowered his head and looked at his crotch. Leader is talking to you, did you hear her? Ji Ying did not react at first. She was wondering why the young man was talking to himself like a retard. She finally realized something when she noticed where Mo Fan was looking and recalled what she had said to him. She rolled her eyes at Mo Fan alluringly and giggled, "You're an interesting guy." Mo Fan was glad he could just follow the party, knowing how bad he was with directions. The terrain of the Thousand Islands Lake was rather complicated. Mo Fan was seriously worried that he would not be able to find his way back on his own. The group of 7 left the outpost. They traveled across the swampy areas along the lake for 2 hours. The Valley Lake Island is ahead. The island is almost entirely surrounded by mountains, apart from a narrow crack connected to the Thousand Islands Lake. We all know that the Salamander demons stay in packs, and they usually travel in groups of dozens. It's difficult for even a strong party to face a few dozen Salamander demons at once, so we must abuse the terrain of the Valley Lake Island. Since the island is surrounded by mountains, we'll send someone to lure the Salamander demons to the crack and only let 2 or 3 of them enter at a time by blocking the crack. That way, we won't have any trouble killing the Salamander demons. Jiang pointed at an island in the distance. That's brilliant. How did you find such a place with the perfect terrain? The ice mage in the party, Xie Hao, asked. It's all thanks to me. I was chased by a brutish water mammoth once. I happened to see a part of the lake surrounded by mountains when I had nowhere left to run to. I thought I was dead for sure, but it turned out to be the perfect hiding spot. I only survived because the brutish water mammoth eventually stopped chasing me. I noticed that the island surrounded by hills with only a narrow crack for its entrance was perfect for our plan to control the numbers of demon creatures we fight at a time, Zhongli said proudly. Isn't the brutish water mammoth an extremely dangerous species? You're lucky to be alive. Yeah, I also think it's my lucky place, so I believe we can earn a fortune using it. Zhongli agreed excitedly. Mo Fan agreed that the Valley Lake Island was perfect for battle. The mountains were surrounding a submerged valley with a narrow ravine leading to the spacious lake. The crack had tall mountain walls on both sides, so the demon creatures were unlikely to fly over them or flank them from the sides. An earth mage could easily block off the entrance too, providing them with a safe and enclosed environment to fight the creatures that were lured into the pass. It turned out that this hunter group did have a plan in mind. They were actually using their brains. Mo Fan had a whole new level of respect for them. I'll lure the Salamander demons here, get ready for battle. Zhongli said. Zhongli's primary element was wind, and his secondary element was water, so he was playing an important role in the party. He was the only member that could run away safely after provoking the Salamander demons. The rest of the party would easily be overrun by them. I'll block the entrance, the middle-aged earth mage promised. All right, be careful, Jiang said. Mo Fan was planning to inspect the terrain of the Thousand Islands Lake and evaluate the strength of the Salamander demons, but he could not evaluate how strong the demon creatures were with his own strength. After all, his spells could easily penetrate their defenses, no matter how sturdy their shells were. However, it was not practical for him to keep blasting the Thousand Islands Lake with his spells. Even a super mage would have a hard time eliminating these creatures, so it was unlikely that an advanced mage like him could resolve the problem on his own. He had to figure out the true weaknesses of the Salamander demons with the help of these intermediate mags, and use the right approach to take them out. Mo Fan was also interested to see how these hunters were planning to fight the Salamander demons. He was curious if the Salamander demons were truly as terrifying as Ling Ling had mentioned. Don't you think you're lucky for being able to fight alongside intermediate mags like us? Xie Hao asked, glancing at Mo Fan. I do, I still have much to learn. Mo Fan nodded. 1. We used to be basic mags too. We know how difficult it is to fight real demon creatures with only a single element and a single spell. It's very easy for you to die, even if you have the lightning element. A piece of advice, you should stay in the safe zone until you've reached the intermediate level. Xie Hao warned him in a friendly manner. Chapter 1671. I would rather prostitute myself. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sound of water splashing came from the other side of the mountains, as if the lake was boiling. Everyone could imagine the sight of a bunch of creatures moving rapidly across the lake even without seeing it. The Salamander demons are here, Jiang declared sternly. She displayed a surprisingly heroic bearing. The team members were experienced and synchronized well with one another. Zhong Li, whose job was to lure the salamander demons, sprinted in through the entrance. He had successfully lured the brainless salamander demons into the narrow passage. "Seal off the entrance, now!" Zhong Li yelled at the Earth Mage while he was running on the water toward the island. A huge boulder fell from the sky and blocked the passage like the door of a dam, separating the salamander demons who were racing ahead from the rest of their kind. The salamander demons were not particularly fast or agile. They resembled mobile steel fortresses. They usually crushed their enemies by trampling and devouring them. Mo Fan saw 4 salamander demons stranded in the passage when the boulder sealed off the entrance. "Damn it, I was a little too slow. 4 of them came inside," the Earth Mage grumbled anxiously. Isn't that too much for us to handle?" a middle-aged mage with a huge nose swallowed nervously. "It's fine, as long as we don't make any huge mistakes while we are working together. We should be able to deal with them," Jiu Ying said firmly. Jiu Ying was the strongest in the party. Not only did she have 2 soul seeds, she had also reached the 3rd tier of the intermediate level. She could take on a salamander demon alone. "Ice lock!" Jiu Ying stared at the water that a salamander demon was swimming in. An icy chain around the size of a small tree trunk flew at the fleshy salamander demon and dragged it out from under the water's surface. "Attack it first," Jiu Ying said. Jiu Ying dragged the salamander demon closer so the rest of the team could focus their spells on it. Mo Fan finally had a chance to take a closer look at the creature when the ice lock drew closer. "Are you sure this thing isn't a giant snail?" Mo Fan asked. "What snail?" "It's a salamander demon." "Stay back, these creatures can spit out venomous darts," Xie Hao warned. To be frank, the creature did resemble a snail at first glance, mainly because it was carrying a shell on its back, a trait of the spiral-shelled monsters. The shell was close to the size of a car's hood, curving with a sharp tip at the top. Its surface reflected a dull sheen under the sunlight. The shells of the spiral-shelled monsters were extremely annoying. Once, an army had carried out an operation to wipe out the spiral-shelled monsters off an island. The army stayed on their ships and blasted the island with spells. The island was on the verge of sinking from the continuous blasts, yet the spiral-shelled monsters simply hid within their shells. The island eventually sank, but the horde of spiral-shelled monsters was perfectly unharmed. The person in charge of the operation was probably overwhelmed by despair when they learned the creatures had survived their bombardment with ease. The salamander demons had obviously inherited the shells of the spiral-shelled monsters. They were as sturdy as rocks. Salamanders were similar to lizards. Amphibians were common in an environment of mixed water and land. Mo Fan described the creatures as giant snails because the bodies under the shells resembled the salamanders. They had soft flesh, feelers, and their bodies were constantly wriggling. In other words, the salamander demons were lizards with soft flesh and a spiraling shell on their backs. Ling Ling had mentioned how outstanding these creatures' defense was. Their defense was easily the strongest among creatures of the same level. Mo Fan could not agree more as he watched the hunters fighting the salamander demon. Jiu Ying, Xie Hao, and the big-nosed middle-aged mage had already cast a few spells. However, none of their spells were effective when the salamander demon withdrew into its shell. The salamander demon only came out of the shell after the wave of spells was over. It shrieked and proceeded with its counterattack. How is it not dead yet?" Xie Hao was dumbfounded. Jiu Ying was looking grim, too. She knew how outstanding the salamander demon's defense was, so it was unwise to fight a group of salamander demons at once. However, she did not expect a single salamander demon to have such a terrifying defense. Even our Captain Soul Seeds only left a single scratch on its shell. "How are we supposed to kill it?" "The other 3 are already getting closer," the big-nosed mage exclaimed. "How would I know?" An intermediate mage with a soul seed was already impressive in a hunter group. They were strong enough to fight warrior-level creatures. The rest of the team was relying on Jiu Ying to break down the salamander demon's defense so the others could kill them. Little did they know that even their captain soul seeds were not strong enough to destroy the shells. Their defense was simply too insane. Luckily, the Salamander demons were slow. Otherwise, they would have no time to flee for their lives. Third-tier intermediate spells with soul seeds, she's already one of the strongest in the intermediate level, yet she still couldn't inflict any damage on the Salamander demon. These warrior-level creatures are unusually strong. Mo Fan evaluated the Salamander demon's defense while watching the fight. 2. If an intermediate mage could not break through the creature's defense, they would have to rely on advanced spells. The problem was, how many advanced mags would a city or a faction have? Considering the overwhelming numbers of the Salamander demons, the advanced mags who bothered to fight would struggle to kill the Salamander demons quick enough to match their reproduction rate, even if they gave their best. Again. Jiang did not believe it. She organized the next wave of spells. This time, she used the shadow element to nail the Salamander demon onto a rock, allowing the others to land their strongest spells right on the target. The shadow element did not stop the Salamander demon from withdrawing into its shell. Mo Fan witnessed the rock being quickly devoured by the colorful blasts of the spells. Water splashed wildly. When the spells faded away, tiny cracks had surfaced on the Salamander demon's shell. Its soft body came out of the shell once again, as if it was hiding from a downpour. Its life was clearly not in danger despite the bruises and scratches on its shell. Tiny cracks. It was the most a team of intermediate mags could do after a few waves of spells. It was going to take at least 10 similar attacks to break the shell. The Fern Hunter squad had nowhere to go now that they were stuck on the island with the Salamander demons. Everyone clenched their teeth and continued to attack the Salamander demons. To their relief, the Salamander demons' offense was not particularly strong, and they were not rookies. They still had the situation under control when the rest of the Salamander demons joined the battle. The sky was starting to get dark. The team finally eliminated the 4 Salamander demons before sunset. No one was seriously injured from the battle, yet they were completely worn out by fatigue. They sat by the water and began to doubt their life choices. Seriously, I've never fought a tougher warrior-level creature than these things. Their defense is already comparable to a commander-level creature. Zhong Li grumbled. The team had been active around the vicinity of the Thousand Islands Lake for some time. They mainly focused on killing the giant lizards and swamp demons. It was their first time taking on the Salamander demons. They were utterly shocked by their outstanding defense. Bloody hell, I thought we could earn some quick money here, but I didn't expect to be fighting annoying creatures like these. If killing 5 Salamander demons only gives us 1 heart orb, I won't even bother wasting my time here. I can earn 10 times more by sleeping with the young masters of the renowned clans for a few nights. Jiang blurted out angrily. Boss, are you serious? I'm willing to pay 200,000 to spend time with you for 3 nights. Zhong Li suddenly rose to his feet and looked at Jiang with great anticipation. Piss off. If you were good looking like Fanmo, I wouldn't mind getting 200,000 for 3 days and nights. As for you, I might have to reconsider even if you're offering me 2 million. Jiang shot back. Mo Fan was still figuring out a way to deal with the Salamander demon's shells when Jiang's sudden mention of him interrupted his thought process. He wondered why those close to him kept saying that he was not handsome. Listen to what Jiang just said, he could even get a discount for hooking up with a prostitute because of his handsome appearance, let alone having one-night stands with strangers. If he wanted, he could go for 365 days without a rest. Wait, are you telling me that not every Salamander demon is going to drop a heart orb? Xie Hao exclaimed suddenly. Of course not, only some have it. The odds are 1 out of 5. Holy shit, doesn't that mean all our efforts are in vain if none of these creatures have a heart orb? Xie Hao shrieked. It's possible, knowing the odds, Mo Fan said. Sure, enough with your inauspicious remarks, go check their remains. Jiang rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. Mo Fan dutifully began searching the remains of the creatures. He soon returned with an awkward face. Don't you say a word, I'll check them myself, Ji Ying quickly rose to her feet and searched the remains carefully. The others began to pale. They realized their efforts were in vain when they saw Ji Ying running back angrily. Not a single heart orb from the Salamander demons. Their energy was depleted, too. It would take them 3 to 4 days to fully recover. Taking into consideration the journey, preparations, the time they spent in the battle, and the time needed to recover, their team had wasted a whole week for nothing. Ji Ying's face was the darkest. She was seriously considering prostituting herself. She had to eat unpalatable food and sleep on the ground in the wild. She was constantly bothered by the mosquitoes and the pungent odor. It was common to be injured in battles, too. She was finally done with the fight, yet she had earned nothing from it. It was so much worse than going to luxurious hotels, enjoying high-quality red wines, the soothing aroma, and earning money by just lying still on the bed. Chapter 1672. Tough as Nails. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn it, screw this, I'm a retard if I even bother accepting a quest like this from the government again. Ji Ying was enraged, and threw a tantrum on the spot. If she was not running low on energy, she might even cast her ice spells at her teammates to vent her frustration. Boss, life isn't always a smooth journey. It's normal to go through a letdown at times. We just need to be patient. Maybe we can find 2 or 3 heart orbs from the next batch of Salamander demons. Doesn't that mean we are still profiting? Zhong Li quickly said some comforting words with an awkward face. Profit my ass. At this rate, everyone is only getting 100,000 at most for a month of work. There's nothing to eat here. Even the grass pokes us when I'm taking a piss. I can endure it if we are actually earning a lot more, but why would I even bother suffering for this much money? Ji Ying spat angrily. Most hunters would accept a huge job every half a year, spending a month or 2 living in the wild under dire circumstances. Some people could not even stand living in a rundown house for a day or 2, let alone staying in the desolate wilderness that was swarming with demon creatures. Therefore, hunters would only suffer for a month or 2 in the wild to earn a fortune before resting for a few months. Otherwise, they would most likely suffer a mental breakdown. In other words, even if they spent a month here in the wild, they were only getting 100,000 each. If they stuck to their normal routine, it meant they would only earn 100,000 for half a year. 100,000 for half a year? Couldn't they just find a normal job instead? Why would they bother risking their lives living in the wild? What shitty job is this? I'm done here, let's head back as soon as possible. Xie Hao was displeased too. Zhong Li, can you please gather enough information about the demon creatures next time? Someone else can kill these salamander demons all they want. The team lost its will to fight. Mo Fan totally understood. Any hunter in their right mind would not waste their time on a quest like this. If an above-average hunter group like the Fern Hunter Squad was unwilling to commit to the quest, the rest of the hunter groups were most likely going to give up and leave the Thousand Islands Lake, too. At this rate, no one would bother wasting their time on the salamander demons, allowing them to mass reproduce. Let's think about it again. I don't want our time and effort to be in vain too. How about this? Why don't we decide again after we've recovered? If it really isn't going to work, we can head west and kill some lizard demons to compensate for our loss. It's better than going back empty-handedly, don't you think? Zhong Li proposed. Yeah, I would rather kill the lizard demons in the swamps than waste my time on these salamander demons here, the big-nosed Mage agreed. The team was too tired to go anywhere. They set up tents on the deserted island, staying there for the night. Every hunter knew that it was dangerous to stay close to a water source at night, since demon creatures might come and get a drink. There was the risk of being dragged out of their tents and eaten as snacks while slept. Mo Fan was told to take the night watch, as he was the only person with energy. In the eyes of the others, being on night watch was the only job that suited him. Mo Fan looked down from the hillside and looked out over the water surrounded by the mountains. It was a peaceful lake. He could see the reflections of the clouds moving slowly past on the surface of the water. I can't think of any weaknesses. I would have to rely on stronger spells to kill them, which means I'll be consuming my energy faster. Mo Fan was troubled. He seriously found the Salamander demons annoying. Their defense was comparable to some weaker commander-level creatures, yet their numbers were insane. Mo Fan suddenly heard a strange noise from the water while he was deep in thought. It did not sound like the cry of a demon creature, but the sound of a higher density liquid flowing. Mo Fan looked at the lake and noticed the water turning cloudy. It looked like someone had poured a huge barrel of polluted water into the lake. What's going on? Mo Fan was curious. He quickly turned into a shadow bird and flew across the trees before landing on the shore by the lake. Did I imagine it? The water suddenly cleared up after Mo Fan reached the shore. He could even see the bottom of the lake under the moonlight. The water had cleared up suddenly even though it was turbid just a moment ago. It took him a minute to fly down the slope, yet it was impossible for the water to clear up so quickly. Mo Fan was constantly keeping an eye on the surface of the water. He was wondering if the surface of the lake was covered up, just like the blue moths had covered the lake in Wuxian, preventing him from seeing any reflections on its surface. Mo Fan was mindful of that tactic this time, yet he did not notice anything. The water simply turned cloudy and cleared up again in no time. Was it because of grey clouds? Did I see it wrong? Mo Fan did not understand what was going on. He had no choice but to return to the tents. Where did you go? You were supposed to be on night duty. Why aren't you doing your job? Are you giving up on your deposit? Jiu Ying demanded with a long face when she saw Mo Fan. I went to take a piss. My piss stinks. I was worried that it might bother you all, so I went further away, Mo Fan explained with a grin. That's disgusting. Why the hell are you explaining it to me in such detail? Jiu Ying rolled her eyes. Why aren't you asleep yet? Did you check up on me on purpose? Mo Fan asked. I'm not in a good mood after realizing I'm not earning any money from this. I suffer from insomnia whenever I'm in a bad mood. There are so many of these creatures. We could earn a fortune if we can find a way to break their shells. Jiu Ying snarled. So you're troubled by that, too, are you that desperate for money? Mo Fan said. Who isn't? Jiu Ying asked in return. You're right. I'm planning to save up for a galaxy vein and see if I can break through to the advanced level. It looks like it's not going to work, Jiu Ying let out a sigh. A galaxy vein is pretty expensive. It will take you 20 years to save up for it at this rate, Mo Fan murmured. Which is why I was thinking, if I couldn't make any progress this year, I should just marry a rich guy. I can get anything I want with a little coquettish act and moans, Jiu Ying spat. You sound pretty serious, Mo Fan smiled. I am serious. I'm thinking of quitting already. It's too tiring. I've been a hunter for almost 10 years, risking my life and not even treating myself as a human being. I realized that I'm actually earning less than those flirtatious B*****Chase. They can get everything they want by just acting coquettishly and selling their asses, Jiu Ying spat. Mo Fan was suddenly lost for words. Their leader was as tough as nails. Chapter 1673. 7-Star Hunter Master. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhong Li woke everyone up early in the morning on the next day. Boss, I just received a letter from the Hunter Union delivered by a roaming post eagle. It's for a quest with a high reward, and it's about the lizard demons that we are familiar with. Zhong Li said excitedly. Show me. Jiu Ying ordered him. The post eagles were a common way for the Hunter Union to communicate with hunters in the wild. Normal communication equipment had no signal in demon creatures' territories. The post eagles were specifically used by the hunter masters to relay important information and messages. Xie Hao went closer and blurted out in surprise, looking for an infant of the lizard demons. $1 million for whoever gets it. That's insane. Is an infant of lizard demons worth that much? They are indeed hard to catch, but they are known for their tendency to stir up troubles. Could it be fake? The big-nosed mage wondered. The information is real. It's a Hunter Master's post eagle. It even has the seal of a Hunter Master. The seal hasn't disappeared yet, so the quest is still valid. Jiu Ying said. We are in luck then. It won't be difficult for us to catch an infant of the lizard demons. Xie Hao said. The letter also mentions that the Hunter Master is looking for an elite squad of intermediate mags that is familiar with the Thousand Islands Lake and is experienced in capturing demon creatures. She's willing to pay 24 million to hire the squad for a month or two, but the squad must catch an infant of the lizard demons within a week, Jiu Ying went on. 24 million, the members of the Fern Hunter squad gasped. Their eyes glittered. 24 million. That means each of us will get 4 million if we split it evenly. That's crazy. I don't think we have ever accepted a quest with over 10 million as the reward. Zhongli exclaimed. Quests were classified into different levels. Hunters could only accept the higher level quests after they had reached a certain rank. A quest with over 10 million as the reward was already considered a huge job for them. Most intermediate mags could treat themselves to a long rest after completing a job like that, let alone a quest that was going to pay them 24 million. They could buy new magic equipment with the money. If they already had some savings, they could even afford to buy a cheap soul seed. Soul grade seeds averaged around 14 to 18 million in price. If they could earn 4 million from just one quest, they would be very close to buying a soul grade seed if they could find a few more quests with the same pay. Cough cough, we have 7 in our team now, Jiu Ying corrected him. Is he going to get the money, too? He did nothing, he's only here to make up the numbers, yet we have to give him 3 million. That doesn't make any sense, the big-nosed mage whined in displeasure. If the quest's reward was only a few million, they would not mind sharing it among the 7 of them. It might feel like a waste, but it was better than wasting their time doing nothing because they did not have enough members for the quest. However, if the reward was 24 million, there was no way they would be willing to give away 3 million for someone that was only making up the numbers. That's right, he's only with us for the quest related to the Salamander demons. He's not part of this new quest, the Earth Mage said. I don't think that's the right thing to do. He's still one of us now, Zhongli said with an awkward face. That's enough, what are you even arguing for? You sound like the 24 million is already ours when we haven't even done a single thing. Fanmo is now one of us, of course he's with us for the next quest. Stop arguing. 1. We should come up with a plan soon. If the Post Eagles are delivering the letters, it means other squads will receive the message too. We won't get a single cent if another team ends up catching an infant of the lizard demons before us. Jiu Ying scolded the members mercilessly. The big-nosed mage and the Earth Mage were displeased, yet they dared not to talk back to their leader. Mo Fan was quite surprised, too. It was true that they should not kick him out of the party since it was against the ethics of the Hunters' Union, yet how many hunters would even care about ethics when it came to money? Even if the incident was brought up to the Hunter Union, they were indeed technically signing up for a new quest, so they were not breaking the rule if they did not share a single cent with Mo Fan. The fact that Jiu Ying did not kick Mo Fan out of the party even though he was not contributing much changed his view of her. It was rare to see hunters sticking up for their ethics, especially after learning how desperate for money she was. Actually, you don't have to argue because of me. I was only interested in the quest for the Salamander demons' hearts. I won't be tagging along if you guys are thinking of doing a different quest, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had a good impression of Jiu Ying, so he did not want her to fall out with the big-nosed mage and the Earth Mage because of him. It was already difficult for her to build a reputation as a team leader as a woman. If she insisted on not placing her members first, the team might even disband as a result. Fanmo, don't abase yourself. We were rookies like you, too. We all came from the basic level. We weren't able to complete the quest of collecting the Salamander demons' hearts because we weren't prepared enough. You have wasted your time by coming with us, too. However, we are confident in completing this new quest. You are welcome to come with us and earn some money. You can use it to buy some resources that might help you reach the intermediate level. You are not young anymore. It's indeed a little embarrassing to still be stuck at the basic level. Being good-looking alone isn't enough in this world. You must have a certain strength and be financially capable. Otherwise, you won't dare to go after the beautiful goddess you are fond of, Ji Ying said. Mo Fan was left speechless by Ji Ying's speech. Which eye of yours is telling you that I'm abasing myself? A few million was basically nothing to him. It was not even enough to buy snacks for little Flame Belle when she had a good appetite. Forget it, if he told them that, they might assume he was bluffing again. Well, I'm currently investigating the Salamander demons, so I'm only interested in quests that are related to them. I don't have time for other quests, Mo Fan said. Boss, he already said it himself. What's the point of urging him to stay? We should hurry. If we waste our time further, we are really going to miss out on the chance, the big-nosed mage said. He glanced at Mo Fan, as if complimenting him for knowing his place. Yeah, we haven't secured the reward yet, the Earth Mage agreed quickly. Ji Ying had a troubled face, but since Mo Fan had already said so, there was no reason for her to force him along. I'll give you back your deposit, Ji Ying said. Sure. Ji Ying returned the deposit to Mo Fan. To his surprise, she actually gave him twice the deposit. Ji Ying explained that they were responsible for failing the quest. They promised to bring him along to earn some money, yet they had given up on the quest halfway. Therefore, she had given Mo Fan twice the deposit as compensation. Mo Fan did not want it, but he had no choice but to take it after Ji Ying insisted. Mo Fan roamed around the Thousand Islands Lake after parting ways with the Fern Hunter squad. He tried attacking the Salamander demons to see how quickly he could eliminate them. As he expected, regardless of the element he was using, the Salamander demons were a lot harder to kill than normal warrior-level creatures. Mo Fan only managed to clear the Salamander demons out of a small area after spending the whole day fighting. The Thousand Islands Lake was quite broad, and there were countless Salamander demons occupying the lake. If even a magic cannon mage like Mo Fan was struggling to reduce the numbers of the Salamander demons, it was obvious that culling the Salamander demons with brute force was out of the question. Forget it, time to go back and see if Lingling has come up with a better plan. Mo Fan felt extremely helpless. He had no choice but to go back, as it was starting to get dark again. Mo Fan had wasted a few days at the Thousand Islands Lake, yet he had not found any effective way to exterminate the Salamander demons. Mo Fan found Lingling after he returned to Minghu Outpost. Lingling was busy working on something, and was extremely focused. She was displaying the inviolable bearing of a genius. Apis sat by the window, eating a red apple. Her sexy legs were swinging under her pleated skirt. She seemed carefree and relaxed, but she was just bored. If she's not doing anything, can you keep her in your contract space? Lingling said. She was obviously referring to Apis. I wasn't disturbing you. Apis was not pleased. The air you are exhaling is disturbing me from doing my work, Lingling refuted promptly. Humph, annoying little brat. Apis jumped down from the side of the window. She went up to Mo Fan and wrapped her arms around her hand. She stuck her body close to him and rubbed it against his hand while asking in a seductive tone, Big brother, did you learn anything useful? Not really, the Salamander demons are very tricky to kill. If we are relying on brute force, we might have to hire a bunch of super mags, but that would also destroy the Thousand Islands Lake, Mo Fan said. He did not mind Apis acting coquettishly. He was enjoying the sensation. Lingling glanced at Apis. Her face had no expression, but her eyes were full of disdain and disgust. Take a rest for now. I'll need you to visit the Hunter Union later, Lingling said. Did you make any progress? Mo Fan asked. A little. That's good to hear. Mo Fan had relied heavily on Lingling's knowledge and her crazy insight to complete some of the high-level quests when he was still a low-rank hunter. Of their partnership, Lingling was the brains, so Mo Fan only needed to be a simple-minded retard with well-developed limbs. Mo Fan heard something tapping on the window. He was confused. Apis looked excited. However, before Apers could reach the window, Lingling said sternly, "Don't you dare touch it." The Hunter Lodge. The strong smell of the swamp lingered in the hall. The hunters quickly pinched their noses and stepped aside. A squad of hunters in rugged clothes covered in stinky mud came into the hall. They hurriedly went into a room, ignoring their smell and appearance. It was the Fern Hunter squad. They had been very productive, completing the quest for an infant of the lizard demons in just 4 days. They came in right away to hand in the quest. However, to their surprise, another hunter group was waiting in the room. They had obviously completed the quest and were waiting for their employer. "Why are you here?" Ji Ying pulled a long face when she saw the other group. "Isn't this Ji Ying? Why do you look like you have just been begging on the street? TSK, what's that smell? Did you fall into a latrine pit or something? You really should have washed yourself before coming here. This is the private zone for Hunter Masters. I wouldn't want the Hunter Master to faint because of your smell," an enchanting voice spoke up. The person speaking was a woman in her 30s. Her face was covered by a thick layer of foundation. She looked beautiful at the first glance, but if anyone was to take a closer look at her, they might be disgusted by her thick makeup. "What are you doing here?" Ji Ying said coldly. "To hand in the quest, of course. My team caught an infant of the lizard demons, so I'm here to hand it over." "Oh, don't tell me you accepted the same quest. Such a pity, we were here first, and we've already informed the employer," Li Yumei answered sweetly. "That's impossible. The infant of the lizard demons are only active in the Great Gorge during this current season. Our team never saw you in that area. There must be something fishy about the creature you've caught. Someone must be raising it to be used as a contracted beast after it grew up," Ji Ying said. It was no longer the mating season for the lizard demons. It was unlikely that anyone would find a youngling of the lizard demons, even if they searched the entire Thousand Islands Lake and other areas. However, the Fern Hunter squad knew a place with a unique environment that might have 1 or 2 infants of the lizard demons, which was why they were so confident in completing the quest. To their surprise, Li Yumei was here to hand in the quest too. There was no way she could have found an infant of the lizard demon somewhere else. "You're not the only person familiar with the Thousand Islands Lake. Are you accusing me of cheating just because I'm faster than you? The Hunter Master isn't blind, he will make the call himself. If you ask me, you should just go home and take a shower. You really stink, we are still looking forward to a feast tonight," Li Yumei said disgustedly. Damn it. Ji Ying immediately lost her temper. She ran forward as if she was going to fight Li Yumei to death. "You mad woman!" A hunter mistress walked in as they were about to start a brawl. She frowned and rebuked them when she saw people fighting. "What are you doing? Don't you know violence isn't allowed here? We are here to turn in the quest. They came after us. You should drive them out." Li Yumei sniffed. "Whoever that argues further will be tossed out. Since both teams have completed the quest, you are allowed to stay. The Hunter Master is willing to pay 100 million for the squads that completed the quest. It's fine to have a few squads competing for the quest. The Hunter Master will personally evaluate the teams," the Hunter Mistress went. "Of course, I understand." Li Yumei immediately responded with a smile. Ji Ying had a twisted expression. Her face was dirty, and her disheveled hair was covered in filth. She looked completely different compared to her appearance when Mo Fan first met her. She was no different than a beggar on the street. The quest paying 1 million for the infant of lizard demons was not that important. The following request to hire a squad with 24 million was the real deal. The team had gone all out to finish the quest first. They had waited in the swamp for 3 days and nights. They had finally caught an infant of the lizard demons and rushed back, and did not have a chance to get some rest. Ji Ying would really be disheartened if her team missed out on the opportunity. Most infuriatingly, this shameless woman was competing for the quest too. Ji Ying and Li Yumei used to be members of the same group. Their leader was a very talented mage. However, Li Yumei ended up shamelessly using her body to convince the leader to kick Ji Yuying out of the group. She eventually became the leader's wife. The woman had never done anything useful, yet her title and reputation had exceeded Ji Yuying's. She had even reached the advanced level not long ago. Ji Yuying hated Li Yumei's guts. Li Yumei had already ruined her life once. If she messed up her last fight again, she would seriously have the urge to die together with Li Yumei on the spot. The reward of 24 million was too important to her group. Apart from the money, they would be getting a lot of contribution points, allowing them to take on higher-level quests. It would be easier for them to take on quests that would pay over 10 million, as employers were more willing to employ their group knowing that they had completed a quest that paid 24 million in the past. They had been doing quests worth only a few million as the reward lately. How long was it going to take them to save up for a galaxy vein if they were splitting such rewards among the 6 of them? A fragmented galaxy vein already cost around 50 to 60 million. Ji Yuying had treated this quest worth 24 million very seriously. It was a precious opportunity for her, and would guarantee her the right to accept quests with over 10 million. She might have a chance to save up for a galaxy vein if she worked hard for another 5 to 6 years. I've transferred 1 million to both your accounts. You will hand over the younglings now, the Hunter Mistress said. When will we know if the Hunter Master is going to hire us for the next quest? We are more interested in that. Is it possible for us to meet the Hunter Master? Our Fern Hunter squad is full of elites, and we are disciplined, just like the army. We promise that we can be of great help to the Hunter Master. Zhongli asked quickly. The Hunter Master will make the decision after looking at the younglings. You can wait here or go back first. We'll contact you again, the Hunter Mistress replied evenly. Can you please let the 7-star Hunter Master know that our Panshan Hunter Squad is a subsidiary squad of Hunter Master Lu Shuo's Hunter Group? We are more professional and reliable than some inferior, lowly hunter groups, Li Yumei said. What did you say? Ji Yuying snapped. Boss, keep your calm, Zhongli quickly advised. Humph, our strength and reputation say it all. The 7-star Hunter Master definitely knows better. Mistress, we will excuse ourselves, Li Yumei sniffed. Ji Yuying was trembling in rage as she watched Li Yumei leave with her party. However, she did not leave after them. She stayed in the room and looked at the Hunter Mistress. She made up her mind as if she had decided to press her luck. Mistress, can I meet the 7-star Hunter Master in person? I can guarantee that there's something strange about the youngling that Li Yumei brought. Our Fern Hunter squad might not be as famous, but our members are outstanding. We are willing to complete the quest at all costs. Please give us a chance. Ji Yuying did not want to give up, especially after seeing how smug Li Yumei was. She decided to take the initiative to fight for the opportunity. I told you, the Hunter Master will decide after inspecting the younglings. What you say won't make any difference, the Hunter Mistress responded calmly. Please, let me meet the 7-star Hunter Master. Ji Yuying bowed at the Hunter Mistress. She could expose Li Yumei's deception as long as she was given a chance to meet the Hunter Master. Li Yumei must have bought the youngling. There was no way she had caught it from the wild. Someone like Li Yumei was not worthy to be hired by a 7-star Hunter Master. I'll relay your message, but the Hunter Master will still make the call. The Hunter Mistress was touched by Ji Yuying's sincerity. After all, her team had come to turn in the quest even before treating their injuries. The Hunter Mistress left the room and handed the infants of the lizard demons to the employer. The Hunter Mistress returned after 2 hours. She was surprised to see the Fern Hunter squad was still in the room. They had been waiting for her to return. Don't just wait here, go treat your wounds first and get some rest. I'll contact you if I have any updates. I've already relayed your message. The Hunter Master is currently busy. As for whether the younglings were tamed or caught in the wild, the Hunter Master will know for sure. Don't you worry, the Hunter Mistress encouraged them. Oh, okay, Ji Yuying nodded in disappointment. Leader, don't give up yet. A 7-star Hunter Master can easily see through Li Yumei's tricks, Zhongli said. Speaking of which, I didn't know the quest was from a 7-star Hunter Master before coming here. It's rare to even see a 7-star Hunter Master. I never thought the quest we were doing is from a 7-star Hunter Master. No wonder it has such a generous reward, the big-nosed mage said. A 7-star Hunter Master. A person like that was a great authority in Ji Ying and her party's eyes. The man Li Yumei had hooked up with was only a 3-star Hunter Master. He was just like a junior in front of a 7-star Hunter Master. Ji Ying did not expect their employer to be a 7-star Hunter Master. It made her even more desperate to secure the opportunity. It would be a great advantage if they worked successfully for a 7-star Hunter Master. They would be guaranteed to be able to take on quests worth more than 10 million. Mistress, may I ask who the 7-star Hunter Master is? I've seen the seal on the letter. I can remember many of the 7-star Hunter Master's seals, but I don't think I've seen this one before. Is the Hunter Master someone that has kept a low profile? The big-nosed mage asked cautiously. The seal of a hunter was a symbol of their identity. Truly famous hunters did not even need to mention their names or titles, their seals alone were enough to indicate who they were. The big-nosed mage had seen the letter, yet he could not link the seal with any of the famous 7-star Hunter Masters. To be honest, I'm not familiar with the 2 7-star Hunter Masters, either. They are from a private hunter agency, but it's a very famous hunter agency. I'm sure you have heard of it before, the hunter mistress said. 2. A private hunter agency. The members of the Fern Hunter squad were shocked. Most hunters were actively looking for quests, but private hunter agencies were usually made up of hunters that employers would actively visit, trying to convince them to take on their jobs. Therefore, most private hunter agencies were established by someone that had at least reached the rank of a senior hunter. They mainly focused on quests that were dedicated exclusively to a senior hunter. So, which private hunter agency is it? The Clear Sky Hunter Agency of the Magic City's Jiang district. Chapter 1674. A-Rank Quest. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency, the one with a long-established reputation in the Magic City. Don't people always complain about their attitude? They always despise employers that go to ask them for a favor. I also heard that their agency is unmanned most of the time. They are known for their irresponsible attitude. The big-nosed mage was pretty familiar with the hunter agencies. He was surprised when he heard the name of the hunter agency involved. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was considered outlandish by other hunters. Most hunters in the Hunter Union and the reputable hunter agencies were concerned about their image and reputation. After all, it was the key to earning money. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was special. If the private hunter agencies were ranked according to the number of complaints they received, the Clear Sky Hunter Agency was high on the ranking because they kept turning down their customers. Asking their hunters for a favor was more difficult than recruiting Zhuge Liang. TL note, Zhuge Liang was a famous character in history. In the Romance of Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei only managed to recruit him after paying him 3 personal visits. 1. However, the Clear Sky Hunter Agency was still well respected among the hunters, mainly because the Clear Sky Hunter Agency had a 100% completion rate of the quests they accepted, even today. When it came to difficult and tricky quests, many people would recommend that people try their luck at the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. If Clear Sky was willing to accept the quest, it was already half completed. I just received some news, the hunter mistress said. Ji Ying immediately tensed up in worry. After all, her Fern Hunter squad did not have an impressive reputation, unlike Li Yumei's Panshan Hunter squad, which had connections with many hunter masters. The other members were nervous, too. A quest worth 24 million as the reward was at stake. They could enjoy a long vacation after they were done with the quest. The infant of the lizard demons that your group caught meets the hunter master's requirements. She has agreed to hire you. You can give me the details of your members. I will go ahead with the procedures. Once they are done, you will be officially hired by the hunter master. You must fulfill your duty, the hunter mistress informed them. Wow, that's great! Zhongli jumped up in joy. The rest of the team embraced one another in excitement. They were rich, they were being paid 24 million. Each person was going to get 4 million, and it would only take a month. Ji Ying stood still. Tears almost rolled down her cheeks. If Li Yumei had not provoked her, she could only throw a tantrum and beat the crap out of her teammates to vent her frustration if she did not get the quest. She could suddenly see the sunlight poking out of the thick stormy clouds. Make sure you seize the opportunity. I hope you don't disappoint the 7-star Hunter Masters, the Hunter Mistress encouraged them with a smile. Will do, we promise to give it our best. If their employer was really a 7-star Hunter Master, the opportunity was clearly worth more than 24 million. Li Yumei's squad had been pressuring them for a long time. They always ended up with the better employers and easier quests with higher rewards. Meanwhile, the Fern squad had worked harder to earn less money. Some employers even picked on them on purpose, just because the Panshan Hunter squad was tied to a 3-star Hunter Master. A connection to a 3-star Hunter Master was not to be underestimated. There were many Hunter squads in China, and many hunters waiting to earn a fortune. There were a lot of competent hunter groups, too. Since everyone was an intermediate mage, it was difficult to showcase their strength just by casting a few spells in front of their employers. How were they supposed to stand out among the hunter groups? An employer would thus usually choose a hunter squad that was recommended by a hunter master. Even though the strength of a hunter squad mattered the most, it was unlikely that the strength of the hunter squads differed by much at their current level. Even if the hunter squad did not complete the quests as requested, as long as the Panshan Hunter squad had access to the easier quests with higher pay, the members could afford better magic equipment and resources to improve their cultivation. They would eventually get stronger, widening the gap between them and the Fern Hunter squad. Even the smallest advantage would eventually grow into a huge gap. Therefore, when Ji Ying learned the quest was from a 7-star Hunter Master, she was even more desperate to claim it. It might be the opportunity she had been looking for to resolve the difficulties that the Fern Hunter squad was currently facing. At the inn in Minghu Outpost, Li Yumei was sitting on a wooden chair. She pulled a long face when she considered the quest worth 24 million escaping from her grasp. What is it, my little baby? Who's making you mad? A man with long hair came over and sat down beside Li Yumei. The man slipped his hand into Li Yumei's clothes, seeing no one was around them. Humph, it's because of the goddamned quest that is hiring a hunter squad. That 7-star Hunter Master didn't even bother giving you any face. They ended up choosing that B*****CH Ji Ying's group. Idiots! Li Yumei swore angrily. 24 million is a lot indeed, but you're already an advanced mage. You shouldn't let such a trivial matter bother you, Lu Shua said. I just don't feel good because she got the quest. I will soon leave the Panshan Hunter squad, so I wanted to secure some benefits for them before I go, Li Yumei said haughtily. Well, they did specify they were looking for an infant of the lizard demons captured from the wild. They aren't that stupid to fall for your little tricks. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my team just accepted a new quest. It's an A-rank quest, Lu Shua said. An A-rank quest? Can't you bring me along? Li Yumei asked immediately. She was now an advanced mage, yet she had yet to attempt an A-rank quest. As a matter of fact, they had only completed a few B-rank quests so far. The quest given by the 7-star Hunter Master with 24 million as the reward was considered a B-rank quest. The quest before it, which had paid 1 million, was only a D-rank quest. Hunters needed reputation. The Hunter Union would reward hunters with contribution points based on the number and the rank of the quests they completed, how satisfied the employers were, and their completion rate. The Hunter Union would then rank the hunters based on their reputation and the contribution points they had collected. A-rank quests were only available to Hunter Masters. If no one in a hunter group was a Hunter Master, they did not even have the right to see the details of the quest. Li Yumei was now an advanced mage, yet her contribution points were still at the rank of an advanced hunter. If she participated in an A-rank quest and completed it, she would soon become a Hunter Master from the contribution points rewarded to her. I'm afraid not. After all, my team is pretty serious about it, Lu Zhuo said after a slight hesitation. Li Yumei might be an advanced mage, but she still had not learned how to use the advanced spells. She was not much stronger than an intermediate mage. Besides, Lu Zhuo was well aware of Li Yumei's strength, she was only skillful in bed. Chapter 1675. The Perfect Wife Among the Hunters. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What do you mean? I'm already an advanced mage. Can't you just let me tag along? Aren't you the leader of the Pancheng Hunter group? You can easily decide everything. I'm going to join your hunter group in the future, too. How can you not bring me along? If you don't, I won't let you touch me again. Humph, take your hand off me. You are not allowed to touch me. Li Yumei said angrily. All right, but only if you don't stir up any trouble, Lu Zhuo sighed. That's more like it. By the way, a level A quest should have a huge payout, right? Is it more than 50 million? Li Yumei asked. There's no money, Lu Zhuo replied. No money? Why did you accept it then? Li Yumei blurted out. Contribution points. Our employer is a 7-star hunter master too. She's looking for a group of advanced mags and offering an insane amount of contribution points. It's enough to promote me to 4 stars if I claim them all. Lu Zhuo informed her. That many? If I join the team, wouldn't it be enough for me to become a hunter master too? Li Yumei's eyes widened. Yeah, it's enough for you, even if the contribution points are distributed equally, Lu Zhuo nodded. That's great, ha ha ha. Li Yumei burst out laughing. How do you feel now? Much better. Lu Zhuo smiled. He slid his hand back into Li Yumei's clothes. That B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* but I will soon be promoted to a hunter master. I can't wait to see her turning mad after hearing about it. Li Yumei burst out laughing. You shouldn't worry too much about her. She will soon be less worthy to even pick up your shoes for you, Lu Shue said. I enjoy watching her face covered in dirt as I trample her under my feet. Li Yumei declared. So does that mean I can do whatever I want tonight? Wherever I want? Lu Shue asked with a malicious grin. Pervert. Li Yumei rolled her eyes. Fresh air blew into the room through the window and lifted the curtains. Mo Fan woke up, feeling refreshed after having a comfortable sleep last night. The quality of his sleep had indeed improved because of the verdant hills and waters about. He felt energized after opening his eyes and stretching a little. Lingling, why are you awake so early? Mo Fan saw Lingling busy with her experiment on the tall stool. She hasn't slept yet, Apis said. A little girl like you shouldn't stay up all night, or else you will never grow up. Go get some sleep, now. Mo Fan lifted Lingling up from the stool. He did not care about the progress she was making. He would not allow her to stay up all night and mess up her body. Lingling was dedicated to the things she was doing. She often stayed up all night to do her experiments, but now that Mo Fan was around, he would not give her the chance to do so. She did not have to be so serious with many things. It was not the end of the world if she could not find a way to deal with the salamander demons. Let go of me. Lingling swung her claws wildly, dealing 0 damage to Mo Fan. She ended up hurting her hand instead. Be a good girl, and stop being so stubborn. Do you really want to become a Pacific princesses when you grow up? You will only grow with plenty of sleep. Those girls with a young face and huge bust like to sleep just like pigs. Mo Fan placed Lingling on his bed and dragged the blanket over her. Lingling continued to throw a tantrum, but Mo Fan simply stood beside the bed. He would not leave until she was asleep. She angrily pulled the blanket over her head. It's better to take your time instead of rushing everything like you always do. Get some sleep, or I'll forfeit the quest and send you back to school. Mo Fan ordered her. Lingling was afraid of going back to school. She had already memorized everything the school taught when she was 8, not to mention the dumb childish boys that kept showing off in front of her. Lingling flipped up the blanket and told Mo Fan seriously, "I've learned more about the Salamander demons. Go to bed, we'll talk again tomorrow, be good." Mo Fan declared. "I'll sleep after I explain it to you." Lingling insisted. "Fine, go ahead," Mo Fan sighed and nodded. "I asked people to get me infants of the Salamander demons and the lizard demons, respectively. I discovered that the Salamander demons are similar to mules." "They aren't really a new species," Lingling said. "Mules? What do you mean?" Mo Fan was not familiar with the concept. Many species that are similar in builds and lineage can hybridize. For example, the scorpion demons and the snake demons can breed into a new species. Lingling purposely glanced at Apers before she added, "The lamias are a new species because they can mate with one another to produce offspring. I can give you a simpler example. The offspring of a donkey and a horse is a mule, but a mule isn't a new species because it can't mate with another mule to produce offspring. Even if it can, its offspring won't live for long." "Should I write down some notes, teacher?" Mo Fan asked archly. Lingling rolled her eyes and said, "The Salamander demons are the offspring of the lizard demons and the spiral-shelled monsters. I've conducted some tests with their younglings' blood. I discovered that the lineage of the Salamander demons is incompatible with the lizard demons. If the Salamander demons were a new species, they would inherit the lineage of the lizard demons and be considered part of their kin." Mo Fan nodded, pretending to understand it all. Lingling knew Mo Fan was hopeless when it came to theoretical knowledge. She cut straight to the conclusion: the Salamander demons are a crossbreed with a short lifespan. They can't produce offspring by mating with one another. That doesn't sound right. If they can't reproduce, why is the whole Thousand Islands lake crawling with them? I've already looked around there. The numbers of Salamander demons in the Thousand Islands lake are enough to form a horde. I feel like they are mating non-stop, just to produce little Salamander demons," Mo Fan said. "I initially thought they could mate with one another too, and their reproductive ability was insane, but it's unlikely that I'm wrong after I experimented. These Salamander demons are like mules, they can't reproduce by mating with one another. The only reason that their numbers are so insane is that there is one unique mated pair that are producing eggs like a factory somewhere in the Thousand Islands lake," Lingling declared. Mo Fan's eyes glittered after hearing her words. He said, "You're telling me, if we can find those two creatures and take care of them, we can stop these Salamander demons from multiplying." The Salamander demons were a threat because of their reproductive ability. Imagine if it would take them a month just to kill a third of their population, yet they were able to replace more than the number of Salamander demons that were killed. However, if the hunters could stop them from reproducing, it was only a matter of time until they eliminated every single one of the Salamander demons. Those creatures are very cunning. They have the adult Salamander demons move the eggs to somewhere else to make it look like the Salamander demons are reproducing everywhere rapidly. That way, the hunters won't be able to track them down by observing the population density of their younglings, Lingling said. "How did you figure it out?" Mo Fan was curious. Lingling had not set a single foot out the door. "I dissected a Salamander demon's youngling that I asked someone to catch for me," Lingling said. All right, Mo Fan decided not to ask any questions again. He shouldn't have bothered asking about the process. He was satisfied just knowing the answers. Things are a lot simpler now that we know what we are looking for, instead of roaming around aimlessly like a headless fly. Get some sleep, the things you've learned are very important. I might even track down the progenitors and kill them by the time you wake up, Mo Fan said. Let me finish my experiments. I might be able to find their weaknesses. Lingling grumbled. Not a chance, time to sleep. Apers, stay here. If she doesn't go to sleep, hypnotize her. Mo Fan was worried about Lingling. He could not afford to let such a capable little lowly fall sick after pulling an all-nighter. He had to rely on her to make a fortune and to get his revenge on his enemies in the future. Got it. Apers gladly agreed. One last thing, Lingling reached her finger out and pouted when she saw Mo Fan about to scold her. She looked extremely adorable. Say it. Mo Fan sighed his permission. It will be tricky to track down the creatures on your own. You aren't familiar with the Thousand Islands Lake, and you're a landlubber. I've already hired a squad of hunter masters and 7 squads of advanced hunters. They have all been active around the Thousand Islands Lake. You can send them to search for the mated pair. You should be able to find them in no time, Lingling said. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment before he finally said, Lingling, you're really the perfect wife among the hunters. You've organized everything for me. He did not even need to use his brain with Lingling as his partner. He just needed to do the dirty work when it mattered. Lingling was about to say something when Mo Fan frowned and said, no more talking. Another word and I'll be sleeping with you on the same bed. That way, you won't be able to marry anyone when you grow up. 3 years minimum, and death sentence maximum, you better think twice. Lingling harumphed coldly. She hid under the blanket and tried to go to sleep. Mo Fan was left speechless. To his relief, Lingling obediently fell asleep. She stopped making noises after some time. She was obviously asleep, judging from her steady breathing, and had lost her mature look and bearing. She was just like an adorable little kid. Mo Fan patted her on the head and left the room. Lingling was born to be a hunter. She was in high spirits whenever she was figuring out a way to solve mysteries and resolve dangers. She was quite happy when Mo Fan was back in the country, as if she finally had someone to play with her properly. A problem child, Apis said. You're more or less the same. Take care of her. I'm heading out. Mo Fan said. I'm not a nanny. Apis grumbled. I'll reward you, a meal of salted crayfish. Got it. Apis was overjoyed. Seeing Apis' reaction, Mo Fan could not help but wonder if he could easily convince the successor of Queen Medusa to willingly sign a contract by offering her 0.5 kilogram of crayfish. Chapter 1676. Beyond Retarded. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan asked the hunter mistress to gather the hired squads by Minghu Lake to meet them. Hunter masters could issue quests too, and they were usually well received by other hunters. Not only did those quests have higher credibility, but they would also award a significant amount of contribution points. Contribution points were as valuable as money in a hunter's eyes. A lot of hunter groups were willing to take contribution points as the reward to obtain higher ranks. Mo Fan had no idea how many contribution points he had collected so far. Lingling was fully responsible for managing them. He was rather intrigued after learning Lingling had hired so many hunters without using a lot of money. Basically, after you become a hunter master, every contribution point you earn can be treated as a special currency among hunters. When you need other hunters' help for your quest, you can offer them contribution points as a reward. Someone will be willing to take your quest if the contribution points you offer are high enough. That being said, the contribution points that you give out will be deducted from your balance, and you will be demoted if they are lower than the required amount for your current title, the hunter mistress Yang Ning told him. Oh, I see. I've never used my contribution points before, Mo Fan said. The quests that Lingling had accepted were suitable for just the 2 of them, and did not require a lot of manpower. Lingling would rather use money instead of contribution points, so their rank could rise faster. However, Mo Fan was already a 7-star hunter master, the highest rank below senior hunter. It was unlikely that he would become a senior hunter anytime soon, so it would not hurt to use his contribution points, as long as it would not take away his rank of 7-star hunter master. Mo Fan's rank had risen insanely fast, mainly because he had completed a few S-rank quests, including the incident on Chongming Island, the Drowning Curse, and the Tear of Medusa. His rank had soared like a plane lifting off. After all, quests with a reward pool were extremely difficult, but the reward usually contained an insane amount of contribution points. Mo Fan's rank had skyrocketed after he completed the quest of the Tear of Medusa. After all, they only had 2 hunter members in their party, unlike other squads who usually had around 8 people. Some hunter groups even had more than a dozen members. Therefore, even if these hunter groups managed to complete a quest with a high reward, the money and contribution point each member would receive were not that great. Their party only had 2 members, yet they had managed to complete S-rank quests. As a result, their ranks had risen very quickly. Mo Fan realized how useful the contribution points were after listening to Yang Ning's explanation. It would be a waste of time if he had to run errands or kill some weak demon creatures himself. The truth is, it's rare to see Hunter Masters completing quests on their own like you and Lingling. Most Hunter Masters will gather lower-ranked Hunter groups to do their jobs. The Hunter Masters enjoy the meat, while the rest of the Hunter groups get a share of the soup, just like what you're doing today, Yang Ning said. It was obvious that the Hunter Mistress knew Lingling. Our Clear Sky Hunter Agency is only interested in dubious and difficult quests. By the way, did you contact the hunters that we hired? Mo Fan asked. I did, they are on their way here, the Hunter Mistress answered. Mo Fan chatted with the Hunter Mistress at the tea house beside the lake for some time. He finally understood the privileges of a Hunter Master. He had also learned a trick: he could let other Hunter groups do some of the errands for him. The expense was like a drop in the ocean compared to the contribution points he had collected. I told them to be here at 9. Do you want me to tell you the details of the teams? Yang Ning said. Forget it, I'm too lazy for that now. I'll go grab another pot of tea. The tea is pretty nice here. Mo Fan rose to his feet. Let me do it. It's fine, I can do it myself. Mo Fan went into the tea house. Yang Ning watched Mo Fan leave. She had known Lingling for a long time, but it was her first time meeting Mo Fan. It was rare to see such a young 7-star Hunter Master. She flipped open the files to read his information again. A moment later, she heard footsteps approaching. Yang Ning lifted her gaze and saw a few unfamiliar faces. She frowned in puzzlement. Miss Yang, it's us, the Fern Hunter Squad. I'm the leader, Ji Yu Ying. Ji Yu Ying smiled. Ah? My apologies, I'm sorry for not recognizing you, you looked so different the other day. Yang Ning politely shook hands with Ji Yu Ying. She was quite surprised. The female leader was actually quite pretty when she made herself presentable. She looked completely different from her beggar-like appearance the other day. Every woman was fond of beauty, yet she was willing to sacrifice her beauty just to complete the quest. Yang Ning was a little impressed by Ji Yu Ying. Is the Hunter Master not here yet? Oh, we've come early. Miss Yang, did you introduce us to the Hunter Master? Xie Hao blurted out. He's too lazy to hear me out. After all, there are a lot of teams on the list, Yang Ning said. A lot of teams. Xie Hao was confused. Well, the Hunter Master did hire a group of Hunter Masters and 7 groups of advanced hunters, Yang Ning said. As I thought, Ji Yu Ying let out a wry smile. They initially thought it was a great opportunity for the Fern Hunter Squad to earn the Hunter Master's favor if they performed well. They might be able to work together in the long term. Running errands for a 7-star Hunter Master was obviously better than doing the quests that were issued by the Hunter Union. However, they were not the only group that was hired. It would be difficult for them to stand out among the teams that were hired. You've come pretty early, perhaps you can meet the Hunter Master first. Oh, where did he go? Yang Ning looked into the tea house, but she could not find him anywhere. Yang Ning was left speechless. She asked the Fern Hunter Squad to wait there. A while later, the rest of the groups arrived too. The 7 groups, including the Fern Hunter Squad, had all gathered at the platform. They had all arrived earlier than the scheduled time. Their energetic faces hinted that they were looking forward to cooperating with the 7-star Hunter Master. It's Lu Zhua and his Pancheng Hunter group, the leader of a Hunter group said. Ji Yu Ying's expression sank. She turned away, not willing to look at the group of people that just arrived. Aren't you Xiao Ying? What is it? You don't recognize your old leader. Lu Zhua approached Ji Yu Ying when he saw her. Ji Yu Ying did not want to talk to Lu Zhua. She was in a bad mood all of a sudden. She told Yang Ning, didn't you say we were hired by a 7-star Hunter Master? Why is this guy here? If he's the employer, I won't take the job, regardless of how much he's paying. He was hired too, Yang Ning smiled. She was not angry. Those hunter masters are all hired too. Zhongli exclaimed. A 7-star hunter master had hired a bunch of 2-star and 3-star hunter masters and 7 groups of advanced hunters. Did he accept an A-rank quest? The people nowadays, they always forgot they were once a rookie after forming their own group. They are pulling a long face instead of showing gratitude. Li Yumei said mockingly. Ji Yuying was driven mad. Why was Li Yumei here? Why did she have to stumble into her every time? To think that she was going to work together with this woman for a quest. It was just torture for Ji Yuying. Yang Ning sat there and observed the hunters. She noticed that most of them knew one another. The advanced hunters were greeting each other, but the group of hunter masters was aloof and unapproachable, not placing any attention on the advanced hunters. A few advanced hunters were trying to befriend the hunter masters instead. That's a lot of people. Did everyone arrive? Mo Fan placed the tray on the table. Everyone is here. Let me introduce you. Yang Ning rose to her feet. Fan Mo, why are you here too? Xie Hao exclaimed. He was the first to see Mo Fan. Zhong Li, the big-nosed mage, and Ji Yuying saw Mo Fan too. They immediately felt uneasy. After all, they had kicked Mo Fan out of the party because of this quest. Humph, how dishonest were you? You said that you didn't want to share the reward with us, but you've joined someone else's team instead, the big-nosed mage said preemptively with a cold harumph. Big nose, you shouldn't say that. Fan Mo volunteered to leave the party because he didn't want to trouble us. You can't stop him from joining other teams. Ji Yuying warned him. Yeah, Fan Mo, we might not be on the same team, but we are working together still. Let's give it our best. Our employer is a 7-star hunter master. You should be glad for the great opportunity since you are only a basic mage. Is the tea for us? I shall treat myself to it then, Xie Hao laughed. He happily took a cup of tea from the tray. Mo Fan was completely surprised. Why are they here? Wait, so, the quest that was going to pay 24 million was issued by Lingling. Hang on, she did mention that she had asked someone to catch an infant salamander demon. Luckily, he decided to leave the party instead of going with them. Otherwise, he would be beyond retarded if he didn't know the quest was issued in his own name. Chapter 1677. Aren't you a basic mage? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Erin's boy, are you dumb or slow? Didn't you see the hunter masters here? Why do you bother serving tea to those petty nobodies? Bring the tea over. Li Yumei was seated at the next table. She did not want to miss out on any chance to trouble Ji Yuying. The 7-star hunter master won't be here any time soon. Kid, give us the tea, we are a little thirsty. Lu Zhuo glanced at Mo Fan and said. Yang Ning remained seated with a smile. Things were getting a little interesting. Even Mo Fan was stunned. Holy crap, are hired hunters so full of themselves nowadays? Are they seriously asking their employer to serve them tea? The tea is mine, go get it yourself if you want some. Mo Fan placed the tray on his table. What do you mean? You sound unwilling. A young and inexperienced hunter like you can only run errands for us. Do you think you can kill a strong demon creature on your own? Don't you hide behind your team if you're in danger when you don't even know how to respect your seniors? Li Yumei spoke up. What do you mean by seniors? Mo Fan looked at Lu Zhuo and asked. I obviously mean hunters that are more experienced and have higher ranks, Li Yumei said. So you're telling me that those with lower ranks should be serving tea instead? Mo Fan asked. You can see it that way, Li Yumei said proudly. Sure, then you should brew every team here a pot of tea and serve everyone. Make sure you pay for it too, Mo Fan said in displeasure. What do you mean? I, Li Yumei, am an advanced mage. Don't you dare provoke me with your childish tantrum. You should be glad that you have the chance to run errands for us. I can easily make you leave because of your attitude. Li Yumei was getting a little angry. Xie Hao quickly came over to advise Mo Fan. Brother Fan Mo, just bear with it, Xie Hao said. This is interesting, it's my first time seeing a hired hunter asking their employer to leave. Yang Ning was done enjoying the joke, and finally spoke up. What employer? Li Yumei asked with a confused look. Him, he's your employer, Yang Ning pointed at Mo Fan with a smile. Isn't the employer a 7-star hunter master? Lu Shua frowned. He is the 7-star hunter master. Not every hunter likes to wear their badge all the time, Yang Ning said. The 7 people in the group of hunter masters and over 60 advanced hunters stared at Mo Fan with wide eyes. As a matter of fact, they were also enjoying the scene. It was common to see hunters bullying rookies and low-rankers, so they did not think too much of Li Yumei's actions. To their surprise, the young mage who seemed to be a freeloader was actually their employer? Miss Yang Ning, that's too much of a joke. I might believe it if you say he's a lackey working for a 7-star hunter master, but you're telling me he's a 7-star hunter master? Most 7-star hunter masters are already super mags. Lu Jua said. 1. Yang Ning looked at Lu Jua. She remained smiling, and did not explain further. Lu Jua felt something was not right. He looked at Mo Fan closely. Are you really a 7-star hunter master? You're from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Lu Jua asked seriously. I have a partner, it was she that hired you to help me take care of the Salamander demons. Yang Ning, you may send my information to them, Mo Fan answered. Yang Ning nodded. She immediately sent the details to every team's leader with her phone. The Hunter Union did not allow employers to send their details and contact numbers to hunters before an official meeting. That was to prevent the employers and hunters from bypassing the Hunter Union and reaching a deal privately. Li Yumei and Lu Shua were dumbfounded when they received the information. This guy, he's really a 7-star hunter master. Li Yumei's mouth was wide enough to hold 2 eggs. Her face was filled with disbelief. Similarly, Ji Yuying looked down at the information, then looked up at Mo Fan. She repeated the same actions. Fan Mo. You're not a basic mage. Zhongli was the first to yell. I already told you more a dozen times, I am an advanced mage. Mo Fan answered with a roll of his eyes. But, weren't you joking with me? Zhongli said with wide eyes. I was serious every time I said it to you. But why didn't you just cast an advanced spell? Wouldn't that convince me right away? Zhongli said. Mo Fan was just about to say he did not bother proving it when he saw Ji Yuying staring right at him. He could not help but feel a little awkward. Mo Fan did not plan to hide his strength when he was looking to join a party. When they assumed he was a basic mage, Mo Fan simply used it as a disguise. He thought he would never cross paths with the party again, but Lingling ended up hiring them. Are you really a 7-star hunter master? Ji Yuying asked, saying one word at a time. I am, Mo Fan nodded. He smiled and explained when he saw the flicker in Ji Yuying's eyes, my partner and I worked separately. My job was to survey the Thousand Islands Lake. I wasn't familiar with the place, so I gladly joined your party when Zhongli recruited me. I didn't know my partner was the one that issued the quest. Ji Yuying was confused, too. Mo Fan had been with them all the time. There was no way he could have used the Post Eagle to deliver the message to them, it could only be done at the Hunter Union. She finally understood what had happened after hearing Mo Fan's explanation. Even so, Ji Yuying was lost for words when facing the young and handsome 7-star hunter master. She was already panicking inside. There were shock and joy, but most of it was disbelief. The young mage they had randomly recruited to make up the numbers was actually a 7-star hunter master that had only arrived recently to survey the Thousand Islands Lake. Most importantly, their Fern Hunter squad was trying every way possible to establish connections with a hunter master, yet they ended up kicking one out of the party. Many people thought a person with integrity would behave neither servilely nor overbearingly no matter whom they were facing, but was it really possible? If someone had bet 10 years' worth of hard work and their dignity as a woman in exchange for a bright future, but it all depended on a single sentence or a nod of approval from a person, was it really possible to remain calm in front of a person that could easily decide your destiny? Chapter 1678. His partner must be very impressive. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiu Ying could no longer treat Mo Fan the same way. She always thought the fawn in her heart had died around 8 years ago after slamming its head into the banister called reality. She did not expect it to come back to life and keep jumping up and down in her heart. "I'm sorry, we all thought you were just a basic," Jiu Ying finally blurted out after some time. "It's fine, but we are quite fateful." "We are on the same team again," Mo Fan said. Big Nose and the Earth Mage were already regretting their decision after hearing the words "same team." Why did they kick him out of the party over the negligible cut to their profits? They simply had an urge to die right on the spot. Luckily, Mo Fan was not bothered by their actions. Lingling had hired a lot of hunters. There were 72 people, according to Yang Ning's report. The hunters were still discussing things loudly, since it was extremely rare to see such a young 7-star hunter master. Some were still confirming Mo Fan's information repeatedly. My heavens, how did he complete S-rank quests? They even had an international reward pool. A few advanced hunters were whispering softly, but their soft voices could not hide their astonishment. He might be lucky if it was only one, but there are 2 S-rank quests on the list, and another one is confidential, the leader of Cangjin Hunter Group, Lan Jin, pointed out. "Oh wow, he's the one that resolved the drowning curse. I am from Dalian. The drowning curse was a hot topic at our place. They kept saying the victims were sacrifices offered to the King of Sea. Even senior hunters tried looking for the reason behind it, but they couldn't find anything." Not many people in China had heard about the reward pool for the tear of Medusa, but the hunters that were active along the coastline had heard about the drowning curse. They did not expect the young man to be the one that had completed the international S-rank quest. Yang Ning stood beside Mo Fan and said to the teams, "Let's sit down. I will explain the quest in detail. It's a little complicated, so it might take some time." The hunters immediately fell silent. After all, they were still professionals, and their discipline was only second to soldiers. Otherwise, they would not have been hired for the quest. However, not only were the members of the Fern Hunter squad restless, Lu Zhua and Li Yumei were feeling uneasy too, judging from their expressions. The news was like a crash of thunder from a clear sky to Li Yumei. "What are you waiting for? Go apologize now. Do you want to get kicked out of the team?" Lu Zhua nudged Li Yumei. This Li Yumei was seriously a troublemaker. They would not be in this situation if she had not gone and displayed her superiority as a senior. Lu Zhua even had the urge to slap himself on the face when he recalled what he had said. He was planning to befriend the 7-star hunter master, yet he already messed up right at the beginning. Master, I was as blind as a bat. I hope you don't mind what I said," Li Yumei said with a forced smile. Mo Fan was amused when he saw her reaction. He quickly put on airs. "Have you forgotten what you said? Seriously, people in every field like to act superior in front of their juniors, as if they had been through a lot of hardships to get to where they were at now, hence their juniors were obliged to run errands for them. I didn't forget, I'll go brew the tea right away." Li Yumei could not have cared less about embarrassing herself anymore. She quickly went inside the tea house. Li Yumei was still hoping to earn enough contribution points to be promoted to a hunter master. If a rookie is willing to run errands, it's a way for them to pay their respect to their seniors, but it doesn't mean it is their duty. The seniors shouldn't treat these rookies as their slaves either. "What's with all these practices?" Mo Fan said when he saw the others gloating. Mo Fan remembered the time when he first joined a hunter group as a rookie. Back then, Xu Dahuang and Feisha had never forced him to run errands for them. These so-called unspoken rules were tightly related to a person's character. Those that lacked morals enjoyed feeling superior to others, so they enjoyed ordering their juniors around. 2. The Hunter Master is right. Many advanced hunters had been hired for the quest. They were also rookies once, and were ordered around by old hunters. Those with a good moral center would show understanding and not treat their juniors the same way. Others would learn from their seniors and waited until they could finally do the same to their juniors. Alright, let's get down to business. Our job is mainly about the Salamander demons. You should understand the situation by now. The Thousand Islands Lake is crawling with the Salamander demons. If we don't get rid of them soon, the Thousand Islands Lake will soon be taken over by a horde. I have an agreement with Councilman Jiang. I will help him resolve the problem, and your job is to find the mated pair that are breeding the Salamander demons and help me eliminate them. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan briefly explained how the Salamander demons were reproducing to the teams. A few advanced hunters were intrigued when they heard the information. They had always thought the Salamander demons were breeding the normal way, considering how their numbers had increased rapidly in just a short period. As expected of a 7-star Hunter Master, our group tried to find the reason behind their rapid reproduction, but we had no luck. However, you found the reason so quickly. Luzhua quickly used the opportunity to flatter Mo Fan. Luzhua, your group has 7 members. Each of you will lead a group of advanced hunters. We will split into 7 teams. Mo Fan allocated the teams. Don't worry, my team is full of elites. We will find where the great Salamander demons are hiding. Don't you worry, however, the great Salamander demons are going to be tricky to deal with. You will have to be there in person, Luzhua said. Just report to me as soon as you locate them. Mo Fan said. Will do, let's move out. The teams were soon assigned their jobs. Every member of the Pancheng Hunter group would lead a group of advanced hunters to search the remote areas of the Thousand Islands Lake. Ji Yuying came up to Mo Fan and asked, Fan Mo, can you not let Li Yumei be our leader? She has only reached the advanced level recently. She can't even use an advanced spell. We are assigned to search a dangerous area, too. Our safety isn't guaranteed with her leading us. Oh? I remember I only asked for Hunter Masters with at least 2 elements in the advanced level. Mo Fan looked at Yang Ning. A team might have abused their connections to bring her in. We don't really have a good way to prevent it from happening, but you can reduce the reward accordingly when the job is done, Yang Ning said helplessly. The unreliable ones always bring the most trouble. Forget it, I don't mind as long as we can find the great Salamander demons. Let her be, I'm too lazy to deal with her, Mo Fan said. If he was to rebuke Luzhua now, it might disrupt their plan. Mo Fan was willing to turn a blind eye to the freeloaders as long as they could finish their job. What about us? Ji Yuying persisted. I will assign Li Yumei to another team. Your team must be very familiar with the Thousand Islands Lake if you can find the island surrounded by mountains. I'll let my summoned beast follow you. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. It had been some time since the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had some exercise. Even though he was helping his lackeys expand their territory in the summoned beast plain, he normally let the Moon-Devouring White Wolves handle the fights. He did not have to do the dirty jobs, as he was the leader of the pack. Old Wolf, you will follow Ji Yuying and protect her team. Do you understand? Mo Fan said. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was unwilling. Why was he not summoned for an intense fight? Why did he have to look after a bunch of people instead? Stop howling. You only know how to hook up with female wolves in your den. Do you seriously think you are a breeder? Aren't you worried about having weak kidneys? Do your job and stop complaining, Mo Fan berated him mercilessly. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf lost his noble bearing. He lowered his head and followed after Ji Yuying. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf left Minghu Outpost with the Fern Hunter Squad. The members of the Fern Hunter Squad noticed the Flying Creek Snow Wolf following behind them in low spirits when they reached the wild. He looked more like a sleepy aged dog instead of a guardian beast. Can we trust the wolf? I thought he would be following us himself. We can witness his strength as a 7-star Hunter Master too, but he only sent his summoned beast. Is he looking down on us? Big Nose grumbled. Big Nose, you should really keep your mouth shut. If it wasn't for you, we might be on the same team with a 7-star Hunter Master now. You are only making it difficult, Zhong Li rebuked him, displeased. Zhong Li and Ji Ying were friendly toward Mo Fan, and had parted ways without any hard feelings. The quest was a great opportunity for them. Even if Mo Fan was an aloof person, he would still give them special treatment, considering they were once his teammates. Why am I to be blamed for it? Who would even think a young guy like him is a 7-star Hunter Master? I wonder what his real strength is. There's no way I would believe he had earned the rank himself. I bet his partner must be very impressive. Big Nose said. I think so too. His partner must be very impressive, Xie Hao agreed. Chapter 1679. Cannon Fodder Squad. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Fern Hunter squad traveled along the shore of the lake to the west. They had been allocated for search points. The first area they were heading to was likely where the great Salamander demons were, an island covered by primitive plants. The plants had almost grown down into the lake. Thousand Islands Lake was extremely large. The Salamander demons would hide under the plants to conceal their presence. Without them, someone would have noticed abnormalities after so many hunters came to the Thousand Islands Lake to earn a quick fortune. The information exchange between hunters was extremely quick. If someone had found the great Salamander demons, the Hunter Union would already have records. As such, the Fern Hunter squad believed the 4 areas were most likely where the great Salamander demons were hiding, based on their experience and analysis of the Salamander demons' behavior. Speaking of which, did you notice that the number of lizard demons has decreased? The lizard demons were crawling all over the place like bugs in the swamps before, but we didn't have any trouble crossing the swamp to catch a youngling of the lizard demons last time. It should have taken us more than a few days to complete the quest, Xie Hao suddenly spoke up. Yeah, it feels weird to me, too. The lizard demons should be quite active during this season, Zhong Li nodded in agreement. There isn't any trace of the Salamander demons on this island. Big Nose called out. Let's head to the next area, then, Ji Ying said. At the cloud-shaped island, Lu Shuai and Li Yumei were leading the team. 2 members of the Tsangjin Hunter group were with them. Every member of the Tsangjin Hunter group liked to wear their trademark headscarf. Darling, do you think that guy is really a 7-star Hunter Master? Li Yumei whispered to Lu Zhua. He definitely is, there's no way you can fake that. Lu Zhua glanced at Li Yumei. For some reason, Lu Zhua did not feel comfortable when Li Yumei was around, especially when he saw her shamelessly pour tea for the teams. He felt embarrassed, even though he had been the one to ask her to do it. But how is that possible? You are only a 3-star Hunter Master when you're already so capable. How is he 4 stars higher than you? Does he have a formidable background? Li Yumei said. Li Yumei's words made Lu Zhua feel uneasy. Lu Zhua did find it hard to believe. The guy clearly looked a few years younger than him. How did he even complete the S-ranked quest of the Drowning Curse? Did you forget about his partner? His partner was the one that figured out the reason why the Salamander demons' numbers are so overwhelming, Lu Zhua said. You're saying that he's not really that impressive, but he has a capable partner. So he's just a freeloader like me. Li Yumei's eyes glittered. He should have some tricks up his sleeves, but he won't be too much stronger than me. I'm curious about how his partner helped him to become a 7-star Hunter Master at such a young age. If I had an old senior like that to guide me, there's no way I'd be just a 3-star Hunter Master now, Lu Zhua harumphed coldly. I told you, no one is more impressive than my darling among the hunters. Humph, that guy was acting so full of himself, yet he was only relying on his partner. Li Yumei felt a lot better, and soon recovered her usual proud demeanor. You should only say those things in front of me. You better watch your mouth when he's around. Either way, his rank is still higher than ours. We can probably get some benefits from him, Luo said. Of course, but that B*****CHGU Ying dared to complain to him about me. Such a pity, I almost became their leader. I would have played them to death. Li Yumei sniffed. You better behave yourself. His partner is already displeased after you tried to fool them with a youngling of the lizard demons that you bought, and you offended him again today. Just mind your manners and do what a freeloader should for the contribution points. Are you worried that you won't have a chance to get back at her after you become a hunter master? Luo said. You're right. Leader, there's a cave connected to the lake. It might be where the great salamander demons are. The leader of the Zhangjin hunter group, Lan Jin, called out to him. Take your men and investigate it, Luo said. Aren't you coming with us? It might be dangerous if the cave is only a narrow passage. Even if the great salamander demons aren't here, it might have some other creatures too. The few of us are going to struggle against them. We won't dare go down without you. Lan Jin answered. Don't worry, I'll be keeping an eye outside. I'll back you up right away if anything happens, Luo smiled. Oh, all right. Lan Jin led the rest of the team into the cave while Luo and Li Yumei waited outside. Why aren't you going in with them? Li Yumei asked with a confused look. These caves that are connected to the Thousand Islands Lake are extremely dangerous. Some strong demon creatures in the lake treat these caves as their nests, since they can stay on the island or dive into the lake. It's better to let them investigate first. If I'm stuck inside and happen to stumble into a commander-level creature, I won't come out alive. Luo said. A commander-level creature? Could there really be one in a place like this? Li Yumei exclaimed. Of course there is. The Thousand Islands Lake is so huge, with so many islands across it. Only inexperienced teams investigate these caves in person. Our group would usually send a summoned beast into it first, Luo grinned coldly. I've learned something today, Li Yumei nodded. Their group of hunter masters was indeed different. Li Yumei suddenly realized her Panshan hunter squad was a group of cannon fodder compared to Luo's experience and knowledge. Luo glanced at Li Yumei and noticed that she was wearing a low-cut shirt. Her breasts were bouncing as she nodded. Most importantly, he could see her tits through the thin shirt. This B*****CH, how dare she not wear any undergarments? She knew she was going to meet the 7-star hunter master. What does that mean? Luo pulled a long face and pointed at Li Yumei's chest. What are you referring to? Li Yumei was startled. She quickly lowered her head and looked at herself. Li Yumei was not a total idiot. She knew how to discern people's thoughts from their body language, especially men's. She immediately reacted, "Isn't it all your fault? You insisted on doing it in the morning. We were almost late for the meeting, so I didn't even have time to put one on." Luo thought about it. They were indeed in a rush in the morning. After the tension eased up slightly, Luo reached his hand out to fondle Li Yumei's breasts, seeing that no one was around. It felt different touching them with the shirt in the way, especially when she least expected it. What are you doing? We are still outside. Li Yumei quickly put on a shy expression. They are inside the cave. It's going to take them a while. I've already looked around. There aren't any demon creatures around, apart from those inside the cave, so it isn't dangerous here. Luo was suddenly in the mood for some action. Chapter 1680. Carnage Poisonous Salamander. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The half-submerged island was off to the west of the Thousand Islands Lake. Half of the island was under the surface, while the other half was exposed above the surface. Not many people knew about the island, since they had to travel past some dangerous waters to reach it. The Fern Hunter squad was currently on the island. Zhongli was good at looking for shortcuts and surveying terrain in the wild, and managed to find a safe path to the island. They were on a small boat. It was safer to use primitive transportation in the territory of demon creatures. The boat glided along with the current and slowly approached the half-submerged island. There are a lot of monsters on the island. Be extra careful when we are on it, Zhongli reminded the others. Zhongli had discovered the half-submerged island about a year and a half ago. There were some hard-to-see undercurrents close to the island. A few boats had sunk for no reason around the island. The team soon arrived at the half-submerged island. They went through a dense wood with many red flowers and noticed a slope going down the island into the lake that was covered in plants. They could see a huge shadow under the lake, most likely the other half of the island. "Look out!" Big Nose suddenly yelled. Zhongli was leading the way. He quickly backed away in fear. Ji Ying was surprisingly bold. She went forward and cleared the plants blocking the path. She glanced at the thing that made Big Nose panic and drawled, "What's with the fuss?" "It's just a carcass." Zhongli took a closer look and realized it was just the remains of a lizard demon. There were flies circling above it. It had obviously been dead for some time. They crossed the dead body and continued forward. They saw another dead lizard demon after taking a few steps. The dead body was severely rotted, and even the bones were exposed. "What's going on here? Why are there so many dead lizard demons?" Xie Hao asked with a confused face. The closer they came to the water, the more dead lizard demons they saw. They could not even find enough space to stand on. The whole place was littered with dead bodies and bones. "Holy crap, there are more in the water. They are all white." Zhongli leaned forward and almost jumped into the air in shock. There was a boundary line between the upper half and the lower half of the island. The upper half consisted of rotting carcasses, but the dead lizard demons below the line in the water only had white bones left. The Fern Hunter squad had often crossed paths with the lizard demons, so they could identify them right away. "I think we should leave at once. Let's report our discovery to Yang Ning," Ji Ying frowned. The fact there were so many bones here indicated the existence of a terrifying creature on the island. The creature had been hunting the lizard demons and dragged them here to eat. I agree, Xie Hao was a little scared. They quickly turned around and left. When they reached the wood of red flowers, a strong and cold wind suddenly blew over them from behind. The wind was carrying the chill from the water of the lake, and they all immediately shivered. Zhongli looked behind and saw a wriggling body climbing out of the water. It had a dark blue lizard skin, which suddenly turned blood red after it was exposed to the air. It was like thick blood was constantly pouring down on its body. It's a Carnage poisonous salamander. Holy shit! Run! Zhongli's limbs weakened when he saw the creature. The Carnage poisonous salamanders were the most vicious commander-level creatures among the salamander demons. Zhongli once had a mentor. His body had festered and his eyes were blind. Every time Zhongli visited him, the middle-aged hunter would be lost in thought as he recalled his painful experience, which a Carnage poisonous salamander was responsible for. The creature was terrifying because it had two forms. It was in its first form whenever it was in the water. Its dark blue skin was the perfect disguise. Humans would find it hard to notice even if it was extremely close, as its skin would blend in perfectly with the water. The creature would enter its second form whenever it was exposed to the air. Its skin would undergo remarkable changes when it made contact with the air, producing a deadly poison. With just the slightest touch, a person would feel extremely itchy. The body of Zhongli's mentor did not fester because of the poison, but because the man had torn apart his own skin by constantly scratching it. No one had found the antidote to the poison. Zhongli had seen his mentor when the poison first broke out. The man had to fight the urge to tear his skin off. Zhongli believed that his mentor would eventually end his own life to free himself from the torture. The Fern Hunter squad had no intention of turning and fighting the creature. After all, it was a commander-level creature. A moist gust of wind swept in from behind, following a poisonous breath exhaled by the creature. The Carnage poisonous salamander started crawling forward after leaving the water. Its speed was crazy. It reached the wood of red flowers in the blink of an eye. What now? What should we do now? Xie Hao screamed. We should have left earlier. Why were we stupid enough to venture so deep into the place? There were so many dead bodies around. Big Nose cried. What's the point of saying that now? There were so many carcasses. Normally, they would have left instantly when they noticed something did not feel right. However, when they thought about the handsome reward and the extra contribution points they would receive if they found any clues, they were unusually bold and decided to go a little further. They did not expect to provoke such a terrifying creature. The Carnage poisonous salamander was pursuing them relentlessly. It had no intention of letting the hunters go. The Fern Hunter squad finally reached the entrance of the island, but the Carnage poisonous salamander was less than 2 meters behind them. They could see its cheeks bloating, as if it was about to spit something at them. A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf suddenly sprang out from the woods as it howled. He spread his sharp claws and dashed past the Carnage poisonous salamander. The hunters did not see the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's actions clearly, but they could see the flickers of white light emitted by his claws. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf executed several attacks in a row, and blood soon poured out from the wounds all over the Carnage poisonous salamander. The wounds were deep enough to see its bones. Chapter 1681. Wolf Grandpa. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Carnage poisonous salamander could not defend itself in time. It vomited the poison in its mouth at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf after suffering serious injuries. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was surprisingly agile, and did not pause after he was done with the attacks. He jumped into the air and landed on a branch with an easy hop. The poison scattered into the air. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf jumped between the branches continuously, waiting until the poison had dissipated to dive straight down at the Carnage poisonous salamander. His white body stabbed right at the Carnage poisonous salamander like an icy fang. The Carnage poisonous salamander tried to move aside, but struggled to dodge the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's powerful lunge. The icy fang landed on the Carnage poisonous salamander fiercely, and frost began to spread rapidly inside the Carnage poisonous salamander's body. The Carnage poisonous salamander's insides were severely injured. It shook its body vigorously, trying to shake the Flying Creek Snow Wolf off. The creature darted toward the water after it broke free from the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, leaving the wood of red flowers before the Flying Creek Snow Wolf could catch up to it. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not chase it any further, merely howling after the fleeing Carnage poisonous salamander. The howl triggered the frost inside the Carnage poisonous salamander's body. Sharp icicles suddenly burst out of the Carnage poisonous salamander while it was still running. The Carnage poisonous salamander did not run far after the icicles punched holes all through its body. Its blood spread across the ground. The creature was using all its might to flee towards the water, but it stopped moving when around 100 meters from the lake. Its insides were punctured by the icicles, while its body was covered in gashes. It was already surprising it had lived that long. If it had been a weaker creature, it would have died instantly when the icicles burst out of it. The Carnage poisonous salamander lay unmoving on the ground. Its blood flowed down the slope into the lake, dyeing the water red. The Fern Hunter squad stood a distance away. They had witnessed the whole fight, but none of them were making a sound. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf made sure that the Carnage poisonous salamander was dead. He did not bother wasting his time on the dead body that was full of poison, and backed away languidly. The Fern Hunter squad remained as still as ice statues when the Flying Creek Snow Wolf passed them. That's it. Zhongli stammered. It was a commander-level creature. How did the wolf kill it like a chicken? They had often fought against the lizard demons. There was no chance they would not recognize a commander-level creature like the Carnage poisonous salamander. It was a nightmarish existence to the Fern Hunter squad, yet it was killed by the wolf in just a few minutes. Fan Mo's summoned beast is a great commander-level creature. Xie Hao said slowly. No, it's more than that. There's no way a great commander-level creature could kill a normal commander-level creature so easily. Ji Yu Ying said. Dimensional summoning was only the basic spell of the summoning element. Most summoners only treated their summoned beasts as cannon fodder. It was impressive if a summoner just had a warrior-level summoned beast. Along the journey, Big Nose kept complaining about Fanmo not sending his contracted beast with them, only giving them his summoned beast. He was obviously looking down on them. They did not expect the summoned beast to be so strong. As a matter of fact, they were having trouble accepting it. The Carnage poisonous salamander was the kind of creature that they would not want to encounter for the rest of their lives. The poisonous commander-level creature could wipe out a hunter squad like them like it was killing a bunch of sparrows. But the terrifying creature was killed by another beast in such a short period, and that creature was only someone's summoned beast, the kind usually summoned just to do some simple errands. Wolf, Grandpa, can we loot the creature's dead body? Zhong Li finally gathered his courage and asked the Flying Creek Snow Wolf after he regained his thoughts. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was able to understand him. He glanced at the creature's dead body indifferently. He simply let out a huge yawn, showing that he had no interest in it. "Thank you, Wolf Grandpa." Zhong Li blurted out excitedly. "My heavens, that is the dead body of a Carnage poisonous salamander. Even if it does not have any mutated bones, claws, or blood, it would still have plenty of valuable loot, especially ingredients to make an antidote for its poison." Zhong Li's mentor had not been cured of the poison, mainly because they did not know anyone that was capable of killing the Carnage poisonous salamander. However, one's dead body was now lying right in front of him. He finally had a chance to save his mentor. "What are you all waiting for? Come give me a hand, let's carry the dead body back," Zhong Li exclaimed. Xie Hao and Big Nose came back to their senses. They immediately asked the other teammates to help them move the Carnage poisonous salamander's body. Strange, there are so many dead bodies from the lizard demons here, yet there was only a Carnage poisonous salamander. Did it wipe out the entire population on the island? Ji Ying began to think the situation through after calming herself down. Ji Ying checked the island thoroughly again. She also checked the part of the island that was submerged. However, apart from a few salamander demons clinging to the edges of the island, she did not find anything out of ordinary. She had no choice but to follow the rest of the team as they took the Carnage poisonous salamander's carcass with them. "I'm starting to believe Fanmo's strength," Xie Hao blurted out. "Me too, this wolf, he's too strong." "I don't think it would take him more than a minute to wipe out our whole squad." Zhong Li cautiously looked at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf lying at the front of the boat. "A minute is too long," Ji Ying agreed with a wry smile. "Boss, Fanmo seems really strong. I think he was pretty kind to you. Didn't you always say you were thinking of prostituting yourself? Why don't you offer him instead? Perhaps our Fern Hunter squad can finally free ourselves from our current pitiful situation," Zhong Li jibed. "If he really is that capable, I doubt he's going to accept Leader's offer even if she's willing. Boss keeps saying it, but she actually sees her integrity as more important than anything else." Xie Hao burst out laughing. "Piss off, aren't you men embarrassed asking me to sacrifice my body so you could enjoy the benefits?" Ji Ying cursed him back. Chapter 1682. Hardened Your Heart. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The island with a cave on it. Moans were audible from behind a bush. The island was deadly silent, so the heavy breathing that constantly switched pace stood out in the surroundings. Clothes were scattered across the ground. White underwear that somehow ended up on a little branch was swaying in the wind. While the moans were echoing in the surroundings, a loud screech sounded inside the cave. However, it was extremely faint by the time it reached the outside. The bush where two bodies were stacked on top of one another was a certain distance away from the cave. Regardless of how open-minded they were, they did not want their teammates to see their intimate actions after they came out of the cave. If they were further away, they could simply explain that they were investigating the vicinity of the island. The screeches in the cave lasted for a few minutes, before they were soon replaced by some faint cries of agony. A moment later, a ball of light that served as a signal bounced on the ground and landed outside the cave. However, someone's head was currently buried between two mountains. Words alone could not describe the thrill he was having. There was no way he could notice the important signal outside the cave. The signal eventually disappeared after a while. It was already surprising that the magic signal managed to find its way out of the cave. Different sounds were occurring in the cave, including some deep groans. However, the cave soon fell silent. The people in the bush were battling to their heart's content, too. They finally stopped to take a breather. "Did you hear any sound from the cave?" Li Yumei asked guiltily. "I didn't hear anything. Stop being overly suspicious." Lu Xue put on his clothes. "Why are you still messing around out here?" Li Yumei said. "Weren't you moaning pleasantly too? You were drowning down there too." Lu Xue grinned evilly. The two quickly tidied themselves up and went back to the cave. Lu Xue was an experienced advanced mage. He glanced at the entrance of the cave and immediately noticed the faint burn marks on the rocks. The light was not used for attacking purposes, but as a signal to request backup. Li Yumei was just about to speak when Lu Xue placed his finger in front of his lips to signal her to be quiet. He heard footsteps approaching slowly. They were coming out from the pitch-black cave. Lu Xue asked Li Yumei to hide in a safe spot, fixing his eyes on the cave. A minute later, a black figure slowly appeared. He was limping, and seemed to be injured. Lu Xue took a closer look and realized the person was the leader of the Cangjin Hunter Squad, Lan Jin. "What happened?" Lu Xue frowned. "You dare ask me?" Lan Jin was enraged. His eyes looked like they were going to spit out flames. "What did I do?" Lu Xue pretended he had no idea what was going on. "We clearly sent a signal requesting backup. Why didn't you come and save us?" "My brothers, Lan Jin's eyes were filled with anger and tears. Their squad was attacked. They could not see the attackers clearly. The squad did not stand a chance, and were dragged deeper into the cave like food." Lan Jin heard his teammates' screams. He heard their flesh being torn apart, and their deep groans as their throats were filled with fresh blood. "The signal never came," Lu Xue immediately said. Lu Xue was rather surprised, too. He did not expect the cave to be occupied by some terrifying monsters. Most importantly, the Cangjin Hunter Squad's strength was not too bad, yet their leader was the only one that had survived. It clearly showed how dangerous the creatures were. He was glad that he did not go inside the cave. Lu Xue pointed at the burn marks on the rocks and cursed, "Do you think I'm an idiot? The marks are right here. Lu Xue, we respected you because you are a hunter master. It's fine if you were treating us like cannon fodder since you're the leader, but how dare you not give us a hand when we were in danger? Why am I to be blamed for that? Your squad didn't escape in time when you realized you were in danger. I was just looking around nearby. I only noticed the signal just now, but it was already too late when I wanted to go inside and save you all. Aren't you advanced hunters? How could you be so careless?" Lu Xue retorted shamelessly. Lan Jin was trembling in anger after hearing the words. He caught a glimpse of Li Yumei, who was standing to the side. Lan Jin's face twitched suddenly when he noticed something. "Bastard, you bastard! My men and I were risking our lives for you, yet you and this you two were acting like horny dogs. I won't forgive you, I won't forgive you. Lu Xue, I swear I'm going to sue you to serve justice to my brothers even if it's going to cost everything I have. You two are nothing but scum." Lan Jin started yelling as if he had gone mad. Li Yumei and Lu Xue were stunned. How did Lan Jin figure out what they were doing? Lu Xue glanced at Li Yumei and noticed that the stupid ***ch had actually done the buttons between her chest and her stomach wrongly. It was obvious that she had taken her shirt off not long ago. Lan Jin clearly remembered that his men were discussing Li Yumei's bust before they went into the cave. Lan Jin had taken a sneaky peek. He remembered that the buttons were done correctly. But now, the buttons were obviously not in the right places. He could easily tell what the two were doing after inspecting them closely. No wonder Lu Xue did not respond after they sent the signal. He was lying on this woman's stomach when it happened. Their squad only dared to enter the cave despite knowing how dangerous it was because they believed a 3-star hunter master had their back. They normally would not risk their lives like that, yet it turned out that the 3-star hunter master never cared about their well-being. He was worse than scum, like seriously. Lan Jin almost lost his calm and fought Lu Zhuo to death, but he knew it was not going to end well. He would not stand a chance against Lu Zhuo. He had to report it to the 7-star hunter master, and let the hunter tribunal serve justice. Lan Jin, enough with your wild guesses. We were just surveying the island. We heard movements from another direction. Lu Zhuo's tone changed when he realized he was exposed. He sounded like he was persuading Lan Jin in a friendly manner. Piss off. Lan Jin dragged his injured body out of the cave. He had made up his mind. He swore he would make Lu Zhuo pay for his men's sacrifices. Lan Jin headed away from the island. Li Yumei watched him leave nervously. What now? What should we do? We are screwed if the 7-star hunter master or the hunter union learns what we did. Li Yumei was in great panic. She kept walking around Lu Zhuo in circles. Humph, he asked for it. Lu Zhuo let out a hollow laugh with a vicious look in his eyes. Lu Zhuo suddenly turned into a black mist and snuck up on Lan Jin silently. The black mist surrounded Lan Jin. Its poison rapidly penetrated Lan Jin's body through his nose, throat, and ears. What are you doing? Lan Jin exclaimed. He saw Lu Zhuo's blurred figure amid the mist. Your brothers are dead, you might feel a little lonely if you're the only one left alive. You should keep them company. Lu Zhuo said coldly. Lu Zhuo, you. Lan Jin was shocked. He used to respect Lu Zhuo before he met him, since he was a 3-star hunter master. He assumed a 3-star hunter master would strictly follow the ethics of a hunter. However, Lan Jin had witnessed the wicked side of the 3-star hunter master. He had decided to expose him for what he did angrily. Unfortunately, Lan Jin had underestimated Lu Zhuo's twisted personality. Lu Zhuo would do anything for his own sake, including murdering his teammates. Murdering teammates was a serious offense for hunters, totally unforgivable. Lan Jin never expected someone like Lu Zhuo to do such a thing. The poisonous mist poured into Lan Jin's throat. He slowly lost his ability to speak. His eyes widened. He still had trouble believing his terrible fate. Lan Jin fell to the ground slowly, his body emitting black poisonous ooze. He died a horrible death. Li Yumei's face turned pale upon witnessing what had happened. You really killed him? Li Yumei asked uneasily. He was going to ruin everything. We couldn't let him go. Humph, there are too many idiots nowadays. They really believe laws can protect them when they spend most of their time in the wild. Many high-rank hunters have done similar things. Otherwise, how did you think they were able to claim most of the rewards themselves? Lu Zhuo said disdainfully. A hunter group usually had around 7 members. The contribution points that each member would get were limited if they split the rewards evenly all the time. When a team was in danger and had lost half its members, the remaining members were most likely suffering from serious injuries. If anyone was cruel enough, they would have a chance to claim all the rewards by themselves. The dead bodies would soon be cleaned up by demon creatures if they were left in the wild. The Hunter Union would struggle to find out the truth without the dead as evidence, hence the last person alive could easily twist the truth they pleased. Lu Zhuo had done it before. Otherwise, how could he have become a 3-star hunter master? Lan Jin was too naive. Did he seriously think Lu Zhuo would let him leave so easily? We'll tell the 7-star hunter master that Lan Jin's squad was too eager to make some contributions, so they went into the cave to explore it without my permission. We were already too late when we got here, Lu Zhuo told Li Yumei. Oh, I got it, Li Yumei nodded. She was still recovering from the shock. Lu Zhuo was extremely decisive. Li Yumei knew Lu Zhuo was not a righteous man, yet she never thought he was actually so merciless and brutal. Li Yumei had to admit that she also had the thought to silence Lan Jin once and for all, yet it had only crossed her mind briefly. Chapter 1683. The Hunters That Were Eaten. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A small boat was gliding quickly across the waves on the spacious lake. The boat soon reached the shore. The Fern Hunter squad were relieved after reaching the shore and stopped to get a breather. "It's my first time being so close to a Carnage poisonous salamander," Xiehao exclaimed. "Zhongli, what are you doing?" Ji Yuying asked. "I'm digging out its poison glands. They are extremely valuable. Speaking of which, why is this thing's skin so thick? I can't even slice through its belly with my Deathstrike magic equipment," Zhongli said. "You should slice through the wounds, dumbass," Ji Yuying advised him. "You're right." Zhongli soon noticed a deep gash under the Carnage poisonous salamander's belly. It was a lot simpler to cut its stomach open by slicing through the wound. The filth inside the Carnage poisonous salamander's bloated belly poured out from the opening. A strong smell immediately spread into the surroundings. "That's so disgusting." Ji Yuying turned her head away. Only Zhongli would bother dissecting demon creatures for their loot. However, he did earn a fortune from looting demon creatures. Without doing so, he would never reach the intermediate level, given how lazy he was with his cultivation. "Boss, take a look at this," Zhongli exclaimed. He seemed to have discovered something unusual amid the thick ooze. "Are you asking for death?" Ji Yuying cursed him. "I'm not joking, you really have to take a look at this. We might have made a huge discovery." Zhongli was overjoyed. Zhongli ignored how filthy the contents were. He proceeded to dig out some eggs from the mess while he was talking. "Why are there so many infants of salamander demons inside its stomach? Do these shells belong to the salamander demons, too?" Ji Yuying recognized some of the parts. She immediately looked confused. Was the Carnage poisonous salamander eating the infants of the salamander demons? Xiehao wondered. "I doubt it, these eggs are intact," Zhongli refuted. "But why are there so many shells in its stomach?" Ji Yuying observed the contents closely. After giving it some thought, she said slowly, "This is a female poisonous salamander that is carrying a huge number of the salamander demon's eggs. This is huge, we should tell Fanmo at once. We might have cracked the mystery of how the salamander demons are reproducing," Zhongli exclaimed. I think so too." Ji Yuying smiled. "Holy shit, what the hell is this?" Xiehao suddenly let out a scream. Xiehao was inspecting the mess too. He suddenly found a human leg in the pile. The human leg was covered in ooze. It had yet to rot seriously, meaning that it was eaten not long ago. Did the Carnage poisonous salamander eat humans too? Zhongli boldly inspected the leg. There should be other parts too. It seems like the leg was only eaten recently. The flesh hasn't been digested. You guys are disgusting. Can you stop messing around? Ji Yuying said, covering her mouth. Zhongli did not mind getting his hands dirty. He tried to piece together the human parts, but the corpse was already beyond recognition. "Let's bury it," Big Nose said. "Wait, we might know the guy," Zhongli suddenly said sternly. "Seriously? How did you even recognize him?" "Take a look at this." Zhongli had found a dirty badge. He cleaned it off with water. The badge was made of metal, so it was not easy to digest it. The pattern on it was easily discernible. Even its colors did not fade away. "It's the badge of the Cangjin Hunter Squad." Ji Yuying recognized the badge instantly. The Cangjin Hunter Squad was quite close with the Fern Hunter Squad. Their leader, Lan Jin, was an old friend of Ji Yuying's. Ji Yuying never expected the person eaten by the Carnage poisonous salamander to be a member of the Cangjin Hunter Squad. Strange, weren't the members of the Cangjin Hunter Squad with Lu Shuo and Li Yumei? How did this guy end up in the Carnage poisonous salamander's stomach? Were they in some kind of trouble? Should we investigate it? He looks so messed up. Xiehao exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? That thing almost ate us too, and you're asking us to go somewhere dangerous again? Besides, do you even know where the Cangjin Hunter squad went? The creature must have eaten him somewhere else. Big Nose pointed out. I think I know where they went, Zhongli said. How do you know? Ji Yuying asked with a confused look. I found these demon water leaves in the Carnage poisonous Salamander's stomach. My mentor told me that there's only one place in the Thousand Islands lake where I can find these leaves. It's a cave on an island that is connected to the lake below. It's the only place where these demon water leaves can grow, Zhongli said. He picked some irregular-shaped leaves that were partially digested out from the pile of filth. It was not difficult to identify the water demon leaves. Xie Hao and Ji Yuying had seen them before, too. The water demon leaves were sold at a high price on the market, but not many people knew where to find them, nor did they have the courage to explore the dangerous cave. We should look into this. The Cangjin Hunter squad did share a quest with us when we were struggling financially back in the days. We shouldn't turn a blind eye, knowing their lives might be in danger, Ji Yuying stated. Leader, shouldn't we worry about ourselves first? That's a Carnage poisonous salamander. Big Nose disagreed immediately. Hey, Big Nose, why are you afraid? Did you forget we have Wolf Grandpa with us? Did you already forget how he took out the Carnage poisonous salamander? Zhongli said. That's right, we might be able to find more valuable loot, too. Xie Hao said excitedly. The Fern Hunter squad was feeling much bolder, since the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was around to guarantee their safety. They were not far from the cave island. It would not take them long to reach it with their boat. Zhongli purposely wrote a letter about their discovery of salamander demon's eggs in the Carnage poisonous salamander's stomach. He tied the letter on a branch and brushed it with a special scent that would attract the post eagles. It was a rather simple way of communication for the hunters when their phones had no signal. The post eagles would just follow the scent and bring the letter back. Ji Yuying was also worried that the Cangjin Hunter squad would be wiped out by the time they made it back to Minghu Outpost. It was better to investigate the matter first, while relaying their discovery to Mo Fan with the help of the post eagles. Zhongli was a living map of the Thousand Islands lake. The cave island was very secluded, yet he still managed to find it. The Fern Hunter squad tensed up as they drew closer to the cave island. The scent of blood had spread in the air. Author's note, the sequence involving Luzhua at the cave island happened first before the Fern Hunter squad encountered the Carnage poisonous salamander. I didn't write the chapters chronologically. Some readers can understand, but others are quite fussed about it, so I'm clarifying it here. Chapter 1684. Survivor. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Wolf Grandpa, do you want to lead the way? Zhongli asked cautiously. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf retained his lofty and inviolable bearing in front of the others. He cast an indifferent glance at Zhongli before stepping onto the island like he owned the place. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was very sensitive to odors, especially the smell of blood. He followed the scent while the Fern Hunter squad stuck close together behind him. Oh my, this is King disgusting, Xie Hao suddenly shrieked. It gave the others quite a fright. They quickly looked at Xie Hao and noticed him stepping on something. He was wiping it off the grass nearby. Did you step on dog shit? Zhongli burst out laughing. I have no idea what it was. It's pitch black. Xie Hao pulled a long face. Stop talking. Ji Yuying's had a sensitive nose, too. She looked around herself carefully. The team did not dare to chat any further. They continued to follow the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Did we come to the wrong place? I don't see any cave here, Big Nose said. The island was not huge. They did not find the entrance of a cave after going around the island. They only saw a bunch of rocks. They wondered where the smell of blood had come from. This is strange, I clearly remembered my mentor telling me that there's a cave here. Zhongli scratched his head. A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was close to a few boulders. He was sniffing at the rocks as if he had discovered something. Ji Ying watched the Flying Creek Snow Wolf carefully. She noticed him reaching out his sharp claws to dig at the rocks. His claws were slicing them in half, as if they were made of mud. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf eventually dug open a hole. The rocks above collapsed, revealing an opening. A strong smell of blood assailed their nostrils. "There really is a cave here," Xie Hao exclaimed. "But why is the entrance sealed up?" The Fern Hunter squad was being extremely cautious. Their ranks were not high, and they were well aware of how dangerous a cave like this could be. It was common to find high-level demon creatures in a place like this. They would normally retreat if they found a place like this. It was natural for hunters to be alert, especially those that spent most of their time in the wild. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was different. The danger level was nowhere enough to threaten him. He went inside the cave and suddenly lowered his head, as if he had found something. The Fern Hunter squad waited outside the cave. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf soon returned, carrying a person with his mouth. The man that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf brought out of the cave was covered in blood. It was difficult to even recognize his face. To everyone's surprise, he was still alive. He was struggling fiercely even as the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was holding him with his mouth, yelling and screaming frantically. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf placed the guy in front of Ji Ying. He could not have cared less about him. Don't kill me, I saw nothing, I saw nothing." The man seemed to be mentally unstable, and kept babbling nonsense. "Isn't this Wudong?" "Wudong, it's us, we are from the Fern Hunter squad." "I'm Ji Ying." Ji Ying quickly comforted him after recognizing who he was. "Don't kill me, I swear I didn't see anything, don't kill me." Wudong had not recovered from his fear. He was curling up in the corner and trying to squeeze into any gap nearby to seek protection. The Fern Hunter squad exchanged glances with one another. They had no idea what to do with Wudong. Their hearts clenched upon seeing his reaction. They had known Wudong for a long time. He was a man with a pleasant laugh and had drunk with the members of the Fern Hunter squad in the past. Ji Ying ended up dragging him back to Lanjin after he was too drunk. Since then, Wudong was too ashamed to talk to the members of the Fern Hunter squad, but they always mentioned it whenever they saw him. However, Wudong seemed to have lost his mind completely. He was begging and curling up instinctively to stay alive. As a hunter, he knew none of the two actions would guarantee his safety, but he was already suffering a mental breakdown. "Let's wash his wounds. We'll wait until he's able to calm down," Ji Ying said. We seriously have no idea what happened." The Fern Hunter squad was a little worried after seeing Wudong's condition. Something terrifying must have happened on this island, or the Cangjin Hunter squad would not have ended up like this. Their Fern Hunter squad might share the same fate. The only reason they were willing to stay was because the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was sitting calmly behind them. "Is there anyone else inside?" Ji Ying asked the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf sniffed and turned around. He patted Wudong with his claws. "He's the only one left." Ji Ying guessed what the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was implying. The truth was, Ji Ying would not dare to enter the cave. First, a member of the Cangjin Hunter squad was eaten by the Carnage poisonous Salamander, and now Wudong was mentally unstable. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf nodded, indicating that there was no one alive inside the cave. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did pick up the scent of other creatures. Their numbers were not low, and they seemed to be feasting. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf would not recklessly enter a narrow cave like this, especially since some of the areas were underwater. The environment was not favorable for him. "We've done our best, and managed to save someone. Let's leave if there's no one else alive in the cave. We should tell Fan Mo and let him deal with the rest," Xie Hao proposed. They had done everything they could. They would only get themselves killed if they decided to investigate the cave. Ji Ying agreed that they should leave as soon as possible, especially when the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was behaving like the cave was extremely dangerous. "How about him?" Ji Ying asked Xie Hao. "He's just overwhelmed by fear." He should be back to normal after treating his wounds and getting some rest. Xie Hao was familiar with the art of healing, even though he was not a healer. Let's go then. This island is giving me the creeps. The team brought the injured Wu Dong back with them. The boat headed back to Minghu Outpost. Wu Dong was unconscious. He had stopped blabbering, perhaps able to tell that he was no longer in danger. He should be fine after he wakes up. It's getting dark. It's not safe to be traveling on the lake now. Let's set up some tents on the single-line island. We'll head back to Minghu Outpost tomorrow morning. Zhong Li said. Fine, Wu Dong needs some rest too. The single-line island was a special island that almost every hunter at the Thousand Islands Lake knew about. The island was located at a relatively safe spot on the lake. There were no demon creatures in the water nearby, and the island was free of them. Most hunters that were returning from the Thousand Islands Lake would choose to stay on the island for the night before going back to Minghu Outpost. Therefore, the island was already lit up with tents by the evening. The single-line island had a lot of tents, as usual. They most likely belonged to the hunter groups that were reluctant to give up on hunting salamander demons. Perhaps they had earned a fortune after they figured out a way to break through the salamander demon shells. The Fern Hunter squad began setting up their tents after they arrived at the island. Yo, brother, your wolf looks pretty sick. It must be at least a great warrior-level creature. A hunter nearby came and greeted them. Hunters were used to hanging out together when they were in the wild. It was easier for them to look after one another. Great warrior-level creature? You're joking. Let me tell you, he can kill commander-level creatures like they are little chicks. Xie Hao responded proudly. Keep bluffing, the hunter laughed. I'm being serious, Xie Hao said seriously. Asked him to show me some moves then, if he's really that strong. I will offer you this jar of wine if you're not lying. If you are, you will have to give me the number of that pretty lady in your team, the hunter said. Xie Hao glanced at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, who was already asleep. He was deeply troubled. Would the creature simply slap him to death if he asked him to show off some moves? Who? The badge you are wearing looks familiar. I saw 2 people wearing the same badge on this island. Are they from the same team as yours? The hunter asked. Are you referring to this? It's a temporary badge that a 7-star hunter master gave us, Xie Hao said. You're such a liar, a 7-star hunter master. The hunter clearly did not believe Xie Hao. If there was really a 7-star hunter master here, why would they bother doing quests in the Thousand Islands Lake? Was there anything here that would catch a 7-star hunter master's attention? Xie Hao chatted with the hunter for a while. After he was done, he went to look for the other 2 with the same badge. Every hunter that was hired for the quest was given a temporary badge. It was a sign that they were all working on the same quest for the same employer. They were teammates for the time being. Xie Hao did not expect to see any other teammates on the island. He decided to visit them to see if they had discovered any clues. Xie Hao went to the back of the island and saw an isolated tent. The tent was delicate, obviously costing a lot of money. The tent was lit up, and he could see the outlines of a man and a woman projected onto the tent by the light. Hello, you two, I am Xie Hao from the Fern Hunter squad. Why are you two here? Where is the rest of your team? Xie Hao went up to the tent and asked. Xie Hao. Li Yumei blurted out. Lu Xue flipped the tent up and looked at Xie Hao, who had paid them a surprise visit. Holy crap, why is it you two? Xie Hao was dumbfounded. Xie Hao was not fond of them, just like the rest of his team. He did not expect to stumble into them here. How unlucky. Lu Xue and Li Yumei were wearing strange looks. After all, they could not help but be on alert when someone found them here, not long after what they did. Chapter 1685. Sounding Out. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hang on, aren't you with the Tsangjin Hunter squad? The Tsangjin Hunter squad met with such misfortune, yet you two are perfectly fine here, Xie Hao blurted out as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Li Yumei's expression shifted upon hearing the words. How did Xie Hao know what had happened to the Cangjin hunter squad? Did Xie Hao see them? She recalled what Lu Chua had told her. She must harden her heart whenever it was necessary. Her eyes were already flickering murderously. Lu Chua held Li Yumei back with his hand. He was signaling her not to do anything reckless with his gaze. Lu Chua reacted quickly and said with a defeated look, "We were in trouble, and we almost died. We barely escaped and immediately came back to Minghu Outpost to ask for backup. Why are you here alone? Is the rest of your team here too? If they are, come with me to the island. I'm afraid the Cangjin hunter squad will be killed if we are too late." Killed? They were almost wiped out when we reached the cave island. Only Wu Dong is alive, but he's mentally unstable. What the hell are you two leaders even doing? Xie Hao cursed them. Did you go to the cave island? Was it just you, or Lu Chua continued to sound Xie Hao out? Our team. Where is your team now? At the front of the island. Bring us to them. Even if there are some misunderstandings between us, we should be helping one another out, since lives were at stake, Lu Chua said righteously. Lu Chua acted sincerely, so Xie Hao did not think too much about it. Considering how serious the Cangjin hunter squad's situation was, he immediately brought Lu Chua and Li Yumei back to where the team was. Xie Hao did not stop jabbering as he was leading the way. Lu Chua and Li Yumei exchanged glances with one another, feeling extremely uneasy. They were supposed to be the only people that knew what had happened on the cave island, so they could explain it however they wanted once they were back at Minghu Outpost. The 7-star hunter master would have no choice but to believe them. Lu Chua would only have to reflect on his negligence of duty. The 7-star hunter master might even give the families of the hunters compensation for their loss, and soon forget about it. After all, it was common for the hunters to leave their wills behind beforehand. To Lu Chua's surprise, the Fern Hunter squad had gone to the cave island after them. Most importantly, they had managed to find someone alive. How could anyone survive? Li Yumei was panicking. She was worried that the plan would fall through and expose them. I did seal the entrance of the cave. Even if someone was still alive inside, there's no way they could find their way out, Lu Chua said anxiously. Li Yumei had gained a whole new understanding of Lu Chua after the incident. He was truly vicious. Not only did he kill Lan Jin, he even sealed up the cave. Lu Chua had no idea if the people inside the cave were all dead. He did not dare to go inside the cave, so he ended up sealing the cave instead. Any people alive inside would have no chance to find their way out. It was only a matter of time before they were eaten by the creatures in the cave. Li Yumei and Lu Chua left only after making sure they did not leave any clues behind. Lu Chua could not understand why the Fern Hunter squad would go to the cave island and how they had found someone alive. Luckily, Xie Hao was not the brightest. Otherwise, Lu Chua would have had trouble sounding him out. Didn't you two know Wu Dong is still alive? How could you abandon him? Xie Hao turned around and asked them. Lu Chua and Li Yumei were talking softly. They pretended to be sorrowful whenever Xie Hao turned around. Didn't you already see how the cave was blocked by some strange rocks? We tried to find our way in, but we couldn't dig a hole. We immediately came back to ask for backup, but it was already dark before we could make it back to Minghu Outpost. We have no choice but to wait here. How did your team dig a hole through the rocks? They were extremely tough. Lu Chua said quickly. We have the wolf ancestor with us, the 7-star hunter master's summoned beast. His claws are very sharp, Xie Hao said. Lu Chua was relieved when Xie Hao did not hesitate to tell them everything. Luckily, it was Xie Hao that had found them. If it was Ji Yuying or Zhongli, they would be suspicious of them from the very beginning. They still had a chance to manipulate the truth with the information provided by Xie Hao. Li Yumei whispered to Lu Chua when Xie Hao went further ahead, "What now? What should we tell them? The situation isn't that bad. Our biggest problem is Wu Dong. Once Wu Dong is dead, we can easily bluff our way through." After all, they have no idea about exactly what happened, Lu Chua replied. but they are looking after Wu Dong now, if he dies for no reason, Li Yumei said. I'm a poison mage, how difficult will it be to make him die a reasonable death? Lu Zhuo sniffed. But not everyone in the Fern Hunter squad is as dumb as Xie Hao. Li Yumei said. Ji Yuying had always had a strong grudge against Li Yumei and Lu Zhuo. She would never believe their words so easily. It depends on whether or not they know their place, Lu Zhuo harumphed. What do you mean? Li Yumei asked curiously. Lu Zhuo grinned coldly in response to the question. Li Yumei had already guessed Lu Zhuo's intention from his expression. She was shocked once again. How many similar deeds had Lu Zhuo done in the past? Why did he keep rewriting her impression of him? Don't panic. Ji Yuying might notice something is wrong because of you, Lu Zhuo reminded when he saw Li Yumei's reaction. But I'm scared, Li Yumei admitted. Lu Zhuo shook his head and said helplessly, there's nothing to be scared of. Forget it, I'll go meet the Fern Hunter squad and sound them out first. Oh, all right, but how do I excuse myself now? Li Yumei asked. We haven't had anything to drink since we left the cave island. Li Yumei, go get some water from the spring, Lu Zhuo said. Oh, all right, Li Yumei nodded and received the water pouches from him. Xie Hao did not think too much about it. He could tell that the two had yet to recover from the shock. It must be torturous if they had not drunk for so long. We have water too, Xie Hao offered them. It's fine, the spring is cool and refreshing. We need it to calm our minds, Lu Zhuo said firmly. Ji Yuying immediately noticed the unwanted guest Lu Zhuo after they arrived at the Fern Hunter squad's tent. The thing that had troubled Ji Yuying the most was the whereabouts of Li Yumei and Lu Zhuo. They were the leaders of the Cangjin Hunter squad. Did they die in the cave too, or did they manage to escape from the danger? Ji Yuying noticed Lu Zhuo's miserable look and the light injuries on his body. He did seem like he had been in some kind of trouble. It's good to see you all, Lu Zhuo continued with his act. Ji Yuying was suspicious, just as Lu Zhuo had expected. She asked, why are you well and alive here? Do I look well? Lu Zhuo said with a wry smile. Lu Zhuo had inflicted the injuries on himself. He was not an idiot. Hurting himself was the most basic way to trick others. Chapter 1686. The Dark Side. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The others are all dead, but you two are fine. Ji Yuying remained biased against Lu Zhuo. Ji Yuying, I used to be your old captain. When did you see me not obeying the protocols of the hunters? It's not as simple as you think. I barely escaped too. Do you seriously think I should get myself killed against something that we didn't stand a chance against? Besides, Li Yumei was the closest to me when it happened. It made sense for me to save her first. It was already too late by the time I wanted to go into the cave again, Lu Zhuo replied seriously. Ji Yuying did not speak any further. As a matter of fact, she was not too sure of Lu Zhuo's character. Somehow, her instincts were telling him that he was a hypocrite, but that did not necessarily mean he was immoral. She would have to wait until Wu Dong was awake to find out what had happened. Lu Zhuo indicated that he wanted to check on Wu Dong since Ji Yuying was not asking any more questions. Ji Yuying agreed, but she did not allow Lu Zhuo to touch him. Lu Zhuo was relieved when he saw Wu Dong was still unconscious. Luckily, the man was mentally unstable. Otherwise, he might be in great trouble if the Fern Hunter squad knew what had happened. However, he would be exposed if the Fern Hunter squad brought Wu Dong to the 7-star Hunter Master. He had to find a way to get rid of Wu Dong. Lu Zhuo relocated his tent to near the Fern Hunter squad. Ji Yuying was still suspicious of him, so she made sure Wu Dong was well protected. Ji Yuying knew that Lu Zhuo was a poison mage. She knew something was not right when she noticed Li Yumei was extremely quiet, even though the woman would always pick a fight with her normally. Keep an eye on Wu Dong, don't let anything happen to him, Ji Yuying told Big Nose. What's wrong? Are you worried that something might happen to him? I've heard some things about Lu Zhuo from other places, but there wasn't enough evidence to prove them, Ji Yuying said softly. Oh, all right, I understand, Big Nose nodded shortly. In the other tent, Li Yumei was holding it in with a blank face. How many times did I tell you not to lose your composure? You will only make Ji Yuying more suspicious of us. Lu Zhuo was utterly displeased and disgusted by Li Yumei's behavior. Li Yumei was very stupid at times. Lu Zhuo was actually quite annoyed by how dumb she was. She was eventually going to be a burden for him. I didn't know what to do. Should we just turn ourselves in? I don't think leaving our post is a serious offense, right? Li Yumei said uneasily. Are you kidding me? As a hunter master, a single mistake is enough to stop you from being able to recruit people to your team forever. Besides, do you really think the Hunter Union is full of idiots? Do you think they won't investigate us? It's better to rule it an accident. If the Hunter Union starts investigating, they're going to dig everything out, including the things I've done in the past. Lu Zhuo said. What did you do? Li Yumei asked with a confused look. I did Luo Mian a few favors, Lu Zhuo said. Luo Mian? Do you mean Councilman Luo Mian, the person responsible for the blood serums that caused the plague? Li Yumei exclaimed. How do you think I managed to become a hunter master? Lu Zhuo harumphed coldly. You were involved too. Li Yumei blurted out in surprise. Not much, but I did benefit from it. I went to the West Ridge with a group of hunters. One of our members was bleeding to death, so an old hunter among us decided to replenish his blood with the blood of an epidemic rat. He accidentally discovered that the blood of the epidemic rats is similar to the mutated blood needed to produce blood serums. We were desperate to make some quick money, so the old hunter found a pharmacist to produce a batch of fake blood serums. We only knew the fake blood serums have weak side effects at first, and that they were not as effective as the real blood serums. The pharmacist was only mixing the fake blood serums with the real ones to save some money. 1. However, Luo Mian managed to find out the truth. We initially thought Councilman Luo Mian would destroy the fake blood serums right away, but to our surprise, he had an even wilder ambition than us. He began to mass-produce the fake blood serums and mix them with the real blood serums with his connections to cover for the money he had embezzled from the government. It ended up resulting in the plague, Lu Zhuo admitted. Li Yumei stared at Lu Zhuo in astonishment. The plague at Hangzhou had gotten so much attention. Li Yumei never thought Lu Zhuo was one of the first people that had discovered the formula of the fake blood serums. Luo Mian gave us some benefits to shut our mouths. I also became a hunter master after that year. We weren't involved in the things he did after that, so we weren't caught during the investigation, Luo Mian went on. Li Yumei recalled that Lu Zhuo did indeed become a hunter master not long after the plague. His rank had been improving a lot since then. But what about your teammates? Wouldn't they be investigated too? They might find out that you are related through them. Li Yumei said. They won't, because they are all dead, Lu Zhuo grinned coldly. Dead? Li Yumei looked at Lu Zhuo. She realized something by looking at Lu Zhuo's expression. After we gave the fake blood serums away, Luo Mian arranged for us to accept a quest with a huge reward, but that guy is nothing but a cunning fox. He only arranged the quest to silence us, Luo Mian said. Silence you? Li Yumei's heart pounded heavily. Yeah, he didn't want anyone to know that he had the formula of the fake blood serums, nor did he want anyone to know what he had done. Therefore, he took out everyone that knew about the fake blood serums with a simple trick. He arranged a private meeting with one of the members and asked him to poison the rest of the team, Lu Zhuo said. You're lucky that you're still alive. I didn't expect that Luo Mian to be so vicious, Li Yumei said after letting out a relieved sigh. Lu Zhuo was utterly amused by Li Yumei's reaction. This Li Yumei was seriously simple-minded. The person that Luo Mian met was me. I was the one that agreed to meet him in private, Luo Mian smiled, the kind of smile that would make a person's hair stand on end. Li Yumei was even more shocked, and stared at Lu Zhuo. The man felt even more unfamiliar to her. Was this guy really the Lu Zhuo she knew? How many similar deeds had he done in the past? You poisoned your teammates. Li Yumei stammered. Luo Mian showed me that I couldn't use a deadly poison on them, since many hunters are very sensitive toward things that are harmful to their bodies. It's very likely that I'd expose myself if I poisoned their food and water with something deadly. The best way was to use a poison that wasn't so deadly, for example, something that can help you sleep, Luo Mian described calmly. Li Yumei suddenly felt like an evil door had swung open after hearing Lu Zhuo's words. It turned out that there were a lot of things to learn to become a corrupt person. Lu Zhuo was already quite experienced in those things. Li Yumei had only realized his dark side now. She could not help but tremble in fear. Anyone would be terrified if they discovered the dark side of their teammate or their lover. That being said, if Lu Zhuo had hidden it so well before, why did he bother telling her everything? Was it because she was there when he killed Lan Jin, so they were on the same boat now? But even if the two of them were forced to stick together because they were on the same boat, that was still no reason for Lu Zhuo to tell her everything. He would be consigned to eternal damnation if she turned him in. Li Yumei asked with a confused look, "Why did you suddenly tell me all this?" "There's no particular reason for it. It's uncomfortable keeping everything inside my mind. I would feel a lot better if I spilled them out to someone," Lu Zhuo reassured her. "But aren't you worried that I might tell someone else? Do you trust me that much?" Li Yumei was a little touched, even though she was afraid. Lu Zhuo might be a cruel person, but he had been very kind to her. He must have told her everything out of trust. "I never trusted you," Lu Zhuo informed her. Li Yumei was confused. If he did not trust her, why did he bother telling her everything? The things he said were actually worse than what he had done today. Lu Zhuo leaned closer to Li Yumei and asked gently, "Are you sleepy? You should get some rest. Your worries will no longer be a thing once you fall asleep." "My eyes are indeed heavy." Why all of a sudden, Li Yumei closed her eyes. "Do you know? I'm actually very fond of your body. I will never have enough of it, but I'm so disappointed in your intelligence. If you were half as smart as Ji Yuying, I wouldn't have to do this to you, but unfortunately, you are not. Well, if you're really half as smart as Ji Yuying, you wouldn't be staying close to me, either," Lu Zhuo went on lightly. "What do you mean? Why do you have to compare me with her? Do you still have thoughts for her?" Li Yumei asked half-consciously. "There's no way a man will have no thoughts for a beautiful woman. Get some sleep, I have a lot of things to do still," Lu Zhuo said. "Why am I so tired? What have you done?" Li Yumei felt her body becoming heavier. She was struggling to even speak properly. Li Yumei suddenly recalled the words Lu Zhuo had spoken. It was stupid to use a deadly poison on your target. The best poison was the kind that was beneficial, for example, helping a person to go to sleep. It was a lot easier to get rid of the target once they were asleep. Li Yumei's soul was immediately surrounded by a strong chill, yet she could no longer move, falling feebly to the ground. She could still hear Lu Zhuo's deep laughter. Why? Li Yumei did not understand. Why did Lu Zhuo poison her? Was he afraid that she might turn him in? But if he did not tell her the truth in the first place, she would never have found out about him. Why did he have to do this? Chapter 1687. The Perfect Cover. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Li Yumei lay still in the tent. She was confused and terrified, having no idea what was going to happen after she closed her eyes. She had fallen asleep beside Lu Zhuo many times, but it was different this time. Lu Zhuo had turned into someone she was unfamiliar with. She was more scared the more she thought about it. Lu Zhuo waited quietly inside the tent. He was fondling Li Yumei, and slowly took off her clothes. The drug needed a little more time to come into effect. He could slowly enjoy his time in the tent. Lu Zhuo enjoyed the feeling that he was the only person alive in this world. He could do whatever he pleased. He no longer had to put on a disguise. A while later, Lu Zhuo buckled his belt back on and left the tent. The island was deadly quiet, and not even the cries of insects were heard, as if they had all been driven away by Lu Zhuo's ruthless demeanor. There were many tents nearby, most of them were still lit, but the hunters were all lying about on the ground. Not a single one was awake. Lu Zhuo was very familiar with this single-line island. The island had a cold spring. Every hunter on the island was most likely going to drink from the spring. The Thousand Islands Lake was a huge lake, but there were not many sources of drinkable water. The Thousand Islands Lake was like a huge steamer basket lately because of the weather, so most people would have the urge to drink the cold water from the spring. Li Yumei was so dumb. Even until now, she had no idea that she was his accomplice. Lu Zhuo had put a dose of the hypnotizing drug in the water pouches he gave to her. It was the hypnotic drug that Luo Mian had given him. The hunters currently on the island could not even tell they were drugged. They would not detect it even with the best devices. After all, it was not really a kind of poison. Lu Zhuo had purposely chatted with Li Yumei until late at night to ensure that everyone had drunk the water. He even spent some time bidding farewell to her body for the last time. He quickly surveyed the island and discovered that everyone was lying on the ground. The Fern Hunter squad was fast asleep, and the hunter group beside them was asleep too. The hunter group at the back of the island was not making any sound. The people left on night watch were sleeping like dead pigs, too. Lu Zhuo went to the back of the island to do a thorough check, using a poisonous wind to further enhance the effects of the drug. He was making sure everyone that drank from the spring was unconscious. "You unlucky people, I'll let you sleep for a little longer. I'll deal with you later," Lu Zhuo chuckled, glancing at the tent of strangers. Lu Zhuo returned to the front of the island and noticed a figure staggering along the shore. She did not seem to be drugged heavily. Lu Zhuo went closer and noticed it was Ji Ying. Her slender yet busty body was swaying slightly. Lu Zhuo immediately felt a strong desire rising within him upon seeing the woman's delicate appearance, even though he had just vented himself not long ago. Why did he bother wasting his time and energy on Li Yumei, whom he had played with so many times, when he had a better option? As a matter of fact, Lu Zhuo was not interested in Li Yumei in the first place, but she had taken the initiative to approach him. She had also forced Ji Ying to leave the party with her little tricks. Lu Zhuo ended up losing his chance to enjoy himself a fine meal. Lu Zhuo slowly approached Ji Ying and looked at her feeble body. "Xiao Ying, where are you going?" "Oh, it's been years since I last called you that. I haven't heard you calling me Leader Lu with your sweet voice. You admired me so much when you first joined my group. If Li Yumei didn't stick her leg between us out of nowhere, perhaps we would be a blessed couple that others are jealous of by now." Lu Zhuo went up to Ji Ying and asked with squinting eyes. What did you do to us?" Ji Ying was enraged. The rest of the Fern Hunter squad was asleep. Ji Ying had failed to wake them up. She had been on alert throughout the night, but she felt extremely drowsy all of a sudden. She thought she was too worn out over the past few days, but she soon discovered that all the hunter groups nearby were fast asleep too. "Did you not drink from the spring?" Lu Zhuo asked with a smile. "You poisoned the spring." Ji Ying snarled instantly. "Xiao Ying, you're indeed a lot smarter than Li Yumei. You're so cautious that you didn't even drink from the cold spring, but it doesn't really matter. Your teammates drank from it, so even their breaths while conversing with you would still make you feel sleepy. You will soon end up just like them, even though you didn't drink the water," Lu Zhuo promised. The drug that Luo Mian gave him stood out by its effects. Even if someone was only drinking from their own water, even conversing with someone that had been drugged at a close distance would make them fall victim to it, too. It was difficult to resist the drowsiness. Ji Ying was experiencing it firsthand. She could not gather any force, and she could not even cast a single spell. "What are you trying to do?" Ji Ying clenched her teeth. She was trying her best not to close her eyes. "You never knew your place. To be honest, if you weren't such a busybody and saved this Wudong, none of this would have happened. Your teammates and these hunters are all going to die because of you, ha ha ha. Lu Zhuo burst out laughing. That's the reason you're going to kill everyone on the island. Ji Yuying was utterly shocked when she heard Ji Yuying's words. Everyone on the island had fallen victim to this. Was this Lu Zhuo out of his mind? I have to make sure that not even a single drop of water can leak out from here. Think about it, if I only kill Wu Dong, your Fern Hunter squad is going to be a huge trouble, so I can only take your Fern Hunter squad out too, but if I kill the Fern Hunter squad, the Hunter Union will eventually learn about it. Besides, there are so many hunters on this island, and they have all chatted with you, so they already know why you are here. It's easy for me to be blamed. Therefore, the simplest way is to kill everyone on this island. That way, everyone will just focus on the entire island instead of your Fern Hunter squad. They won't worry about Wu Dong either, nor would they link your deaths to me. The Thousand Islands Lake has always been dangerous. It's not impossible that a powerful beast showed up and killed everyone on the island. Lu Zhuo laughed. If only the people relevant to a matter were murdered, it was very easy to track down the culprit. However, if a bunch of irrelevant people were involved too, things would be more complicated, since there were 4 hunter groups and a few other hunters on the island. There were no obvious reasons and motives behind their deaths. He could even hide the deaths of the Cangjin hunter squad and blame it on the tragedy that happened on the single-line island. Ji Yuying was walking unsteadily. The anger in her heart was erupting like a volcano. This Lu Zhuo was going to murder everyone on the island just to cover up his crimes. How twisted was he inside? Chapter 1688. Poison, Water, Shadow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What is it? You don't agree with me? Lu Zhuo noticed the hatred on Ji Yuying's face. He was quite amused. He murmured, I was also stuck at the rank of intermediate hunter when you first met me. I never had the chance to become an advanced hunter, but I learned that sticking to the rules would only make me a slave taking orders from other people for the rest of my life. I was only able to become a 3-star hunter master because I was cruel enough. Lu Zhuo noticed that Ji Yuying was starting to lose her balance. He immediately lent her a hand, but she used all her might to throw his hand away and stumbled in the opposite direction. Lu Zhuo was not bothered at all. Many people had no clue how his rank had risen so quickly. He could not afford to share it with others, but he was the only person awake now. He could talk about it all he wanted. He could also calm his thoughts and wait a while before enjoying his time with Ji Yuying, whom he had set his eyes on for quite some time. The night was still young, and it was too dangerous to be traveling on the Thousand Islands Lake at night. Lu Zhuo was not worried that someone would invade his privacy. You are disgusted by me, yet you are trying so hard just to earn that 7-star hunter master's favor, thinking that he's going to change your life. Did you ever wonder if he stinks just like me under the skin? I've done so many misdeeds, yet I'm only a 3-star hunter master. How many lives did you think he has taken to become a 7-star hunter master? Lu Zhuo said. The people that Luo Mian killed so he could become a councilman were enough to stack up into a hill under his feet. Lu Zhuo believed the things he did were nothing compared to Luo Mian. What about a 7-star hunter master with great power? The man was able to achieve the rank at such a young age, giving him the power to order 3-star hunter masters like them around. There was no way Lu Zhuo would believe he was a righteous man, since Lu Zhuo knew clearly that no matter how hardworking they were, they would never climb faster than those that claimed the rewards for their own, especially the rewards for an entire group. There was no return after he had done it once. Unfortunately, many people were unaware of that, nor did they have the courage to attempt it. Do you think everyone is the same as you? Ji Yuying trembled in anger. Who knows, but at least, I can tell that 7-star hunter master is far from innocent. The bearing, temperament, and eyes of those that were stained with blood are different from an innocent person. I'm pretty sure you could sense it too. Lu Zhuo said. Ji Yuying fell silent. Hunters were quite sensitive toward danger. She did feel a strong aura of blood under the 7 stars hunter master's indifferent appearance. He had an unusual bearing back when he was concealing his strength. It was the reason why Jiang had taken an interest in him in the first place. However, the feeling was even stronger when he revealed his identity as a 7-stars hunter master. This is a great opportunity for me. I didn't want it to end like this, either, but don't you worry, so many hunters die every day. People will soon forget about this incident, just like a casual conversation they had at the bars or the tea houses. As for me, I'll continue to climb my way up while the rest of you slowly rot under the ground, Luzhua said as he approached Jiang. He had just satisfied his desires not long ago, yet he was already having a reaction when he saw Jiang trying to stand properly. As he thought, he was more interested in Jiang. He already had an erection after such a short time. He still had to feed so many people to the monsters in the lake. He had to hurry. Luzhua reached his hand out and pulled the staggering Jiang to his chest. He was almost drooling with lust. He remembered the first time he had done something against his conscience. He was utterly terrified back then, but now, he was feeling excited. It was true that humans could not afford to become depraved. Even the slightest fall was enough for one to revel in it. They would no longer feel the slightest guilt, remorse, and sense of evil. They would become so twisted that even they would have trouble recognizing themselves. A ferocious wolf with icy white hair suddenly lunged out from the tent behind, swinging its claws directly at Luzhua. It took Luzhua by surprise. He instinctively backed away and turned into a mist to dodge the sharp claws. The mist moved a certain distance back before Luzhua reappeared. His face had a faint bleeding scratch. It made Luzhua's contorted face look even scarier. I was wondering why you kept heading in this direction. It turns out that you're trying to ask this wolf for help. Humph, did you really think I didn't take that into consideration too? Your teammates aren't all as smart as you. Luzhua chuckled darkly. Luzhua was well aware of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's existence. The creature had the aura of a great commander-level creature. His true strength might even surpass the level of a great commander-level creature. Luzhua had purposely tricked Jiang's teammates to feed the Flying Creek Snow Wolf water from the cold spring, too. He only dared to act so recklessly after he saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf drink the water. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was stronger than Luzhua had expected. He did not fall asleep even after he had drunk the water. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf stood beside Jiang, howling while facing Luzhua. His icy aura was weaker than usual, and he was swaying due to his strong drowsiness. He would shake his head fiercely at times to keep himself awake. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf could have killed Luzhua instantly at his full strength. Luzhua had not expected the attack. However, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had lost half of his strength. The swing was not even that hard. My title of 3 stars Hunter Master isn't just mere decoration. Even if the wolf isn't unconscious, I can still slay it. It's funny that you think it can save you. Luzhua took a huge step forward, covered in the strange mist again. Jiang did not have much strength left as she stood behind the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf could still fight. He bared his fangs and glared at the mist that Luzhua had turned into. His primary element is poison, secondary is water, and tertiary is shadow. Jiang immediately told the Flying Creek Snow Wolf Luzhua's elements. Luzhua's movements were unpredictable, but the Flying Creek Snow Wolf soon noticed the mist spreading across the island. He could see several images of Luzhua inside it. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was weakened by the drowsiness, and the mist was also making it harder for him to track down Luzhua. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf finally noticed a shadow that was likely to be the real Luzhua. He pounced at it fiercely. However, the shadows in the mist suddenly scattered. It was just a trick that Luzhua had pulled off with his shadow element. Chapter 1689. Mascot. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was immediately targeted by a poison spell after missing his attack, coming in the form of water droplets. They quickly attached to the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's skin and permeated in through his pores. It was very difficult to guard against the poison. Its paralyzing effect soon weakened the Flying Creek Snow Wolf further. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf felt like he was going to fall to the ground if he lost focus. Lu Zhuo was extremely cunning, and did not dare to fight the Flying Creek Snow Wolf head-on. He kept kiting and harassing the Flying Creek Snow Wolf with the shadow element. He clearly knew that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was under the effects of the drug, and now the paralyzing effects of the poison mist were slowly working, too. The two kinds of poison were constantly spreading through the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's body. He just needed to wear the Flying Creek Snow Wolf out and he would soon turn into an old dog waiting to be slaughtered. A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's howl was obviously weakening. He tried to locate Lu Zhuo in the mist, but the man was just too cunning. Knowing the pinch they were in, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf decisively lifted Ji Yuying and placed her on his back. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was very experienced with Mo Fan's tactics after being with him for so long. It was time to run if he could not defeat the enemy. The river would still be flowing as long as the mountain was around. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was losing his balance like he was drunk. He quickly headed away from the island before he lost the ability to move. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled. A strong icy aura burst out of the lake in a straight line and froze the water in an instant, providing the Flying Creek Snow Wolf a path to run on. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf ran away from the island without turning to look back. Lu Zhuo was rather surprised. The creature was merely putting up an act, and was planning to run away all along. Ji Yuying, you better think twice. If you run away, I'm going to kill everyone on the island. You will regret it in front of your teammates' graves. Lu Zhuo chased after them while threatening Ji Yuying with the lives of the people on the island. Ji Yuying turned around and looked at her unconscious friends. Ji Yuying was both enraged and unwilling to accept that she would be the only member of the Fern Hunter squad left. She could not run away. If she did, the others were all going to die. Lu Zhuo's trick was quite effective. Ji Yuying wanted to go back to the island. She could not imagine what Lu Zhuo would do to her teammates if she left. We can't leave, he's going to kill them all, Ji Yuying said, lying on the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's back. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf continued to sprint along the ice. He acted like he did not understand a single word from her. First, if they did not run away, they were clearly going to die. The time he had spent to improve his cultivation would all be wasted. He did not think Lu Zhuo would be merciful to them. Second, even a wolf like him knew they were only going to get themselves killed if they turned back now. The people on the island were dead for sure. There was no reason for them to sacrifice themselves too. Ji Yuying was concerned about her teammates, but the Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not care much about them. You let me down. Ji Yuying protested feebly. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf pretended he could not hear her. As a summoned beast, Mo Fan was not going to blame him if he managed to save the life of a beautiful woman. Lu Zhuo was utterly enraged. He had an urge to skin the wolf alive and drink his blood dry. There was no way he could let the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and Ji Yuying run away. If she was alive, the people would learn the truth about what happened on the island. He would be wanted by the Hunter Union and the Enforcement Union. His life would be ruined. He turned into a mist and chased after the wolf. He had to make sure that the wolf and the woman were dead, even though it was dangerous to traverse the Thousand Islands Lake at night. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was determined to avoid the fight. He kept running in the same direction. There was nothing but water nearby. It was quite a nuisance for the Flying Creek Snow Wolf since he had to freeze the water before he was able to run on the ice. Lu Zhuo was right on his trail. He was having difficulties remaining focused enough to freeze the water due to the sleep poison and paralyzing effects. He almost stepped into the water at times. If the Flying Creek Snow Wolf got any slower, he might even lose his ability to run on the water. He would sink to the bottom of the lake. Do you think you can run away? This is going to be your final struggle. Lu Zhuo pursued them relentlessly. He was a water mage. The Thousand Islands Lake was his best kind of terrain. He was quicker and more agile here. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf forced himself to raise his spirits when he noticed the man still chasing them. He continued to run a distance away before he noticed strange objects floating on the water. Jiu Ying had noticed them, too. Huge shells had appeared above the surface of the lake. They looked like giant snails lying on the surface of the lake under the moonlight. Each salamander demon had a small whirlpool beside them, as if they were filtering the water. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was overjoyed when he saw the salamander demons. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf stopped unleashing his freezing aura. He jumped onto the shells of the salamander demons and kicked off them ferociously, driving them down into the water. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf swept across the lake in an elegant arc. He landed right on the shell of another salamander demon floating on the water. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf kicked again strongly, creating a huge splash and launching himself into the air. White hair drifted in the wind. The nimble Flying Creek Snow Wolf treated the countless salamander demons as his stepping boards, easily crossing the lake. The salamander demons were extremely slow with their reactions. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was already a kilometer away before they stirred themselves to attack. They could only splash the water fiercely to vent their frustrations. Luzhua was surprisingly capable. The water mist he had turned into was concealing his presence, so the salamander demons would not attack him when he was floating past them. However, his speed was nowhere close to that of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. If they were on land, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf would have long shaken him off. These idiots! Luzhua was enraged. There were a lot of salamander demons in the Thousand Islands Lake at night. He initially thought the salamander demons would prevent the Flying Creek Snow Wolf from escaping, yet the salamander demons had become stepping stones for the wolf, speeding him up. The two finally managed to distance themselves from Luzhua. Jiu Ying was having mixed feelings. She was worried that Luzhua would catch up to them, yet she was scared that he would give up on the chase and go back to the island to kill everyone on it. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf reached an island. He was losing his strength, and panting heavily to catch his breath. "You should go, I'm the one he's after," Jiu Ying said. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf looked at Jiu Ying as if he was looking at a retard. Jiu Ying was feeling drowsy. After all, she was under the effects of the drug too. A breeze swept in from the sky. Jiu Ying noticed the rocks nearby shaking vigorously. She looked up and saw a figure with wind wings hovering in the night sky. Jiu Ying was overjoyed. They were lucky to stumble into an advanced wind mage here. The wind mage had obviously noticed Jiu Ying and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. He descended from the sky. Jiu Ying was confused when she saw a little fireball following behind him. Jiu Ying, the wind mage asked. He seemed to have recognized Jiu Ying. It's me, you are, why is it you?" Jiu Ying's heart skipped a beat just as she was about to be overwhelmed by joy. "Why is it him? Why did it have to be him?" "Oh, the 7-star hunter master said that his summoned beast was asking for help. He couldn't fly, so he asked me to take a look." "What happened?" the man asked. Jiu Ying was about to speak when a mist arrived at the stranded island. Luzhua's figure became clearer as he walked out from the mist with an eerie grin. "Jiang, you've come just in time. This vicious woman found traces of the great salamander demons. She decided to set us up and claim everything for herself while we are fighting the great salamander demons. I chased after her when I found out about her conspiracy." Luzhua stood beside the advanced wind mage and said righteously. Jiang frowned. He looked at Jiu Ying, who was lying feebly on the ground. Jiu Ying lost all her hope when she saw Jiang and Luzhua standing together. The man that came was Luzhua's teammate from the group of hunter masters. From what Jiu Ying knew, Jiang had been close with Luzhua for a long time. The bad rumors about their group actually circled around them. If Luzhua was such a deranged man, Jiang was obviously not going to be a good person, either. They initially had a chance to survive if the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and she kept dragging the chase out. However, they had lost their only chance to run away now that Luzhua's teammate, a wind mage, had shown up. "Oh, I see. I have long been suspicious of her. She is quite pretty, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious." Jiang smiled. He did not bother asking for the details. Jiu Ying subconsciously backed away. She was grumbling in her heart. If the 7 Stars Hunter Master knew his summoned beast was calling for help, why did he not come in person? He should be able to think of another way. Let's execute the woman on the spot. TSK, we'll explain everything to the 7 Stars Hunter Master later. Jiang, what's with the fireball floating behind you? Lu asked. He was curious when he noticed the fire floating behind Jiang. Oh, she's the 7 Stars Hunter Master's contracted beast. She's called Flame Bell or something. I have no idea what she is. She looks a little dumb, and she only knows to eat. The 7 Stars Hunter Master asked her to follow me. I bet he's asking her to light up the darkness like a lantern, ha ha ha. Jiang said indifferently, looking at the fiery little spirit. 1. She does look like a little lantern. Perhaps she's a mascot, ha ha ha. Lu burst out laughing too. 1. Things were a lot simpler now that Jiang was here. He might be able to help get rid of the people on the island, too. Chapter 1690. The nuke that explodes with the slightest touch. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiu Ying closed her eyes when she heard Lu and Jiang laughing. She had given up all hope. She was struggling to keep her eyes open under the assault of the drug. Meanwhile, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was howling weakly. She had no clue what he was doing, but he seemed to be communicating with the little mascot that resembled a lantern. The little creature was chirping and squeaking. She had no idea what they were discussing. Jiu Ying seriously did not understand. Why was the Flying Creek Snow Wolf so strong as a summoned beast, yet the little spirit that was supposed to be a contracted beast was like a little girl around the age of 4? She was even making gestures since she could not speak properly. As a matter of fact, despite little Flame Bell's childlike voice, she was very angry. She was not angry because of what Lu had done, but because they were laughing at her. Little Flame Bell could understand humans. Did they just call her a little lantern mascot? Screw your mascot, I can be extremely fierce when I'm angry. Roar! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf cried out excitedly after seeing Little Flame Bell's reaction. Little Flame Bell had been chasing after the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and burning him ever since she was only a little infant. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had never won a fight against her, not to mention how weak these two humans were. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf sensibly carried Jiu Ying away so she would not be caught by the flames of wrath from the little creature. We are running short on time. Let's do our things first. I'll explain to you in detail later. Lu glanced after Jiu Ying and grinned in anticipation. Sure. I'm feeling a little hot, too. It's so hot. Jiang subconsciously backed away. The heat was spreading rapidly. Little Flame Bell had turned from a little lantern to a huge furnace. The blazing flames were driving the darkness away. The heat was still growing. The entire lake had now turned red. The salamander demons floating on the surface had fled, scared of the heat. The island was scorching. The flames around Little Flame Bell had lit up the entire island. Little Flame Bell's petite figure had transformed amid the flames. She slowly grew and formed a slender silhouette. Her eyes glittered among the flames. Her long hair was drifting elegantly. Her slender form displayed a noble and sacred aura as she floated above the flames. Her body was made of transparent, sacred flames. Little Flame Bell liked to transform whenever she was angry, like a young empress born inside a burning magic swamp. Her imperious flames thoroughly highlighted the elegance of an elemental creature. A Flame Bell in the adolescent phase was around the same level as the fiery sorceress. Her aura greatly differed from the one she had in her petite form. Lu and Jiang were dumbfounded. The little mascot they were laughing at a moment ago had transformed into a dictator of flames in an instant. The flames were so strong that they could not even look at them directly. The Flame Bell floated above the island. She slowly raised her hands. 2 fiery roses blossomed on her palms. One of the roses was brown-red, the other had the color of the sunset. The flame bell tossed the 2 fiery roses down from the sky. The ordinary-looking roses fell lightly from the sky, but when they landed on the island, a huge shockwave of 2 different colors exploded and devoured the island in the blink of an eye. The night was hazy and the lake was calm, but a brilliant sparkle suddenly appeared in the dark. One after another, ring of flames struck the darkness and lit up several kilometers across the 1,000 Islands lake as bright as day. Sparkles scattered across the sky following the explosion. Some were spiraling in the air, while the others poured onto the lake like rain and lit it up. The salamander demons in the flames suddenly wished they had legs to sprint across the lake. At the Minghu outpost, Mo Fan was standing at the top of a sentry tower. He rubbed his jaw when he saw the blazing red sky in the distance. Did something happen? Yang Ning asked worriedly, standing beside Mo Fan. Yang Ning knew that the flames were quite a distance away from them, yet she could still sense a strong gust of heat sweeping at them. It clearly displayed how powerful the explosion was. Someone either stole her food or laughed at her, Mo Fan said. Those were the only reasons Little Flame Bell would get so mad. What do you think about the incident that befell at Sangjin Hunter Squad? Yang Ning asked. Mo Fan had already received the message from the Fern Hunter Squad, but he had no clue what had actually happened. However, their leader was Lu Zhua, a 3-star hunter master. It did not make sense that his teammates would end up in the stomach of the Carnage poisonous salamander, unless he was a retard. Something did not feel right about this Lu Zhua. It's fine, we'll soon find out what happened. Little Flame Bell is bringing them back, Mo Fan said. She's bringing them back. Yang Ning was confused. Hopefully, Little Flame Bell wasn't too serious. Otherwise, we will have to find a healer to treat their injuries first. He sighed theatrically. She is so hot-tempered at such a young age. I wonder who she learned that from. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly. The flames showed no sign of dissipating after a long time, even though there was water everywhere. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf managed to freeze a spot to shield himself and Ji Ying from the explosion. Luckily, Little Flame Bell still kept an eye out for her friendlies when she was mad. She did not let the flames get close to them. On the other hand, Lu Zhuai and Jiang were not so lucky. They were dumbstruck by the fierce flames. They looked like vagrants that had barely escaped a desert. Their skin was scorched black, their clothes were ragged, and they were even coughing out black smoke. They were floating on the lake, which was still covered in the remaining flames, like dead fish with their stomachs upward. The Flame Bell's eyes glittered. She used her will to scoop them out of the lake. Lu Zhua and Jiang had totally lost any ability to fight. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and their hearts were filled with fear when they looked up at the Flame Bell while lying on the ground. A mascot? She was no mascot. She was a nuke with no countdown. She's a contracted beast. Ji Ying's understanding was toppled once again, looking at the extremely powerful Flame Bell. Lu Zhua and Jiang were both advanced mags, and a 3-star and a 2-star hunter master respectively, yet they could not even endure a single move from the contracted beast. Chapter 1691. A Failed Vile Person. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sky was slowly lighting up. The salamander demons floating on the surface of the lake were diving into the water. Most salamander demons preferred to show up at night. The surface of the lake would glitter like it was covered with pieces of copper under the moonlight. When the dawn broke, most of the salamander demons would leave, allowing boats to travel across the lake once again. The salamander demons were relatively slow compared to many warrior-level creatures. It was effortless to shake them off when traveling enough across the lake quickly enough. Their numbers were significantly higher, so it was easy to be surrounded by them. Mo Fan waited patiently for Little Flame Bell to bring Lu Zhua and Jiang back to the Minghu outpost. Ji Ying and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf arrived afterwards. They were in a pretty bad spot. It felt like they were struggling to even keep their eyes open. Ji Ying briefly explained everything that had happened. Mo Fan subconsciously glanced at Lu Zhuai, who was terribly burned by Little Flame Bell. Oh, I see. I was wondering how I should explain to Lu Zhuai that Little Flame Bell actually meant no harm, Mo Fan murmured after realizing the truth. Yang Ning was utterly shocked. How bold was this Lu Zhuai to do these things when he was under the lead of a 7-stars hunter master? Was he not afraid of being punished by the Hunter Union? Yang Ning recorded the information in detail. She immediately contacted the Hunter Union to send someone to investigate the matter. The investigators came pretty quickly, arriving at the outpost by noon. They took Lu Zhuai into custody and started investigating by interrogating Jiang first. To speed things up slightly, Mo Fan asked Apers to inject Jiang with terror. The man told the investigators everything Lu Zhuai and he had done without any hesitation. I'm sorry that something like this has happened under our jurisdiction. We will deal with this Lu Zhuai right away, an investigator said. Did you bring back the people that were drugged on the island? Mo Fan asked. We've recovered them back safely. Among them, an advanced hunter called Li Yumei says she wants to expose Lu Zhuai's crimes. She has requested a meeting with you in person, the investigator told him. All right, bring her to me, Mo Fan agreed. When Li Yumei came, she looked terrible, as if her face was painted with a layer of lime. Perhaps she never thought she would have a chance to open her eyes. She had fallen asleep in the grips of great terror. Mo Fan was having a headache, too. Something like this was just bound to happen when he was hiring people to run errands for him. They were meant to be looking for the great salamander demons, yet their progress was currently hindered by this incident. Luckily, Little Flame Bell had the perfect scum detection ability. She had simplified the situation by taking out Lu Zhuai. Li Yumei soon confessed how their negligence of duty had cost the lives of the Cangjin Hunter squad. She also told Mo Fan everything that Lu Zhuai had told her. Mo Fan was initially not that interested in Lu Zhuai. He had seen far too many scum, and this Lu Zhuai was only a mere feather compared to the others, but his eyes flickered menacingly when he heard that Lu Zhuai was one of the first people to discover the fake blood serums. I thought he was just scum, but he's nothing but trouble instead. Mo Fan glanced at the bound Lu Zhuai. He was rather curious why he kept stumbling into scum like Lu Zhuai wherever he went. It was similar to how pure and innocent girls always ended up meeting playboys. You can say whatever you want, but you shouldn't be too pleased with yourself. It's only a matter of time until your crimes are exposed too. The blood that your hands are stained with, and the corpses your feet are stepping on, I'm afraid more people are going to despise you. Lu Zhuai snorted stubbornly. Are you cursing me? Mo Fan asked. So what if I am? Lu Zhuai laughed. His laughter was sinister, as if he was trying to preserve his final hint of dignity by exposing the kind of person Mo Fan was under his disguise as a 7-stars hunter master. He wanted everyone to know that Mo Fan was no different from him. I've built a little hell for lunatics. You barely meet the requirements, but if you are thinking of cursing me, you should line up and ask for a number. It should be your turn after 10,000 years, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was amused by Lu Zhuai's intentions. He seriously had nothing to say to a person like him. He still had to deal with the great salamander demons. He did not want to waste any more time on Lu Zhuai. It looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty still. Hopefully, those contribution points I've spent aren't in vain. Zhongli, are you awake? If you are, bring me to the cave island. Your analysis should be on point. The great salamander demons are most likely there. Mo Fan called Zhongli over. I'm here, I'm awake. Brother Mo Fan, oh, Master Mo Fan, I, Zhongli, am at your service. Zhongli seemed very excited. Mo Fan arranged for a few people that were familiar with the terrain to be his guides. He decided to let the investigators and Yang Ning deal with Lu Zhuai instead. After Mo Fan left, Yang Ning was extremely displeased by Lu Zhuai's attitude. She seriously did not understand why a vile person who was guilty of monstrous crimes dared still cause a scene. How ignorant, Yang Ning harumphed coldly. She was obviously saying it to Lu Zhuai. I'm ignorant. Lu Zhuai laughed. Yang Ning could not stand him any further. She tossed a file containing a more detailed report of Mo Fan in front of Lu Shua. She said coldly, "Take a good look at who he is before you judge him with your corrupted mind." Lu Shua knew he was going to die for sure. He remained stubborn, like a criminal who was sentenced to death. He picked up the file that contained information about Mo Fan, not related to his achievements as a hunter. How could this be? Why was Councilman Luo Mian? Lu Shua soon stammered. The file only contained some brief descriptions without any details. Lu Shua was initially scanning it with an indifferent attitude, yet when he saw Mo Fan was responsible for arresting Councilman Luo Mian, the disdain on his face soon vanished. Yang Ning was seriously displeased by Lu Shua's twisted character. Mo Fan did not bother teaching him a lesson, but Yang Ning believed otherwise. She even recorded the achievements that Mo Fan had regarding his fight against the Black Vatican toward the end of the file. Lu Shua was going to be sentenced to death. It would not matter if he had read the information. Even though Yang Ning was breaking the rules as a hunter mistress, she could not stand Lu Shua's ignorantly proud attitude. As a matter of fact, Lu Shua was already losing his mind when he learned Luo Mian had fallen because of Mo Fan. He was dazed when he saw the information about the fall of the Black Vatican's Red Cardinal, the Cold Prince. A Red Cardinal. Councilman Luo Mian, who you greatly admired, was like a 3-year-old compared to the Cold Prince. What about a black-hearted dog like you, who Luo Mian never cared about? Yang Ning spat at him. Lu Shua finally understood what Mo Fan meant when he said he should be lining up in hell for his number first. Mo Fan was already being respectful if he bothered comparing him to the others on the list. Impossible, how could he do all this? That's impossible, it must be his partner, he has a partner. Lu Shua found an excuse to convince himself. He still had a final glimpse of light in his eyes. Partner? Are you referring to her? Yang Ning almost burst out laughing. An investigator who was familiar with Mo Fan's achievements shook his head in amusement when he heard Lu Shua's response. The investigator came over and helped Lu Shua, who was stiffening up, to flip to the page with Lingling's information. Lu Shua was reading Lingling's information carefully. He assumed Mo Fan's achievements were only possible with the help of his partner, but when he saw the information, Lingling's information destroyed the final glimpse of light in Lu Shua's eyes. He completely lost his will to live, as if he was no different than a dead person. Can I take a look at it? Ji Yuying, who was watching them on the side, asked softly. She picked up the file that Lu Shua had dropped to the ground without waiting for Yang Ning and the investigator's permission. The file only had simple information. Yang Ning would not write the details on the report, since most of the information about Mo Fan and Lingling was actually confidential. It did not take Ji Yuying too long to finish reading, yet the few lines were already beyond her imagination. She initially did not understand why Lu Shua had suddenly lost his mind, but she did after reading the information. If an evil person was being full of himself when he was arrested, it was likely that he believed he was a notable character. At least the people were afraid of him and hated his guts. In simpler words, he was a successful crook. The 7 stars hunter master that had brought him to his end was not even as impressive as he was. However, his twisted sense of achievement collapsed instantly as soon as he read the information. He had nothing left, he was comforting himself with his last hint of dignity, yet he finally realized it was never there. It was already humiliating to be taken out by the man's contracted beast with a single move, yet the evil deeds he was proud of were not even worthy enough to include him in the list of scum the man had taken out. The sense of failure had shattered Lu Shua's soul like lightning from the clear sky. He proceeded to confess all the things he had done. What else could he say, if he had failed so hard trying to be a bad guy? The investigator had no trouble settling the case after Lu Shua had confessed to it all. To his surprise, apart from Jiang Hua, who knew about Lu Shua's true nature, the others in the Pancheng Hunter group had no idea about Lu Shua's past. They were utterly shocked and relieved he was caught when they found out what he had done. They were glad that Mo Fan had gotten rid of him. Otherwise, they might have ended up as stepping corpses for Lu Shua on his way up. The hunter masters felt like they had escaped the jaw of death, and worked even harder to search for the great salamander demons as a way to repay their debt to Mo Fan. They took the initiative to search through the caves and confirmed that the great salamander demons were indeed hiding in the cave island. Chapter 1692. Isn't he worried about his kidneys exploding? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Master, we found traces of Carnage poisonous salamanders in the cave. I'm afraid there are at least 10 of them. As for the area connecting the cave and the lake, we didn't dare go too close, but we are sure that the great salamander demons are in the water, Wang Juming of the Pancheng Hunter Group informed Mo Fan. Wang Juming was the vice leader of the Hunter Group. He had not gotten along with Lu Jua. He was planning to quit the group and look for another team after the quest, but the incident took him by surprise. It was actually in Wang Juming's favor that the rest of the members in the group were clean. He could not just disband the team that had been working together for so long because of a single person. I'm not good at fighting underwater. Is there any way to lure the great salamander demon to the island? Mo Fan asked. That won't be necessary. Based on our observation for the past few days, the great salamander demon will come to the island on its own. Otherwise, it will just hide at the bottom of the lake. There's no need to turn this cave island into its den, Wang Juming said. It will come out on its own. Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. Yes, we've discovered that all the Carnage poisonous salamanders in the Thousand Islands Lake are female. These female Carnage poisonous salamanders are offering the lizard demons to the great salamander demon as sacrifices. When the great salamander demon is satisfied, it will mate with those female Carnage poisonous salamanders. The Carnage poisonous salamanders will then take a huge number of eggs from the salamander demons and scatter them across the lake. A female Carnage poisonous salamander can lay around 500 eggs by mating with the great salamander demon once, hence why the Thousand Islands Lake is crawling with the salamander demons, Wang Juming said. The Fern Hunter squad had made a huge discovery. They had learned that these female Carnage poisonous salamanders were carrying the eggs of the salamander demons. The Thousand Islands Lake did not have a male and a female great salamander demon, it only had a male. It was like a machine that would place his offspring inside the bodies of the female Carnage poisonous salamanders that had submitted to it. The Carnage poisonous salamanders would then scatter the eggs of salamander demons on different islands so they could absorb the particles of the ward rocks as nutrients. The particles of ward rocks were very suitable for the growth of salamander demons, hence most of the eggs would hatch. I see. Mo Fan realized. Lingling's analysis was a little off track. There was no female great salamander demon. The female great salamander demon was actually these Carnage poisonous salamanders. A few deep cries sounded from deep inside the cave while Mo Fan and Wang Juming were talking softly. The cries sounded like a crow. They were not very clear after bouncing off the walls a few times. The cries sounded quite special. Mo Fan subconsciously turned his head around and asked Apers, who was standing beside him, what does that cry mean? Apers turned her head away. She was not willing to answer the question. I'm asking you a question, Mo Fan said in displeasure. Was his contracted beast at sunder? He would have to punish her by smacking her, but if she did not listen to him again. Master, the great salamander demon is summoning the female Carnage poisonous salamanders. In our words, it's feeling horny, Wang Juming said awkwardly. Wang Juming had done a great job with the investigation. Mo Fan was glad that his money and contribution points were well spent. Oh, does that mean they are going to distribute the eggs of salamander demons soon? Mo Fan asked with a straight face. Yes, the great salamander demon is like an ancient emperor. It will summon the female Carnage poisonous salamanders to its nest at times and choose one that appeals to it to mate with. The creatures are amphibians. They live in the water, but they mate on land. This cave island is pretty much the great salamander demon's mating ground, Wang Juming said. Wang Juming purposely lowered his voice, and would glance at Apers at times. Perhaps he believed it was inappropriate to be explaining it in front of a minor. I didn't expect you to investigate it so thoroughly. It's very simple, then. We'll wait for the great Salamander demon to come to the island. Mo Fan nodded. But there's one tricky problem, Wang Juming went on. What is it? Do you think it's impolite to disturb them while they are mating? Mo Fan had to smile. No, that's not it. Basically, the rest of the Carnage poisonous salamanders will be guarding the island after the great Salamander demon picks a Carnage poisonous salamander to mate with. Therefore, if we are planning to engage when they are mating, the rest of the Carnage poisonous salamanders will flank us, Wang Juming explained. Oh my, that son of a b*****ch, not only is he able to choose among the female Carnage poisonous salamanders to mate with for the day, he even lets the others watch them from the side. Mo Fan cursed. He had never seen anything so lascivious. He was so jealous that he simply had the urge to kill it. Cough cough. Master, don't be too stirred up now. We will be in trouble if our existence is exposed. The Carnage poisonous salamanders are heading our way, Wang Juming said. I'm just angry. Mo Fan said. He turned around and asked Apers insensibly, Apers, isn't your tribe pretty extreme with things like this too? Don't you think the great Salamander demon is a little overboard? The snakes and scorpions were the lascivious kinds, too. Otherwise, they would not have so many species and such a huge empire. My sisters spend most of their time curling up with those disgusting things when they are not expanding their territories. They will normally take on more than 100 male snakes alone. Apers did not seem interested in the matter. She replied expressionlessly, with a hint of disdain. Wang Juming almost dropped his jaw. He took a closer look at Apers and imagined her two beautiful sisters and a bunch of muscular men. He was curious why she had described the men as male snakes, but it was still difficult to believe. As a matter of fact, Apers' sisters did not resemble humans. Their appearance was closer to that of a snake. Mo Fan was disgusted when he imagined a bunch of snakes curling up together. The scene he imagined greatly differed from Wang Juming's. Let's hold it right there. Mo Fan was trying to tease Apers to embarrass her. He would be satisfied if he could see her blush. To his surprise, Apers had told him a more breathtaking truth. He felt defeated instead. Wang Juming, who was observing the creatures, suddenly blurted out in a strange voice, Master, I think we've miscounted. The number of Carnage poisonous salamanders is a little. Mo Fan glanced forward and saw many Carnage poisonous salamanders climbing out from the water. They all had different looks and physiques. There were not merely 10 of them. The ones in view already added up to 20. Mo Fan exclaimed in his heart. Holy crap, isn't the great Salamander demon afraid of his kidneys exploding? Chapter 1693. Moon-Devouring White Wolves vs. Carnage Poisonous Salamanders. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan heard footsteps approaching from behind while he was counting the number of Carnage poisonous salamanders. Master, we are going to die for sure. A bunch of Carnage poisonous salamanders has shown up. My God! Zhongli was jumping up and down like a panicking hare. Zhongli had rarely seen commander-level creatures in his life. A Carnage poisonous salamander had become a nightmare for him and his master. He never imagined seeing a whole group of commander-level creatures. It felt like he had nowhere to set his foot on. Calm down now. Mo Fan said casually. How am I supposed to calm down? I don't have a son yet. I don't have anyone to carry on my ancestral line. Zhongli exclaimed. Master, we should retreat for now. We can still make it if we leave now. I believe the great Salamander demon isn't that strong, but these Carnage poisonous salamanders are quite deadly. We can think of another way so we won't need to provoke so many commander-level creatures at once, Wang Juming advised him. The truth was, Wang Juming was feeling a little scared too. Their hunter group was able to fight a few commander-level creatures at a time, assuming they did not make a lot of mistakes while they were working together. However, there was no chance they were going to survive against more than 20 Carnage poisonous salamanders. The great salamander demon is always hiding at the bottom of the lake, surrounded by its army of salamander demons. There's no way we can kill it while it's hiding in the lake. If I get to choose, I'll get rid of it when it's on land. Wang Juming, you will bring your men and sneak into the cave when I engage those Carnage poisonous salamanders. Don't let the great salamander demon retreat into the water. I'll handle it once I'm done with these Carnage poisonous salamanders. Wang Juming and Zhongli's eyes widened when they heard Mo Fan's plans. Why did the master sound like he was only drinking a bowl of soup? These were a bunch of savage commander-level creatures. Did he really think he could take them all on alone? Master, we should be more pragmatic, Wang Juming said softly. I didn't ask you to fight the Carnage poisonous salamanders. Stop wasting time and do as I say. If you let the great salamander demon escape, I'll break your bones and stick you into the salamander demon's shells. Mo Fan berated them coldly. Wang Juming and Zhongli had pale faces, but they had no choice but to accept the plan. Luckily, their job was to sneak into the cave and stop the great salamander demon from running away. They did not have to face the Carnage poisonous salamanders head-on. Wang Juming led his team to a relatively safe spot. Zhongli was crouching on the side. He whispered to Wang Juming, Brother Wang, I'll plan our escape path. Let's retreat when the master is dead. Wang Juming nodded and said, Brother Zhongli, even though you are weak, you are good at sizing up the situation. I'm proud of you. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was still dizzy, sleeping soundly in the summoned beast plane. Mo Fan could not rely on him for the battle. The numbers of the Carnage poisonous salamanders had exceeded Mo Fan's expectations. If a super mage without any special abilities was flanked by these starving Carnage poisonous salamanders, not even their bones would be left. There are 15 of them climbing out of the water, and another 7 in the cave, Apers reported. How many of them can you take on? Mo Fan asked. I don't know how to fight, Apers said bluntly. Don't be so modest. How about this, I'll take on the 7 in the cave and leave the rest to you. Show me your courage as a Medusa, don't let these lowly creatures strut around in front of your sacred bloodline, Mo Fan said. Are you retarded? Mind your words to your master. I'm warning you. Mo Fan shot back. Ling Tilda Little Flame Bell came out of the contracted space on her own, as if she had smelled the scent of an approaching battle. She landed on Mo Fan's shoulder, clenching her fist with a determined gaze, indicating that she was ready for the battle. All right, I'll let you roast those 5 creatures over there. Mo Fan nodded. Little Flame Bell volunteered to take on 5 Carnage poisonous salamanders. These creatures were not too strong for the commander level. Their strength was below average, thus Little Flame Bell would have no trouble fighting 5 of them at the same time. Luckily, these Carnage poisonous salamanders' main element was poison. If it was water, Little Flame Bell might have struggled against them. When can you be diligent and obedient like Little Flame Bell? Mo Fan said to Apers. Are you done? I told you I'm not good at fighting, Apers grumbled impatiently. I'll summon my wolves later. I'll let you command them. Make sure there aren't any casualties. Mo Fan decided. Apers was more satisfied with the new arrangement, yet she was still uncomfortable. Mo Fan had completely treated her as his fighting pet. She was a noble Medusa, the 3rd in line for the Queen Medusa's throne. Why did she have to follow this perverted man around to do his dirty jobs? She sighed in despair, thinking that she could only blame herself. Dimensional summoning, Beast Tide. Lunar white star patterns appeared in the surroundings. The star orbits rapidly formed 7 brilliant star patterns, constructing a star constellation. The star constellation unleashed its energy, opening a huge gate connected to the summoned beast plane. It stood firmly there in the damp woods on the cave island. The dimensional gate was higher than the canopy. Its light immediately attracted the Carnage poisonous salamander's attention. The red creatures were incredibly slow in their reactions. They only now realized there were humans hiding on their island. A fleshy Carnage poisonous salamander let out a roar. Its body was incredibly bloated, especially its belly, and its short and muscular limbs were struggling to support its weight. Its belly was moving along the ground like a bulldozer, smashing the rocks and the boulders in its way into pieces. The Carnage poisonous salamanders considered flesh beautiful. The fleshiest Carnage poisonous salamanders had a higher status among them. 8 Carnage poisonous salamanders soon reached the dimensional gate that Mo Fan had established. The Carnage poisonous salamanders were savage and ruthless. Mo Fan initially had some woods as cover nearby, but when the 8 Carnage poisonous salamanders showed up, they simply razed the trees to the ground. The dense woods were like a small patch of grass to the commander-level creatures. Mo Fan was soon surrounded by the Carnage poisonous salamanders. Meanwhile, Wang Juming and Zhong Li were in the cave, preparing for their escape. However, they were still waiting out of the virtue of their profession. They wanted to witness Mo Fan's death. If the employer was dead, the contract would be terminated. Come out here and destroy these shameless female salamanders. Mo Fan yelled, standing in front of the dimensional gate. Excited cries came from inside the dimensional gate. The Moon-Devouring white wolves were rather huge, the kind of wolf that could walk on 2 feet. They had to slightly lower their heads to squeeze their way out of the gate. When the enormous white wolves evolved into the Moon-Devouring white wolves, their bodies no longer had explosive muscles. The Moon-Devouring white wolves' muscles had distinctive lines, as if they were professional bodybuilders. The bones of their limbs, necks, and backs were perfectly symmetrical, granting them a balance between strength and speed. Their back limbs were more developed and stronger. They had more ways to attack and were more aggressive after they no longer had to rely on their front limbs to move around. Mo Fan was satisfied with what the enormous white wolves had become. He knew that giving the soul essences to them was the right choice. The Moon-Devouring white wolves were extremely impatient. Their eyes glittered as soon as they left the dimensional gate. They could not move their gazes away from the Carnage poisonous salamanders. Big Wolf pounced at the fleshiest Carnage poisonous salamander without waiting for Mo Fan and Apa's order. Big Wolf was the rough yet observant kind. Mo Fan recalled the scene of him blocking the tunnel with his body to protect the team from the underworld warriors in the pyramid. Big Wolf was only an enormous white wolf back then. He seemed to have realized that sticking with Mo Fan was going to guarantee him a bright future after he evolved into a Moon-Devouring white wolf. Therefore, he was always the most diligent one whenever he had a chance to be on duty. Big Wolf, that one belongs to Little Flame Belle. There's a fleshier one that way. Go get her. Mo Fan quickly stopped Big Wolf. Big Wolf put on emergency brakes and skidded a certain distance across the woods from momentum. His heart skipped a beat when he realized Little Flame Belle was already fighting the creatures. Little Flame Belle was their little ancestor. They would not dare to provoke her even the slightest. Big Wolf immediately locked his gaze on a fat Carnage poisonous salamander after the friendly reminder from Mo Fan. The Moon-Devouring white wolves would normally sprint with all 4 limbs. Their powerful back limbs allowed them to sprint between the trees. Big Wolf leapt over a few skinny Carnage poisonous salamanders at the front and pounced at the fleshy Carnage poisonous salamander behind them. The fleshy Carnage poisonous salamander was terrified. Where did this reckless commander-level wolf come from? Why did it have to target her when there were so many other Carnage poisonous salamanders around? The big and fat Carnage poisonous salamander turned out to be the big sister among the Carnage poisonous salamanders. She quickly summoned 2 skinny Carnage poisonous salamanders to her aid to keep Big Wolf busy. Chapter 1694. We've held back for too long. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Big Wolf was discontent. Why couldn't the creature just take him on? Why did she call her lackeys to fight him instead? Big Wolf had his brothers, too. He immediately howled to summon the other Moon-Devouring white wolves when he saw the Carnage poisonous salamander calling for help. The rest of the Moon-Devouring white wolves were coming out of the dimensional gate while Big Wolf was being a show-off. 2 Moon-Devouring white wolves that had evolved from the enormous white wolves immediately came to Big Wolf's aid. They agilely wove through the Carnage poisonous salamanders to regroup with Big Wolf. A total of 11 Moon-Devouring white wolves had come out of the dimensional gate. The rest were enormous white wolves and the white-marked wolves. Each enormous white wolf and white-marked wolf was the product of Mo Fan's efforts in collecting the soul remnants and soul essences. He preferred to keep casualties to a minimum. However, the rest of the wolves were not as intelligent as the experienced Flying Creek snow wolf. They would engage the enemy recklessly, especially the white-marked wolves. A single bite from the commander-level creatures could easily cost them their lives. That was the main reason why Mo Fan had placed Apers in charge. Mo Fan was a battle maniac himself. He didn't have the time to command the wolves when he was engaging the enemy. Luckily Apers, who was extremely afraid of getting her hands dirty, was around. Apers seemed to be regarding the wolves with disdain. In her eyes, they were stupid and incapable. They were so much weaker than the Medusi tribe. Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Third Wolf, come back here at once. Apers ordered mentally. Apers was seriously speechless after seeing how dumb the three wolves were. A few weak and skinny Carnage poisonous salamanders were right in front of them, yet they went straight for the fleshy Carnage poisonous salamander instead of eliminating the weaklings first. If they ended up being surrounded by the Carnage poisonous salamanders, they would have to rely on the other wolves to risk their lives and provide them with backup. What else could it be if they were not stupid? Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Wolf were fighting enthusiastically, but they could not afford to disobey Apers' order. If Little Flame Bell was their little ancestor, Apers was their new superior. Luckily, the three wolves were very nimble and managed to break free from the surround. Follow your leaders, don't just attack mindlessly. Apers commanded every wolf. There were more than 200 Moon-Devouring white wolves, enormous white wolves, and white-marked wolves. It was a great mess when they all came out of the dimensional gate. The lowest-leveled white-marked wolves were charging at the enemy recklessly. They were no different than cannon fodder in Apers' eyes. The wolves were up against Carnage poisonous salamanders, a group of commander-level creatures. The warrior-level white-marked wolves would be poisoned to death in just half a minute if they wandered close enough to the Carnage poisonous salamanders. Their numbers would not make any difference. Therefore, Apers immediately asked the three wolf leaders to regroup and restrict the movement of the white-marked wolves and the enormous white wolves. Apers ordered the enormous white wolves and the white-marked wolves to stick to the closest Moon-Devouring white wolf nearby. She proceeded to split the wolves, other than the three wolf leaders, into 7 squads. The 7 squads each held a commander-level Moon-Devouring white wolf, 3 enormous white wolves, and around 20 white-marked wolves. It was inappropriate for Apers to keep consuming a huge amount of her energy just to give orders to every white-marked wolf, considering their numbers. Therefore, the best way was to split the wolves into squads, meaning that she would only need to give orders to the Moon-Devouring white wolves or the enormous white wolves. The white-marked wolves would not disobey the command of the higher-level creatures. Apers just needed to focus on commanding the Moon-Devouring white wolves and the enormous white wolves to control the entire army. You, lead your wolves and eliminate the one close to the edge of the island. You, Scarface, go take out the one that is spitting out poison. The few of you, lead the white-marked wolves and keep those 3 Carnage poisonous salamanders busy. Try to split them up. The rest of you, maintain your formation and kill that stranded Carnage poisonous salamander as soon as possible. Apers quickly assigned them their tasks. Her main approach was to split the enemy up and focus effort on one Carnage poisonous salamander at a time. Wolves were very impressive when it came to taking down an enemy with numbers. They were good at fighting in a pack. That synergy allowed them to kill a creature who was slightly stronger than them without any casualties. However, if they were up against the same number of enemies, they would easily lose their formation and end up fighting on their own. Apers had allocated a portion of the wolves to split up the Carnage poisonous salamanders and harass them. Their job was not to inflict serious injuries and kill the enemy, but to minimize their threat and isolate the Carnage poisonous salamanders. Once a Carnage poisonous salamander was isolated, Apers would immediately give the order to kill it. The Moon-Devouring white wolves, enormous white wolves, and white-marked wolves would use their deadliest moves. It was unlikely that a Carnage poisonous salamander could survive them. Apers split the battle into smaller fights, taking out the enemy one by one. It greatly minimized their casualties, while reducing the enemy's numbers. The snakes and scorpions were quite similar to the wolves in terms of their fighting habits. Therefore, the approach that apers normally used to command the snakes and scorpions was very effective for the wolves, too. Two isolated Carnage poisonous salamanders were soon surrounded by a few squads of the wolves. Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Wolf sat behind apers. Second Wolf, who was the most impatient among them all, could not wait any longer, seeing how the others were having an enjoyable time killing the enemy. "Why aren't we killing the enemy yet? Stay here. If you keep running around like you did before, even if you eliminated the Carnage poisonous salamanders, half of the white-marked wolves were going to die too." Apers glared at the three idiots. Third Wolf howled, as if he was about to talk back. The observant Big Wolf immediately slapped Third Wolf on the head. Third Wolf lowered his head helplessly, since he did not dare to disobey his big brother. His howl weakened slightly, too. "See that one that is spitting out poison far away?" Apers turned to the three moon-devouring white wolves who were sitting upright on the ground. Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Wolf nodded. Their tails wagged rapidly. "Kill it at your fastest speed and come back here," Apers said. "A-woo! A-woo! A-woo!" The three moon-devouring white wolves immediately charged forward like rockets. They finally had a job to do. "You little b******ch that keeps spitting out poison back there, we've held back for too long." Chapter 1695. His magic is the real deal. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Carnage poisonous salamander spitting poison outside the woods had been separated from the others. When Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Wolf caught up to it, it vainly attempted to run away, wriggling its short limbs in terror. Big Wolf decisively lunged forward and stepped on the creature's tail. His sharp claws left two huge scratches on the creature's back. The Carnage poisonous salamander flung its body around in pain. Second Wolf landed in front of the Carnage poisonous salamander. He did not attack with his fangs, knowing that the creature was poisonous. He suddenly reached forward and stabbed into the back of the Carnage poisonous salamander's neck. The back of the Carnage poisonous salamander's neck was their weakness. The skin was not tough enough to defend the vulnerable area. Second Wolf stuck his claws deep into the creature's neck and punctured its throat. It was a critical blow, and green blood jetted out of the wound. The three wolves were quite experienced, and knew the right approach to handle a poisonous creature. Even their blood would be carrying the poison, thus they had to back away immediately after they were done attacking. The wounds inflicted by the moon-devouring white wolf's claws would not stop bleeding. The Carnage poisonous salamander ran amok and rammed everything in its path, leaving a trail of blood behind. The three wolves waited in the trees while following the trail, jumping down from the trees when the Carnage poisonous salamander thought it was safe. They curled their bodies like boughs being stretched with a great force. When the moon-devouring white wolves were right above the Carnage poisonous salamander, they used the momentum from their stance and swiped their claws in crescent motions. The claws tore through the Carnage poisonous salamander's back. More green blood poured out from the wounds. The blood corroded the plants it splattered onto. The moon-devouring white wolves landed elegantly on the ground, and quickly dodged aside before the blood poured down onto them. They nimbly jumped back up to the trees. "A-woo!" The three wolves lifted their heads and howled, facing the moon in the night sky. The sacred moonlight sprinkled onto them, highlighting the white hair that was drifting in the wind. The howls echoed in the sky while blood was still pouring out from the Carnage poisonous salamander below them. Its life force was drained rapidly under the disdainful gazes of the moon-devouring white wolves while it put up its deathbed struggle. Diving from the trees, attacking with their claws, escaping to safety, and howling to the moon, the three wolves executed their action smoothly, like the flow of water. They successfully acted like they were some aloof experts. The three unsatisfied moon-devouring white wolves had an urge to join the battle after dealing with the Carnage poisonous salamander. However, a young girl standing on a boulder had extinguished their passions with merely a cold look. They tugged their heads in and obediently climbed back to the boulder. They sat uprightly behind apers and waited for their next order. There were 10 Moon-Devouring white wolves in total. The other 7 were leading their squads to eliminate the isolated Carnage poisonous Salamanders, getting more used to the strategy under Aper's command. Normally, the Carnage poisonous Salamanders could kill a low-level creature like the white-marked wolves instantly, but they ended up like besieged buffaloes after being flanked by them instead. They were starting to lose their powerful demeanor as commander-level creatures. Mo Fan was only planning to let Apers keep an eye on his wolves to minimize the casualties. To his surprise, Apers was able to command them very effectively, like a well-trained army. They were killing the Carnage poisonous Salamanders like they were merely some wild boars. 3. Mo Fan had to admit that these Carnage poisonous Salamanders were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He had been prepared to fight a tough battle. He was not conserving his strength, but the perfect synergy between Apers and the wolves had eliminated a few Carnage poisonous Salamanders in no time. Even though they had only eliminated 5 Carnage poisonous Salamanders so far, it was only a matter of time until the rest of the Carnage poisonous Salamanders were killed. The lower their numbers, the easier it was to isolate them, and the more Moon-Devouring white wolves who would be free to attack them. I didn't expect them to be so strong when they have a commander overseeing them. Mo Fan was surprised. Mo Fan had invested many soul essences into the Beast Tide, increasing its capacity with the magic medium ring. He had been fighting a lot of ruler-level creatures lately. He normally used the Beast Tide to provide him with some relief in a fight, but he was not willing to use it most of the time, since his wolves were going to die horribly against a ruler-level creature. To his surprise, they were now able to take on commander-level creatures. 20 commander-level creatures were a great threat, even if their strength was below average. However, the battle was a lot easier than he thought with the help of the wolves. Little Flamebell had no trouble facing 5 Carnage poisonous Salamanders on her own. Her battle was already approaching its end. The wolves took out 8 Carnage poisonous Salamanders before Mo Fan's summoning element energy was depleted. Mo Fan had killed 6 Carnage poisonous Salamanders himself. The rest had totally lost their will to fight. They began to flee for their lives into the water. The battle did not last too long. The hunters who were hiding close to the cave were absolutely dumbfounded when they saw the remains of the Carnage poisonous Salamanders scattered across the place. They almost forgot what they were here for. Is he really human? Zhongli said after some time. The map with the escape path that he was holding previously fell to the ground. I've never seen a stronger summoner than him. Wang Zhoming's heart was pounding heavily. 20 commander-level creatures. Even a group full of 2-star hunter masters would struggle against 1 or 2 commander-level creatures, but the man had single-handedly eliminated a group of them on his own. It might be possible for a super mage, but they did not see him use a single super spell. Perhaps this is why he's a 7-stars hunter master, and we are just a bunch of scrubs. I feel like the magic I've learned for my whole life is a waste. I have the same feeling, too. His magic is the real deal, ours is like little magic tricks. The hunters did not forget their task. They had sealed off the path from the cave to the lake while Mo Fan was busy fighting outside. The great salamander demon, which resembled a heavy tank, had no chance of escaping. Mo Fan asked Little Flamebell to take out the rest of the creatures. He went into the cave to deal with the great salamander demon. The great salamander demon had a weird appearance, and its cries sounded odd, too. The strangest thing was, the creature had no intention of attacking them. The great salamander demon was not a ruler-level creature. As Wang Zhoming had mentioned, it was extremely weak. Mo Fan could not help but wonder if the great salamander demon would even stand a chance against a Carnage poisonous salamander. There's nothing special about it apart from its hard shell, even though it's protected by a bunch of commander-level creatures. Wang Zhoming remarked in confusion. That's normal, nature has its balance, too. Its ability to mass reproduce is its strength. It can easily produce a destructive army, but in return, it is extremely vulnerable. It's doomed if we manage to track it down, Mo Fan said. Master is indeed knowledgeable. As expected of a 7-stars hunter master, even your words are full of philosophies. The hunters were truly impressed by Mo Fan. They could not help but fawn upon him whenever he spoke. Since the creature is so weak, Master, you may take a rest and let us handle it. Wang Juming said respectfully. You won't be able to break through its defense. I'll use my lightning element instead. The rest of you can clean up the remains of the Carnage poisonous salamanders. You may split the valuable loot among yourselves, Mo Fan said generously. We can claim the loot. Zhongli blurted out. He thought he had heard it wrong. Wang Juming and the others from the Pancheng Hunter group were in disbelief. Those were the remains of 20 commander-level creatures. Even if they did not drop any mutated blood or bones, they were still quite valuable. The hunters were indeed fascinated by them, but they knew the 7 Stars Hunter Master had killed them all by himself. It was unlikely that he would share the loot with them. To their surprise, the 7 Stars Hunter Master had the heart of a Buddha. The loot isn't just for you, but for everyone that has participated in the quest. You can decide how to distribute the loot among yourselves. Even though Lu Shua was a bad apple among us, our quest is still a success. Consider the loot your bonus, Mo Fan said. Master, you're like a second parent to us. 1. My daughter is 15 years old this year. Master, do you mind waiting for a few more years? Mo Fan stared at the middle-aged hunter speechlessly. 1. The great salamander demon did not put up a fight. Mo Fan restricted it with a shadow spell and used the lightning tyrant to break through its shell. It took him some time, but he managed to kill it without any surprises. Is that a salamander demon's heart orb? A shining orb rolled out of the great salamander demon's body after it died. The great salamander demon's heart orb was significantly bigger than the heart orbs of the salamander demons, and was actually crystalline. Mo Fan could easily tell it was extremely valuable at first glance. He gladly claimed it for himself. As a matter of fact, he had also gained a commander-level soul essence from the Carnage poisonous salamanders that died. Whether he was going to sell the soul essence for money or use it to evolve an enormous white wolf into a moon-devouring white wolf solely depended on his mood. It was the main reason why Mo Fan was generous enough to give the loot to the hunters. Chapter 1696. It was no land. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group left the cave island as it was reaching noon. The great salamander demon was dead, and the Carnage poisonous salamanders had fled for their lives. The numbers of the salamander demons would stop increasing. It would be a lot easier for the government to take out the rest of the demon creatures. The rest was no longer Mo Fan's concern. Many hunter groups were currently stationed at the Thousand Islands Lake to collect the salamander demon's heart orbs. Their numbers would soon drop significantly. The hunters were not brainless. They eventually figured out an easier way to hunt the salamander demons, and it began to spread among the hunters. It was not as difficult to collect the salamander demon's heart orbs as it used to be in the beginning. The salamander demon's attacks were not very dangerous, either, so the hunters gladly stayed for the chance to earn some quick money. Mo Fan showed the heart orb of the great salamander demon to Lingling and asked curiously, "What do you think of this?" "It contains pure particles of the ward rocks," Lingling soon concluded. "Does that mean it's extremely valuable?" Mo Fan was overjoyed. The great salamander demon must have absorbed a huge amount of particles from the ward rocks in the Thousand Islands Lake. As a matter of fact, the government doesn't even have the technology to refine the particles to such a fine level like this. The ward rocks are no different from ordinary metal if they are impure, Lingling told him. "Wow, does that mean we are rich?" Mo Fan blurted out excitedly. "Something like that. This thing should be enough to construct a dam over 3 kilometers wide. Only important military cities will have a dam like that. I suggest you not sell it. It's difficult to determine its price just by selling on the marketplace. To be honest, these materials usually belong to the government. Only a few countries will sell it them the highest bidder. Most countries will seize them by force and give you a small benefit in return. Since you are the mayor of New Fanxue City, it's better if you use it to improve the city's defense, Lingling told him. Is that so? That sounds like a great idea too. If Fanxue Mountain's defense improves further, more factions will be willing to set up their businesses in my territory. I can still earn a lot of money by renting my land to them, Mo Fan plotted quickly. It's surprising that you could think of that. I thought your brain was only concerned about cash. Ling Ling sniffed. Speaking of which, Mu Ningxue's birthday is around the corner. Ling Ling, do you think I have a chance to sleep with her if I give this to her as a birthday present? Mo Fan asked her. I'm still a minor. Ling Ling said. Oh, Mo Fan turned around. He was going to ask Apers, but he realized she was technically a minor, too. Ling Tilda little flame bell was lying on Mo Fan's head suddenly cried out in joy, as if she was confident that Mo Fan's plan would work. Mo Fan flicked the little creature on the forehead and said, You haven't even stopped drinking milk. It's not a suitable topic for you, either. Something still feels strange to me, a creature like the great salamander demon, Ling Ling mumbled aloud. Why do you care so much? We've already killed the thing. You should report back to Jiang that we have completed the quest. I'm still looking for the dear god. Otherwise, how long will it take for me to reach the super level? That idiot Mu Bai is close to drawing a star palace, Mo Fan rambled on. The sky above the Pacific Ocean was clear and bright after a period of strong winds. A helicopter was slowly patrolling above the ocean. Its clear reflection could be seen on the calm seawater. The rotor was spinning rapidly. A mage wearing the uniform of the Shoreline Alliance was reading a book in the helicopter. He would occasionally glance at the water below. We patrolled this area not long ago. We can head back to Hawaii after a quick run, the pilot said. I don't mind, I do miss the resorts and the beautiful women in Hawaii. There's nothing to do apart from reading books while I'm on duty, the mage agreed. Speaking of which, did you offend anyone? Why was a talented mage like you assigned such a boring job? The pilot smiled. I'm just tired of working so hard. Cultivating is seriously a torture for me. Once my cultivation is strong enough, I'll find myself a relaxing job and enjoy my life. The mage closed his book and leaned on the edge of the door, a leg dangling outside. Ha ha, I understand, the pilot nodded. The mage was casting a side glance at the ocean ahead. He was wondering which woman he should hook up with once he returned from his duty when he suddenly noticed a silver-white land entering his view. The land was not particularly outstanding, spreading out along the curves of the ocean. It was not dark like the usual rocky terrain or green because of the plants covering it. It was a unique mix of silver, white, and grey under the sunlight. It had a special luster when the helicopter slowly approached it. It felt like silver being scattered across the ocean, an elegant and astonishing sight. I don't remember there being an island here, the mage murmured. It looks like a small island, the pilot murmured after he saw the astonishing sight. There shouldn't be any island around here, and we are very far from the land, too, the mage said confidently, furrowing his brows. Why was there a glittering silver-white island here? They were in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. There was never an island here, let alone such a huge one. Perhaps we've discovered a new unknown island, the pilot offered optimistically. Let's get closer, but slowly, the mage said. All right. The helicopter continued to fly ahead. They were able to see the vast land clearer. The mage was surprised when he realized that the island was much bigger than he had imagined. He could not even see the other end of it. It was a few times bigger than Hawaii, but the problem was, no one had ever reported seeing such a huge island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. As a matter of fact, it did resemble a small continent. The mage suddenly felt like they had reached the coastline of North America. The spacious land soon filled up his view and replaced the seawater. There's no sign of mountains or plants. It's flat, just like a metal sheet. Such a strange island, the mage murmured. The mage's expression began to shift as they went closer to the island. Should we keep going? The pilot asked. Go on, the mage said with a weird voice, as if he was trying his best to stay calm. When they drew closer, the mage and the pilot could no longer withhold the shock they felt. What did they just see? They swore they had never seen anything like it even in the most ridiculous nightmare they had, let alone in reality. It was no island. Chapter 1697. The Luxurious Fanxue Villa. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Shells, silver-white shells that looked like metal, were covering the vast sea without leaving a single gap between them, an astonishing sight, as if the sea had frozen. They had formed a vast silver-white landscape with no visible end. It was impossible to count their numbers. Even though the shells had a beautiful luster and the spectacular shells had almost merged with the white clouds in the distance, stealing the limelight from the ocean, the mage was not touched by the stunning view at all. Instead, he was overwhelmed by fear. They were living creatures. How many sea monsters with shells would it take to form such a shocking sight? What kind of disaster would these sea monsters bring when they reached the shores of human territories? How did they even reproduce so quickly and take up such a huge area of the ocean? What exactly had happened in the ocean? Let's get out of here, the mage finally told the pilot after a prolonged silence. The pilot's mind had gone blank too. He quickly turned the helicopter around and made their way back. As a matter of fact, they were already overwhelmed by fear after observing it from a great distance away. Why would they even dare to get any closer? Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan remembered the place was like a heart beating vigorously before he left. The roads constantly had materials being brought in. Buildings were being constructed non-stop on the vacant land, the workers and builders were working diligently. The sky above the new city had a grey curtain of ash produced by the industrial works looming over it. However, he was amazed by how clean the streets were now that he was back. Many trees had been planted on both sides of the roads. The commercial district had many tall buildings with dazzling lights. The luxurious homes and residential areas were well organized. It looked completely different from its disorderly appearance not long ago. The new city used to contain many construction sites and mud, with materials piled up like hills, but now it was truly a new city. Even the style of the buildings was similar to those in Bow City. They were new, with the unique charm of traditional buildings, even though they were purposely built that way to imitate the buildings of Bow City. The new city that had undergone tremendous changes was being built around the Fanxue Villa. It covered a huge area, so many places were still under construction. However, Mo Fan was already impressed by the city's transformation. Shue, you're so impressive. Mo Fan complimented her sincerely. I didn't do much, my father and Mu Linqing have done most of the planning, Mu Ningxue replied. Mu Zhuyan used to be the local tyrant of Bow City in the past, and was experienced in managing a city. He had been visiting many cities in recent years after his downfall, and had learned a lot from his visits. He was finally able to show off his skills while helping to build the new city. I didn't expect that old guy to be an expert in city building. You can never judge a book by its cover. Mo Fan exclaimed. Our Fanxue Villa is a little different, too. Let me show you around, Mu Ningxue said. Sure, I should really familiarize myself with our love nest, Mo Fan agreed happily. The Fanxue Villa was delicately renovated. The foot of the mountain was designed like a park, similar to the Mu family's villa in Bow City. However, it was a lot bigger than the Mu family's villa had been. The middle of the mountain held many training grounds. Most clans would have private training grounds where their disciples could train at. One could roughly judge the prosperity of a clan by looking at the scale of their training grounds. Further up the mountain stood many lovely houses allocated to the main members of Fanxue Mountain. They were the core of Fanxue Mountain. Since the Fanxue Mountain was not established based on a clan surname, many loyal and capable people were given the comfortable houses on the mountain. Not only were the houses located in a great environment close to the Fanxue new city, the people could easily enjoy the spectacular view of the prospering city just by looking down the mountain. Many people who were not core members of the Fanxue Mountain had offered a lot of money to buy a home there, but Mu Ningxue was not willing to sell any of them. Only the core members of the Fanxue Mountain were allowed to live in those houses. The roads along the way up were specifically designed for street racing. They eventually led to the Fanxue mansion at the spacious top of the mountain. It had the biggest training ground, a garden with a sea of flowers, a forest of maple trees, a huge swimming pool, a hall with a fountain. The place looked abandoned the last time Mo Fan had stayed at Fanxue Mountain. It only held a lonely house built from stones, apart from the trees and weeds. Living on the mountain felt no different from staying in the wild, so Mo Fan had preferred to live in his condominium in the Magic City instead. But now, the Fanxue Mountain was like a dreamland. Even the dining hall was built on an artificial pond, with French windows and white curtains. They were indeed born of a renowned clan. Mo Fan, who was satisfied as long as he had a stool to sit on while he was eating, had never imagined a dining hall could be so luxurious. Moon-Devouring was quite serious about the environment she lived in. "Do you like it?" Moon-Devouring asked. "Words can't express how much I like it, ha ha ha. But where did you get so much money?" Mo Fan had to ask. "Many businessmen see the prospects of our Fanxue Mountain and are interested in collaborating with us in the future, so they were very attentive when helping us to renovate the Fanxue Villa. We only need to pay for the materials." Moon-Devouring informed him. It was quite simple. Mu-Linqing had simply asked the companies to bid for the opportunity by how well they could renovate the Fanxue Villa. Those that did a great job with it would secure an opportunity to develop Fanxue City. There were many areas available, so many businesses were interested in bidding for them. They had hired the best professionals to renovate the Fanxue Villa, so everything was of the best quality. Mu-Linqing was pretty smart. He let the different companies renovate the Fanxue Villa based on his ideas, so the overall style was still the same even though the companies were doing the work separately, hence why the Fanxue Villa had a modern and luxurious look now. Mo Fan was utterly speechless. To think that they did not even spend much on turning the Fanxue Villa into a luxurious home. He was even more surprised when he heard that the companies that used to suppress them were striving for the chance to fawn upon them now. This land was ***king worth it. You were like a princess living in a castle in the past. Whenever I was lying along the fences at the foot of the mountain and looking up, I always thought that your family's villa wasn't really that impressive. I was going to build a palace for you in the future instead, but I didn't think you would build it yourself. I feel a little awkward now." Mo Fan scratched his head. The little boy once had a dream, to build a palace for the little princess and live happily ever after with her. But in reality, the princess had worked hard to build a new palace for herself instead. Somehow, Mo Fan felt like he was the one being taken care of. Moon-Devouring smiled. She did not comment on it. As a matter of fact, many people had moved to the Fanxue Mountain out of admiration after it was established. However, most of them were Mo Fan's admirers, after what he had done at the ancient capital and Jiang. Therefore, the people that had moved to the Fanxue Mountain were loyal, and with their help, Fanxue Mountain was able to grow rapidly. If it wasn't for Mo Fan's reputation, the Fanxue Mountain would never have reached its current level. His involvement in the Black Vatican was like an inerasable black scar on Moon-Devouring and Mu-Juyun's names. "Ah, I have something to give you too. Why don't you show us our rooms first?" "It's better not to show it here." Mo Fan immediately thought of something. It provided his dignity with some relief from the thought that he was being taken care of. Moon-Devouring led Mo Fan past a few houses. Mo Fan's house was built according to his identity as the master, thus it was in the limelight out of all places in the Fanxue Villa. He went through the door and walked past a small garden with pebbles and blue bamboo beside a bedroom before he finally reached his house. The place was thrice the size of his apartment in the Magic City. He was dumbfounded when he saw the luxurious style of the building, like it was built for a modern emperor. "Where's my bed?" Mo Fan asked. "The bedroom is upstairs." "Isn't our room a little? Did the companies renovate it too?" Mo Fan was struggling to find the right words to describe it. "I told them the style I like." "I think you will like it too," Moon-Devouring said. Mo Fan thought he was now capable of supporting Moon-Devouring financially, but it turned out that her definition of a luxurious lifestyle was not on the same level as his. "Sigh, forget it. He should just let Moon-Devouring support him financially instead. He did not mind living off a woman. He was willing to put his dignity aside and accept it. If this is the master bedroom, who does the room we just passed belong to? Mo Fan asked. It's mine, Moon-Devouring said. Yours? Mo Fan asked. I'm staying there, Moon-Devouring said. You're staying? Wait, you're telling me that I'm living by myself? Mo Fan suddenly realized. Moon-Devouring nodded. But didn't you renovate this place according to the style you like? Mo Fan said. I do like the style, but I never said I was staying here. Moon-Devouring grinned when he saw Mo Fan's disappointed face. She never said she was going to live with him. He was the one that took it for granted. The series of surprises that Mo Fan had received from the tour around the Fanxue villa was shattered into pieces by a single sentence from Moon-Devouring. If that was the case, he would rather stay in his little apartment in the Magic City. He might be able to enjoy some pleasant sights from Mui Nujiao and Ari Tutu. He was looking forward to living together with Moon-Devouring. He had to admit that these separate bedrooms were now worse than going on a date in a public coffee shop. Chapter 1698. Let's go to the bedroom. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was in a terrible mood after learning he was not going to stay in the same room with Moon-Devouring. If he could not sleep on the same bed as Moon-Devouring, even the most luxurious house was no better than sleeping outdoors on a mat. Mo Fan had worked so hard to achieve his goals, yet he still could not convince Moon-Devouring. However, he was an unyielding man, especially when it came to carrying on his ancestral line. It's a little stuffy today, let's go for a swim. It's a pity if the huge swimming pool is only there to collect the reflection of the stars, Mo Fan said. I have some other matters to attend to, why don't you? Moon-Devouring shook her head. How could she not know what Mo Fan was thinking of? You will never finish handling the matters. Besides, I do have something to give you, but it's too enclosed here. Let's go for a swim, I need some practice too. Mo Fan said. Practice swimming? Moon-Devouring was speechless that Mo Fan had come up with such a lousy excuse. She hesitated when she looked into Mo Fan's eyes. Let's go, right, you need your swimsuit. Oh, it doesn't matter actually. Mo Fan did not give Moon-Devouring any time to think. He quickly dragged her outside. The pool had a private area, but it was connected to the public pool, too. However, the core members of the Fanxue Mountain were extremely busy with their jobs. It was rare for them to come back to the Fanxue villa once every week, so it did not matter if the pool was public or private. It was unlikely that anyone would go for a swim so late at night, anyway. Moon-Devouring only returned after a while, since she insisted on changing into her swimsuit. Mo Fan waited patiently at the pool. His eyes glittered like they were implanted with titanium alloy when he saw her outline under the dim light. However, Mo Fan was slightly disappointed when Moon-Devouring came closer. She had a towel around herself. The towel was covering her bust well, but her collarbones and shoulders were exposed. Mo Fan immediately recalled the night she had worn the black skirt in Greece. He had fallen for her tender neck and shoulders instantly. How could they be so smooth and fair? The look in his eyes alone was a clear indication of his urge to undress the beauty in front of him and feast on her like a starving wolf. What did you want to give me? Moon-Devouring was a little curious. It was not the first time Mo Fan had mentioned it. You should take off, cough cough, let's go for a swim first, Mo Fan said. Moon-Devouring placed the towel on the chair and stood on her toes, displaying her alluring physique. Mo Fan thought Moon-Devouring would be a little hesitant, yet he was taken by surprise when she took off the towel so quickly. He immediately studied her closely. Such a pity that she wasn't wearing a bikini. However, the dark blue breast wrap and the little swimming trunk were just perfect. They did not have any fancy patterns, yet their simple and elegant style was enough to make Mo Fan's blood boil. When a man was being tempted, he would have a little angel and imp whispering in his mind. If that saying was applied to Mo Fan's thoughts, what was happening in his mind would be as follows. The little imp exclaimed, "Let's be a monster." We'll pounce on her tonight. The little angel replied angrily, Are you stupid? Let's do it now, there's no one around. Moon-Devouring walked to the edge of the pool and dove elegantly into the water. The cool water might provide her with some cover. Otherwise, someone was going to explode on the spot. Quick, just go for it. What are you waiting for? The imp said. Why are you running? Use blink. Why did you learn magic for? You idiot, the angel said. Mo-Fan chased after Moon-Devouring. His dream of having intimacy with his goddess was finally coming true. He walked closer to Moon-Devouring. The gentle ripple struck Mo-Fan on the chest. The water was just below Moon-Devouring's neck. He could see the droplets sliding down along the tender skin of her shoulders. Mo-Fan strode forward and grabbed Moon-Devouring before she could swim away. He did not give the little fish the chance to run away. Can I kiss you? Mo-Fan asked. The imp and the angel immediately went berserk when he asked the question. Why the hell do you even ask that for? Just kiss her. Holy crap, can you please show us your resolution as a man? Just pull her into your arms and kiss her. Aren't you giving her the chance to reject you if you ask her first? Why are we two stuck with an idiot like you? Mo-Fan had no idea what he was doing either. Both his rationality and impulses were urging him to do it. His dream girl was standing right in front of him without resisting or trying to run away. He was about to fulfill the dream that he had held for many years, yet he still thought he should be polite and act like a gentleman. Moon-Devouring's glittering eyes flickered with amusement. She rarely saw Mo-Fan with such a blank face. He had always been sanguine and unpredictable, but he was being so cautious all of a sudden. Moon-Devouring did not answer his question. She took a little step closer to Mo-Fan and stood on her toes. She leaned closer. Their lips touched softly. Her lips were cold, just like last time, but they were soft and moist. Their bodies were soaked in cold water. Mo-Fan immediately felt a soothing chill wrapping around him as Moon-Devouring took the initiative to give him a surprise kiss. It was so comfortable that he subconsciously closed his eyes. Mo-Fan was definitely not a retard. She was the goddess he had dreamed of getting his hands on for so long. He began to wrap his hands around Moon-Devouring's waist after paying his respects. Her waist was not covered by any clothes, and her skin was softened by the water. The sensation was absolutely perfect. She might be skinny, but her skin was soft and bouncy. He wanted to squeeze her waist tightly, yet he was afraid that he might snap it in half. The kiss went from a little peck to a lustful French kiss. He tugged Moon-Devouring closer, leaving no gap between them. The little angel and imp in Mo-Fan's mind were long gone. He no longer needed their guidance for the next steps. He had practiced it so many times in his imagination, he just needed to follow his instincts. Moon-Devouring was panicking a little now. She felt a numbing shock from the tip of her tongue. It was spreading quickly to every part of her body. She did feel like she was losing her strength, especially from the sense of suffocation for being too close to the man, and the strong grip behind her waist and her neck, even though it was not as exaggerated as the novels had described. Frost began to spread across the rippling water close to Moon-Devouring, turning into ice in just seconds. The ice spread from the center of the pool to one end. The water had frozen completely. Nirvana ice was Moon-Devouring's innate talent. It could be described as ice elves that were constantly circling her. They would freeze everything nearby whenever Moon-Devouring lost control of herself. Interestingly enough, the water close to Mo-Fan was boiling from the heat his body was releasing. White steam was rising continuously. The overjoyed Mo-Fan had turned into a heater. The temperature of the pool kept rising. As a result, the spot where Mo-Fan and Moon-Devouring were, it was like a boundary, with half of the pool boiling, and the other half freezing, yet the two in the middle were totally unaware of what was happening. Let's go to the bedroom. Sure. Mo-Fan was firm with his attitude when they reached the master bedroom. Why did they have to take a shower separately? They were already in the pool together. They should be standing under the shower together too. After breaking through the first line of defense, Mo Fan felt like he had reached the summit of his life that was more thrilling than the dreams he had. He watched as the clean water sprinkled down on Mu Ningxue's sacred body. He could feel the flames in his soul starting to revolt. Mo Fan impatiently carried Mu Ningxue to the bed after a quick shower. The bed had a pleasant scent, yet it was nowhere as fascinating as Mu Ningxue's body odor. They already had a little foreplay in the pool, and their flames had yet to cool down. Mo Fan no longer had to worry about where he should start from. An alluring moan sounded by his ears after he gave a few important parts a kiss. Mo Fan knew he could not rush it. He had to be patient. Besides, he would never have enough of Mu Ningxue's body. He could spend a long time on her legs, now being held tightly together, by kissing her from her toes to her flat belly. He could not just favor one side and discriminate against the other, either. He asked Mu Ningxue to turn around after caressing her front. He pulled the same trick with her back, but he ended up indulging in her tender cheeks. He untied her silver hair and let it scatter naughtily to fully enjoy her beauty. He suddenly felt a unique charm that made his heart pound heavily from her dignified eyes. He knew that if it was not for that incident during her youth, her charm and beauty would be a deadly poison to any man. However, she was fine as she was now, since her hidden charm only belonged to him now. He could close the door, turn off the lights, put her on the bed, and enjoy her beauty as long as he pleased. Mo Fan was as excited as an amateur when they finally merged together. His dream had come true smoothly. In his imagination, Mu Ningxue's beautiful face would be expressionless or she might furrow her brows, but her reaction was different in reality. Mo Fan was overjoyed. The outcome of his long journey was far better than he had imagined. Chapter 1699. Hard Until Daybreak. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was no need to ask. Are you ready? The fact that Mu Ningxue did not avoid Mo Fan's gaze was a clear sign to Mo Fan. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan still felt like everything was just a dream. He assumed he still had a long way to go with Mu Ningxue. Knowing her temper, it was unlikely that she would give her everything to him so easily. He might have earned a little of her affection, but it was nowhere enough for him to gallops on her body. But it was actually happening. She was not as resistant, nor was she as cold as he had expected. She was a living human, she had her feelings, she would feel embarrassed, allured, and he could even feel a slight anticipation from her. Perhaps Mu Ningxue was just being herself. Once she had made up her mind, there was no need for her to conceal her feelings any further. From the moment she started caring for him, worrying about his well-being, her agreeing to swim with him, and how she had taken the initiative to kiss him, she had prepared to accept everything. The goddess lived alone in the snowy white palace on the mountain. Her admirers could only clench their teeth and climb the mountain with low self-esteem. The journey to winning her affection was tough, not to mention the number of competitors. However, not many had managed to reach the middle of the mountain, and those that did would only realize how far away the top of the mountain was. They eventually gave up helplessly. The truth was, if anyone insisted on climbing and became the closest person to her on the entire mountain, it would eventually grab her attention. She would focus more on you. It did not matter if the top of the mountain was still far away, she would go down the mountain to approach you. Mo Fan indeed assumed he still had a long way to go with Mu Ningxue, but he had forgotten an important thing. He kept approaching Mu Ningxue with great perseverance, and she was not a real ice statue. She could still be touched, she would still open her heart and walk closer to him. When the two were walking toward one another, it was easier for their relationship to come to fruition. Mo Fan hugged Mu Ningxue tightly. Her icy skin was smooth like jade. Mo Fan increased the pace of his kisses, pouring out all his love for her. If it's only a dream, I will find myself still climbing toward your palace once I wake up. It's too good to be true, Mo Fan whispered into Mu Ningxue's ear. Mo Fan was just a laity, he had dreamed of this erotic scene countless times. When he woke up the following day, he would find himself alone in the bed. He might wear a wry smile in disappointment, but that also served as motivation. If the dream was already so wonderful, the reality must be more fascinating. Are you looking forward to it? Moon-Devouring asked. Of course, can't you feel it? Mo Fan said. It's good to be looking forward to something, Moon-Devouring murmured. Mo Fan did not get what she meant. He stared at Moon-Devouring, who was leaning her head against his shoulder. Moon-Devouring bit her lips slightly before saying gently, many times I found myself not having any anticipation toward life. Today, tomorrow, my future, I never had any imagination about how it would look like. I'm like a colorless spirit occupying an icy shell. I will close my eyes and fall asleep without feeling any sense of fulfillment. When I wake up, I continue to follow the will of others. I've only persevered because I didn't want to let anyone down. Mo Fan listened carefully. It was rare for him to hear the voice deep inside Moon-Devouring's heart. Having no hope was worse than being overwhelmed by grief. Grief only occurred when one had lost something or failed to achieve something they were looking forward to. But without hope, one could not even grieve. The calm of still water, the silence of the dead, even when they were at the brink of losing themselves, they would have no expression on their face and no luster in their eyes. But now, I have Fanxue Mountain. I look forward to the following dawn before I fall asleep. I can't wait to see how it's going to look like after a month, a year, or even 10 years. Moon-Devouring went on. Mo Fan did not interrupt her. He was purely a listener during the pillow talk. That being said, his hands never stopped fondling the woman's tender skin and long silver hair. It's you who helped me build the Fanxue Mountain. If I am to live the rest of my life with you, I believe I will have all kinds of anticipation for the future, Moon-Devouring whispered. Mo Fan seriously had the feeling that Moon-Devouring was the one taking care of him instead. She was the one uttering the romantic words that were making his heart melt. Mo Fan seriously felt like he was becoming jelly hearing her confession. He almost had an urge to jump into Moon-Devouring's arms and indulge in the bliss. Mo Fan could not help it. He was a man. He was extremely touched after hearing Moon-Devouring's confession. He tried his best to come up with suitable words to say at such a romantic moment. Unfortunately, Mo Fan was not a poet. He was a vulgar man. Shue, I will stay hard until daybreak, I will not bend until my death. Mo Fan was woken up by a strong fragrance around noon. He opened his eyes and immediately looked to his side, realizing something. She was still here. Moon-Devouring was still here. She had put on her clothes, but she was still here. It was no longer just the residue of a wet dream. He could remember every single detail of the event last night. It did not fade away like a dream. Shouldn't we cuddle a little? Mo Fan pulled Moon-Devouring into his arms. I believe there's something urgent going on. You better come too. Moon-Devouring dodged his arms nimbly. It's important. Mo Fan said. I'm going back to change first. We'll meet at the fountain meeting hall. Moon-Devouring quickly left. Mo Fan left the bed and put on his clothes. He was not too concerned about the urgent matter that Moon-Devouring mentioned. Was there anything more pleasing than waking up from the bed he and Moon-Devouring had so much fun in the night before? He looked into the mirror and was dazzled by his handsomeness. Mo Fan hummed pleasantly on his way to the meeting hall. He was still recalling their postures last night. He happened to see Moon-Devouring coming from the opposite direction when he reached the corridor. Moon-Devouring saw Mo Fan, too. He harumphed coldly, as if he had no intention to greet Mo Fan. Mo Fan lifted his head proudly. Ha ha ha, old Moo, I've finally gotten my hands on your daughter. Say, why do you even bother separating us in the first place? Moon-Devouring obviously had no idea that Moon-Devouring had spent the night in Mo Fan's room. He headed straight to the meeting hall. Mo Fan followed him at a steady pace. He was displaying pride and joy as he casually strode along the corridor. Chapter 1700. The Grim Situation from the Ocean. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan noticed quite a few people inside the hall when he arrived. He was planning to find himself a vacant seat like a bystander, but Mu Linqing quickly came over and led him to the seat for the host. Mo Fan abruptly realized he was the master here. The entire land was in his name. "Don't mind me, keep going." Mo Fan waved his hand casually, signaling the others not to be so courteous around him. The truth was, no one was being courteous. Mo Fan was just being dramatic. The Shoreline Alliance has sounded an alarm to warn us of a potential calamity. According to their rough estimates, the Asian countries along the coastline will face it first. Japan and our East China Sea are in a great crisis. Mu Linqing proclaimed. A few people in the Shoreline Alliance's uniform were sitting next to Mu Linqing. They were obviously sent here to alert the people along the coastline. The rest of the headquarters cities had a certain level of defense to protect them from a potential calamity, but Fanxue City was a new headquarters city, and the city was not necessarily more developed than Fanxue Mountain. Therefore, the authorities of Fanxue City and the representatives of the Shoreline Alliance and the Magic Association had arranged a meeting at Fanxue Mountain. Take a look at this map. A woman from the Shoreline Alliance projected a map onto the screen. Mo Fan followed the voice and noticed the woman was quite good-looking. Cough cough, the relationship between him and Mu Ningxue had only come to fruition. He could not afford to check other women out. He had to control himself. Mo Fan shifted his attention to the screen, showing a photograph taken from high up in the sky. The layer of clouds was faintly discernible, with a dark blue ocean below it. However, one side of the screen was densely covered by glimmering silver-white objects. Those things are a kind of shelled salamander. According to a patrol squad from Hawaii, the photograph is only showing the tip of an iceberg. The shelled salamanders can easily cover a country with their numbers. They are riding the waves and approaching us slowly, the woman in the Shoreline Alliance's uniform informed them. What was their altitude when the photo was taken? Xiao Yu asked. 10,000 meters. A huge portion of the photograph was occupied by the demon creatures, even though it was taken from a height of 10,000 meters. How many of these creatures were there out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Mo Fan was not interested in the meeting in the first place. He was constantly staring at Mu Ningxue, but his face filled with astonishment when he heard her description. Do these demon creatures actually live in the Pacific Ocean? Mo Fan asked. Not necessarily. According to the information we have gathered, the waters of many countries are being invaded by these shelled salamanders. They have strongly toppled the balance of the ecosystems, the woman from the Shoreline Alliance told him. I just got rid of a bunch of salamander demons recently. Could you identify them? Mo Fan told her. He immediately asked Lingling to send the information of the salamander demons to his phone. Lingling responded quickly. Xiao Yu glanced at Mo Fan, who had been carefree most of the time, and asked, Where did you stumble into these creatures? I accepted a quest from a councilman. The Thousand Islands lake was overrun by these salamander demons. They were reproducing like a factory, but their numbers were nowhere close to the numbers of the creatures in the Pacific Ocean. I can feel my scalp turning numb just by looking at them. Mo Fan answered. We came to alert you beforehand so you could carry out some preventive measures. We'll notify you as soon as we have any updates, the woman from the Shoreline Alliance spoke up. She rose to her feet and nodded politely at the others before leaving the room with her colleagues. The people left in the room were all close acquaintances once the representatives of the Shoreline Alliance left. They were mostly authorities from Fanxue City who were relatively close with Mu Linqing, Mu Ningxue, and Mu Chuiyun. Mo Fan only knew the deputy mayor of Fanxue City. When will those creatures reach our coastline? Mu Chuiyun asked. It's hard to say. Japan is most likely their first target, and we are next. If we want to prepare ourselves, we should send some people to Japan and help them familiarize themselves with those creatures first, Mu Linqing suggested. Japan? We aren't close to them. Even if they found a way to handle the creatures, they aren't generous enough to share their findings with us. Mu Chuiyun harumphed. The Shoreline Alliance has already set up a branch of the Research Union in Japan to analyze those creatures. I believe we still have some time to spare before the calamity reaches us, but it's definitely going to be our biggest threat for the next few years. We should work together with the Shoreline Alliance and gather some funds to send some people to Japan, Mu-Linqing calmly replied. Who should we send? I'll go, a young woman seated in the back rows piped up. Mo Fan was rather surprised when he saw the woman. Wasn't that Cao Qin? He did not expect Cao Qin, who was among the only batch of graduates he had taught, to climb the ranks of Fanxue Mountain so quickly. She was already qualified to take part in an important meeting like this. Cao Qin was one of the core members of Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan had helped her secure the opportunity to learn the water circulation magic formation from Dean Xiao. She had used the knowledge to set up a water circulation magic formation along the river leading to the ocean. It now played an important part in Fanxue City's defense. Mo Fan, aren't you close to the Mochizuki clan in Japan? The Shoreline Alliance is setting up the Research Union in the Mochizuki clan. You should contact them, Mu-Ninxue urged him. I'm not really that close with them, but sure, I can ask Mochizuki Chihaya and Mochizuki Ken to provide our people with food and accommodations, Mo Fan agreed. Mochizuki Chihaya and Mochizuki Ken kept inviting him to Japan, as they were keen to express their gratitude to him for dealing with the Essence Orb on their behalf. Mo Fan was not planning to visit Japan anytime soon. Since Cao Qin happened to be going there, however, he did not mind asking the Mochizukis to take care of Cao Qin and her group. The Mochizuki clan is famous when it comes to fending off the sea monsters. The Twin Guardian Towers and the East Maritime Fortress remain standing today because of them. I believe our people are going to learn a lot from them, Cao Qin said. Yeah, our Fanxue Mountain is just getting started. The Mochizuki clan's private territory faces the sea and is leaning against a mountain, just like us. They have a lot of young and experienced talents, especially when it comes to the defense of their territory. We can surely learn a great deal from the Mochizuki clan. It's a relief that the mayor knows an authoritative figure like Mochizuki Ken personally. Mu-Linqing agreed. Mo Fan had never realized Mochizuki Ken was such an impressive person in fending off the sea monsters. We are no longer familiar with the terrain after the rise of the sea level. Not only does the tide rise and fall without a fixed pattern, it's difficult to forecast the weather, in addition to the sudden appearance of sea monsters that we have never encountered in the past. Many cities have fallen in just a single night. We must be extremely careful from now on, the deputy mayor of Fanxue City said. The situation is looking grimmer. We seriously can't tell what's going to happen in the future, an elder of the Fanxue City's Magic Association sighed, staring at the photograph of the ocean showing the approaching calamity. When the meeting came to an end, Mo Fan was planning to discuss what had happened the previous night with Mu-Ninxue, but he failed to find her anywhere. She obviously had important matters to attend to. It made perfect sense for Mu-Ninxue to be so busy, since he was not in charge of the development of the new city or the crisis threatening its safety. Mo Fan had goosebumps when he recalled the photograph of overwhelming numbers of demon creatures. He could not help but wonder how disastrous it was going to be when they reached the coastline of human territories. How were the Mags going to fend them off? Teacher! Cao Qin called out to Mo Fan from behind. Her dimple set off her charming smile. You've seriously improved a lot, you are now an advisor of Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan smiled when he saw her. I have always been impressive. Speaking of which, someone wants to meet you, Cao Qin said. Who is it? You will know when you get there. Cao Qin was being mysterious, and dragged Mo Fan to the receiving hall. A tanned and handsome man was sitting on the couch. A young maid was pouring tea for him while glancing at him flirtatiously, but the man was staring ahead without losing focus. Who's that? Mo Fan did not recognize the man, examining him with a confused expression. The man immediately rose to his feet when he saw Mo Fan. He brought his hands together respectfully and bowed to Mo Fan. Teacher, I'm back. Mo Fan was startled. Only the graduates he was once in charge of would call him teacher, and the greatest talents among them were none other than Cao Qin and Bai Hongfei. Mo Fan observed the tanned man closely and finally recognized him. Bai Hongfei? Holy crap, how are you so tanned? Where's your fair and carefree appearance? Mo Fan was shocked. Was this man really Bai Hongfei? He had changed so much. In Mo Fan's memory, Bai Hongfei used to have an imposing and handsome appearance. He shone among the disciples of the renowned clans, but now, he was almost like an African with an untamed bearing. He was deliberately withholding his savagery. Mo Fan recalled Bai Hongfei telling him that he was going on an adventure to train himself before bidding Mo Fan farewell. He did not expect the man to be gone for so long. He had only just returned from his adventure. His determination and will had led him through some shocking changes.